chasing the light. Shiny spirit burning bright. A legacy forged in speed and might. Tires spin on the asphalt floor. Every turn leaves them begging for more. Racing dreams through the open door. Shenington's name forever soars. Racing heartbeat, feel it pound. Kings of the track, we're crowned. Bouncing as fire won't slow down. Legends rise, we wear the crown. In the summer air, adrenaline rush beyond compare. Karting souls, a daring affair. Shen's blood runs everywhere. Neon lights and the crowds alive. Speed demons in overdrive. Through the curves, we survive. Shenington's pride will never die. One more lap, one more chance. We dance with fate in this trance. Hands up.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Shenington, sunny Shenington, for the Heatwave Cup event, round 6 of this year's Shenington Kart Racing Club Championship season. My name is Andrew Mather. Great to be back with you once again, and really excited for today. This could be a pivotal day in the championships here at Shenington. It's just the one format for us today. No KZs in action, so it'll be the just over 1 kilometre distance for the non-gearbox course, the 7 turns that have been host to many a driver since the early 1960s. It is cloudy, but the clouds are quite high. It's very warm here today. Not much wind across the circuit, which is rare for this part of the world. It is very warm out there. If you are watching around the circuit, do make sure, this is the public safety announcement, keep hydrated today. It is going to be very, very warm out there for the appropriately named Heatwave Cup at the start of the second one of the summer. We're going to be getting into racing the not too distant future. Let's just give you a bit of a rundown if you're watching at home. All of this information is available on the Shenington Kart Racing Club website, but just to audibly run through it, everybody races twice today in the heats and then once in the finals. Junior and senior Rotax have B finals due to high numbers today. The order of events will be this, so listen out if you're particularly interested in a class or so. X30 Junior will kick us off with heat number 1. We'll have 2 heats of junior Rotax, so split grids, half of the field in the first race, the second half in the second race. Senior Rotax will then be next. Senior Rotax haven't quite got the numbers to give us 2 full grids, so there'll be 3 heats across the course of the morning and the early afternoon. Everybody will do 2 of them and sit 1 of them out. So the first of those will be at 10:32. Cadets out together, so Hondas and Water Swift Restricted will run at 10:46. Formula Libra, which has been entertaining us a lot across the course of the season so far, their first heat will be at 11 o'clock. Minimax will be at 11:14. Water Swift will be at 11:28. X30 Senior and their first heats will complete the first rotation from 11:42. There's then the second heat of Senior Rotax, kind of in the middle, in a pseudo rotation, just by itself on 11:56. Then we go back into that same routine that we will be having start in a few moments' time. X30 Junior with their second heat at 12:10. The second round of heats for Junior Rotax at 11:24 and 12:24 and 12:38. Cadets out again at 12:52. Formula Libra at 6 minutes past 1, and then the third and final heat for the Rotax drivers will be at 1:20. And then we'll have the lunch break of about half an hour. Afterwards, we'll then have a couple more heats in the inter-categories just to round us off, and then we'll get into the finals. So all of that information is available on the Shenington Kart Racing Club website for you all to enjoy. And as I say, it feels like this could be quite a pivotal round today. Everybody's now up to speed in terms of those regulars fighting for the championships. We've got drop scores, not quite fully coming into play yet, but all of the scores on the doors have got the best 2 scores so far this season. You can get in touch with us in the comments as well. We'll be trying to keep an eye on those across the course of the day, so put them in the YouTube chat. We'll get to those as and when we can. Local time, if you're watching from outside the UK, is currently 9:44, so we'll have a few minutes before we get into the first race of the day for X30 Junior. And if you hadn't established already, it is another bumper order of the classes, another near capacity entry here today. I think around 240 drivers at my last count were on the entry list for today. So really, really good to see. And thank you once again if you're tuning in. You are supporting Club Karting here in the UK simply by tuning in and watching. It really does help us out. If you want to help support the stream more, do hit that like button. Share it out with your family and friends. There's no Grand Prix today, so it's not as busy in terms of motorsport as it was last week. So do share it with your family and friends. Let them know that we've got the coverage on today, and get as many people watching our young talented drivers as possible. As I say, we're about 3 or 4 minutes away from the start of the first race of the day. Let's talk a little bit about X30 Junior going into this next round. It's round 6, but of course, because of some of the events of earlier on in the season when it was very different weather conditions to what we have today, it's effectively the 5th round of the championship for the drivers. And we'll just pull their scores up to give the full rundown of how X30 Junior is looking going into this. As I say, this is based on the best 2 scores of the season so far. Jack Baker has 2 wins on the board already from finals, so has 112 points on the drop scores system so far this year. That's a 4-point advantage over Finley Hines in the number 57, a first at round 4, so that'll have been April's round, and a third in March, puts him currently 2nd in the standings. Jacob Marples has done round 4 and round 5, so effectively his drops are already taken into account in that he didn't race at the first 3 meetings of the year, but with 2 solid results in the last couple of months, Marples is 3rd in the standings on 104. Charlie Blenkinsop has been an ever-present so far this season, and Blenkinsop with an 8th and a 4th so far this season. Sits 4th in the standings on 103. Good to have Katie Donaldson back with us today. If I've memorised my entry lists correctly, Katie had a decent run last week at the British Kart Championships up at Lark Hall, and the driver in the number 77 currently sits 5th in the points. Best result so far this season was a 2nd in the very first final of the year in February. James Beckwith, Alfie Taylor, Jack Wish, Lucas Murray and Tom Fox are all currently in the top 10 based on the 2 scores so far. 33 drivers in total at my last count with us here today. No, I don't think Jacob Marples is one of them, so we will see a little bit of a shift in the order here today. I'm just going to check whether we've had... No, yeah, in fact, we've gone up. We've now got 34 drivers on the grid for X30 Junior here today, 4 of them novices. That's another thing that we'll try and keep an eye on across the course of the day, so across the heats, that we've got a number of drivers again moving off novice plates and into the mixer, as it were, particularly in those heats. They don't have to start at the back anymore. I think on my count there was up between 5 to 10 drivers in that scenario here today. Good morning to Jensen Hookie. Has got his comments in. Certainly an appropriate name today, mate, with the Heatwave Cup. The shorts are required today. I had them on at Donington yesterday, turned up, and it was cloudy, and it was rainy, and I felt a little bit silly. Not today here at Shenington, and indeed, Junior has a full B final. Quite a few drivers here running in the club meeting as practice for upcoming national touring championships that are going to be racing here in the next few weeks and months. Time is 9:49, so we're not too far away from the start of proceedings in a racing capacity here today, and it'll be good to get racing underway here at Shenington. If you're new to this circuit, it's going to be a really, really quick track today. It's nice and dry, but it's not too hot, or it hasn't been too hot in the preceding days leading into today's round. So it's going to be that case of the track won't have too much grip. If you were with us on Alpha Live a few weeks ago at PF International during the first heat wave of the year, that was definitely the case at PF for the British round, where there was so much rubber down you couldn't really get off the corners. I don't think that's going to be the case today. I think we're going to see some very fast lap times and some very quick races. We could even see some lap records go here today. Right, let's get ready for it then. The time is 9:50. We are set to go for the first race of the day, Heat 1, coming up next. Here is your grid then for the first race of the day. It's X30 Junior that gets us going. William Haynes and Seth Angus will be on the front row for this one. Sam Mott and Katie Donaldson go from row 2. Lydia McLaughlin and James Beckwith start on row number 3. Alfie Taylor, who's had a good season so far here at Shenington, starts this one from row 4. He's joined by Conrad Barton. Louis Barker and Finley Hines complete the top 10. Hines, as mentioned, second in the championship heading into today. Alfie Brown and Charlie Blenkinsop will start on row number 6. Jack Wish and Knight Measures go from row number 7. Ayrton Lima Evans has been off novice plates for a few races. Now starts on the 8th row of the grid for this one alongside Katie Clark. Molly Mizzen is back on row 9 for the start of this race alongside Harrison Maxwell. Completing the top 20, it's Harry Watson and Lucas Murray. Lucy Loveland, Zoe Cattett go from 11. Archie Lee Bullock and Sebastian G start on row number 12. Brandon Edwards and Henry Duncan on 13. Alfie Fulton and Jack Baker row 14. Tom Fox and Ian Carey complete the top 30 on row 15. And then the 4 novices in this class: Theo Thomas, Jaden Lamb, Josh Bundock and Theo Wright complete a capacity 34 strong field here in X30 Junior. Are we away and racing? The first time of asking, yes we are. 9 minutes plus 1 lap for this first heat of the day. It is a good start for William Haynes. One driver has had a problem. It's the number 78 of Henry Duncan for the Jade Racing team, who has not got through turn 1 cleanly. As there's a change at the front, Sam Mott did have the lead. William Haynes has got it back. Katie Donaldson's had a very good start. In fact, Katie Donaldson has had a very, very good start. Into the lead of the race goes the young Scottish racer. She has a little check down there just to make sure everything is okay. But this has been a good start for Katie Donaldson, now racing with the MDL team. Field go through to complete lap number 1 then. Donaldson, Mott, Haynes, Hines has had a good start up to P4. Back with 5th, Barton, McLaughlin, Taylor, Maxwell, G. That is your top 10 at the end of the first lap. That is a very good start for Sebastian G. A gain of 6 places so far in this race. Change for second. Looks like that was Finlay Hines on the move for the Croc promotion team. And the number 57 up to P2. Other drivers, whoa, we'll come back to the other drivers. Someone having a very wild moment there. And was that a chain guard flying off? It was some piece of bodywork. I think it was either a chain guard or maybe one of the safety blocks on the rear bumper becoming detached from someone's kart. So we'll keep an eye out on whether there's any technical flags coming out. Other strong starters up 17 places after 2 laps. Jack Baker, what a start for the championship leader. This is one of the big tests with these heats. There's no time to qualifying. So if you start from the back of this one, you start from the front of the next one, it's all about gaining positions. It's all about net improvement through the field for those grid positions when we get to the finals later on today. But that is tremendous from Jack Baker. Here's the number 74 of Sebastian G. Oh, having problems there out of the final corner and losing a lot of positions as a result. So busy start to this race. Here are your 2 leaders. Finlay Hines has taken the lead away from Katie Donaldson. We have got a mechanical flag, and it's the number 47 of Lucas Murray. That would make sense because that piece of bodywork did come from the higher reaches of the order, and Murray's currently running in 10th place. So that is a real shame for Lucas Murray. That is going to be race effectively over on this occasion. So Hines leads from Donaldson. Oh, out of the race there is one of the Excel Motorsport team. That's going to be Knight Measures. Knight Measures out of this one now. There's no threat of a cut-off. Oh, it's a touch between and a second touch in all involving the number 63 of Harrison Maxwell. The 74 of Sebastian G. His race goes from bad to worse. Now, apologies, I didn't quite catch which other karts was involved. Well, there were 2 other karts involved in all of that. Glad Sebastian's okay. That could have been quite nasty. Yes, he's mounted on top of the other kart there, but could have been worse. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. There's Alfie Taylor, number 42, up to 6th place now in this one. I tell you what, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th are working quite well, and this is going to help him as well. Full course yellow, slow procedure activated, race is neutralised. This will be to allow the marshals here at Shenington and the safety crews to deal with multiple incidents and clear the track. Finlay Hines and Katie Donaldson don't lose too much of a lead, so it hasn't undone a lot of work. It's been some good work so far from Hines and Donaldson, but it won't give them that psychological dip that they, say they'd bought 4 or 5 seconds up the road and lost it. They only lost about half a second. As I say, the Mott back with Haynes and Taylor group were catching them anyway. So race is neutralised. Timer keeps on ticking down, of course. 4.5 minutes remaining on it. Just trying to see which other drivers have we got out of this race. There's my mouse button. So Harrison Maxwell we knew about. Molly Mizzen, I think, was also involved in some of those moments. Molly's down the order at the moment. So we're going to go back to green. That's a good start for Finlay Hines. He's got the jump on the rest of the field. So I think we've got 28 runners. Lucy Lovell, Knight Measures, Sebastian G, Molly Mizzen and Harrison Maxwell all out of this race. The rest of them continue on for the remaining time, plus the 1 lap. Katie Donaldson might be under a bit of pressure here from Sam Mott. into the Bruno chicane off of the restart. Sam Malters, I don't think we've seen Sam so far this season in races at Shenington, or if he has, he's been a guest driver. He hasn't scored championship points, hence he's not on the championship scores at the moment. Across the line to complete another lap. Has got a good history of racing here at Shenington, does Sam. He's had guest appearances before, raced very well at the back end of the 2025 season in this category. Mechanical flag shown to Lucas Murray again, so Lucas hasn't come in, or unless there's been a second reason for the mechanical flag to be displayed. Here's a battle between two of the Birrells, William Haynes and Alfie Taylor. Both racing for the Jade Racing team, and Taylor's down the inside. Haynes, little bit squirrely on the rear end, and loses 5th place as a result there. 2.5 minutes remaining. Finley Hines still in control of this race, but I say that Donaldson is coming back at the race leader. This is a good display from all three. And this race is not done yet for Finley Hines. He's been doing a lot of racing at both club and national level so far this season. Black flag now for Lucas Murray. That is going to be most likely because Lucas has not served the mechanical flag. That is race over for Lucas Murray. Donaldson all over the back of Hines now, looking strong as we go on to another lap, and Donaldson looking to the outside. This could be an opportunity for Sam Mott to slip down the inside. Not that time. Good defence there from Finley Hines. Didn't cost himself too much through the first couple of corners. Down towards the hairpin once again. Mott goes wide. Trying to do a little bit of a slingshot on corner exit. Has got a tiny overlap with Donaldson, but that's disappeared. James Beckwith and Alfie Taylor are looking good. 4th and 5th. In fact, Taylor has got through into P4 ahead of the number 24. In through Hanger. Hines covers off any kind of manoeuvre there. Controls the pace, but Donaldson's going to find a way through. Katie Donaldson takes the lead of this race. 60 seconds to go, or thereabouts, and we've got a new race leader for MDL Motorsport. Hines goes back in through Cafe. That's a good move. Retakes the race lead. There's a little bit of damage on the right-hand side pod for Finley Hines, but I don't think that'll bother him too much. Down the straight once again. Look at Sam Mott slinging it round the outside. That could get tight on corner exit. Hines is going to make that work to try and get through into second place. Donaldson's still there. They need to sort things out as they go through the Bruno chicane, and they do so. This has been a good race. Good way to start things here at Shenington here today. In towards the hairpin once again. Donaldson backing it up with Taylor, back with Haynes. Conrad Barton's in there as well. And Jack Baker will be happy with this. This is another opportunity for the championship leader to gain some strong positions in a race where there, on balance, weren't too many expectations because of where he was starting on the grid. 12 seconds to go, so there'll be this lap plus one more. Two leaders have broken away. The two Croc promotions at the front of the field. Donaldson defending for 3rd place. James Beckwith is going to draw alongside in the white helmet there and retake 4th place away from Alfie Taylor. They're moving up as well. Leader of the Tim Wilson Motorsport team in this race, Conrad Barton and Jack Baker, both having good runs here. Time is up. Final lap board will be out. The two Crocs looking pretty good here. The question is which one of them is going to win this first heat of the day. Hines defends through the first turn, sweeps into Cafe through the second turn, looking good. Past the pre-grid gate and down towards the hairpin once again. Hines solidly defends. That's perfect. That's spot on. Mott with no opportunity to overtake. Donaldson still holding 3rd place right now. From Beckwith, Conrad Barton is up into the top 5. That's a solid run for the driver of the number 13. Race still not decided though. Into Hanger. Is there a switch back on for Mott? No, that's really well controlled by Finley Hines. Didn't wash out too wide off of Hanger, and that is going to be the critical moment that gives him the first race win of the day. Just over the line. 0.048 of a second decides the first heat in X30 Junior. Hines takes it from Mott. Donaldson 3rd, Beckwith and Barton complete the top 5. High quality race to start things here today at Shenington. Good stuff from the X30 Juniors, and we'll see their second heat later on in the day. Let's just run down the rest of your order before we go to the next race. Alfie Taylor 6th, William Haynes 7th. Jack Baker will be happy with that. Remember, Jack started P28. He's gained a net 20 positions. Likewise, Brandon Edwards started 25th. Up to 9th there. Tim Wilson Motorsport boys looking quick in race trim here today. Edwards was your fastest lap holder in that race. Jack Wish 10th. Lydia McLaughlin 11th for the Lucas Blanford team. Charlie Blenkinsop, Seth Angus, Zoe Cattert and Harry Watson all in the top 15. Some good drives there. Cattert up from 22nd, for example. Katie Clark 16th. Tom Fox, Ian Carey, Alfie Fulton and Louis Barker all in the top 20. Theo Thomas was your top novice in that race. So from the back for the Class and Motorsport team, P21. Good effort there from Theo. Archie Lee Bullock, Ayrton Limmer Evans, Henry Duncan, Theo Wright all in the top 25. Josh Bundock and Jaden Lamb were the last of the finishers. Lucas Murray was black flagged after not serving the mechanical. Harrison Maxwell, Molly Mizzen, Sebastian G, Knight Measures and Lucy Lovell all did not see the checkered flag on that occasion. Just to quickly check the timetable for X30 Junior followers. Your next heat will be at 12:10, all being well. We've got to move on, though. Green flag is out for the first heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Let's whiz through this grid then. For Junior Rotax, Zach Waddle and Jack Bowie on the front row. Harry Harvey and Jack Corser on row 2. Mars Cloworth and Elliot Dibelow back here at Shenington on row 3. Lily Shaw, Adam Juditis on row 4. Charlie White and Finley Hands row 5. Harley King and Ewan House on row 6. Noah Moulton and Teddy Cooper there on 7. Leighton Kelly and Christian Kihiyov on row 8. Maxi Brasov and Hakeem Bart go from row 9. It's George Ralston and Oscar Keane completing the top 20. Joshua Jestin and Lewis Finley Gilbert on row 11. Cash Harris and Cedric Naylor on row 12. Harrison Bishop and Archie Ray Watson on row 13. Apologies, not quite going to have time to go through the rest of the grid. It is a busy one here today, and we are ticking down for 9 minutes already. Leaders going through the first couple of corners, looking good at the moment for Zach Waddle in the 1:45. Will lead down towards the hairpin on this first lap. Rest of them running through. Oh, that's not a good moment, and a bit of a spin for Jack Bowie. Jack Bowie in the number 76 got together there with, I think, Zach Waddle and came off worse in all of that. Is that Waddle in trouble? Yes, it is. Is that some form of puncture? The damage to the rear of the kart definitely looks like Zach's got a problem there, and that's going to be Zach out of this race. So, end of the first lap. Just wait for the information to come through. There it is. Mars Cleworth has the race lead from Harry Harvey. Adam Juditis up to 3rd. Ewan House. Plenty of experience for Ewan House. Scottish driver is up to 4th place, started 12th. Findley Hands, Noah Moulton, Teddy Cooper, Lily Shaw, Leighton Kelly and Harley King all in the top 10 at the end of lap number 1. Quite spread out in the top half of the field so far in this race. Moves coming in from the likes of Lewis Finley Gilbert in the number 14. I say Finley because that's his middle name, and I don't want to confuse myself with the older Lewis Gilbert. Joshua Jestin was also on the move there. Number 79 for the TH Quarter team. Down the inside, Ewan House on the attack. Up to P2. Cross of St Andrew proudly emblazoned on the top of his race lid. Ewan House could be a strong competitor here today. Very experienced at this level. Junior Rotax. Regular front runner in national competitions. Number 40 of Teddy Cooper was on the move there. That looked like Cooper was up to 5th place as here goes House. Down the inside. Lovely stuff for Ewan House. Racing with the Jax Motorsport livery there. Don't think the full Jax team are here today, hence Ewan is down on the timing as a privateer. Now, that's going to be a very strong privateer run entry today, with probably just Ewan and his mechanic and his family here today. Still got to pilot the thing though. This is not an easy race day in some regards, because the margins are going to be so fine for everybody here today. Good move there for fourth place. Teddy Cooper through past Adam Giuditis with a move into the Wilkins corner. Teddy's been impressing me so far this season here at Shenington. Very nicely getting on with his work in this category. Here's a potential change for the race lead. Miles Cleworth down the inside. Takes the race lead momentarily. It's Noah Moulton who's now come to the fore of the field. Ewan House now being ganged up on a little bit here in terms of getting up towards the front of the order. He's down to third place now. He's not got a problem. Has dropped back into the clutches of Cleworth and Cooper and Giuditis. So end of another lap. There is the number 57 for the Maxim team, Noah Moulton. Another driver who is improving all the time is Noah Moulton. Warning for the 102 of Archie Ray Watson. Just to note further down the order how things are going for drivers who started in the second half of the field. Oscar Keane's made some good progress up to 8th place from 20th on the grid. Harrison Bishop as well, up to 12th place, having started 25th. Archie Ray Watson, well, is now under, oh sorry, he's just had a warning, not under investigation, apologies, but has had a good run from 26th on the grid to 14th. Because remember, at this stage of the day for these drivers in the busiest class of the day, Junior Rotax, there is a big threat of not making the A final outright. Just over half of the field will not do so. There will be a B final. It'll be a busy B final, with not many places to repecharge through into the A. So if you can have a good start in this one, take the pressure off of heat number 2, hopefully get yourself in that top 30 in the heat standings and march on to the final. There it was Harrison Bishop in the 151, moving past the 111 of Braskov. So Bishop now up into the top 10. 3 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go. Now we had a quick sight of the number 78 of Lily Shaw. Noah Moulton pulling away here. This is an impressive run from Noah. Ewan House having a battle with Miles Cleworth. Cleworth back into second place and then loses it again as House reinstates himself as the leader of the pack, trying to chase Moulton down. Teddy Cooper still there in the black and yellow helmet down the inside, has a look for third. That's a nice move from Ted. That is a really, really nice move from Teddy Cooper. Slung it down the inside. There's a good amount of grip down that inside edge on a day like today. As Adam Giuditis for the A3E race team. We've been having a strong season, particularly in the Inter categories with the likes of Roger Gokulnath. That's Giuditis up another position. But no, I really like that move from Cooper. Bold, aggressive, potent attack. That gets him up to P3. Giuditis now up to P4. Oscar Keane there as well with the Cosmic livery. And the number 37, and that just shows you. So there's a good amount of grip, as I say, down the inside on the driver's right-hand side. But if you drift out wide through into Wilkins, very, very easy just to lose the front of the kart. And the rear starts to overtake it, and you slide wide, and you just have to hope that there's enough grip on the outside line to save you from an unscheduled trip to the gravel trap and the grass. On that occasion for Miles Cleworth, he was able to find that grip. He definitely lost a bit of time in all of that. Battle behind. Harry Harvey there for the Coles Racing team, number 12, is running in 7th place at the moment. 1 minute and 45 remaining on the clock. Oscar Keane just a little wide there through Wilkins. Saying that though, he's quick. That was the new fastest lap of the race so far from Oscar Keane. 43.221. Leaders coming down towards the hairpin once again on the brakes into Stratford hairpin and then out of it onto runway. And blasting towards the Bruno chicane. Just want to be tickling those curbs at most today. Don't want to be clouting over the top of them. And to keep things as smooth as possible out there with the grip available. Keen again, looking. I think actually he's just looking for that wider line to get a good launch off of the corner and then attack into the first turn. Not quite close enough to Giorditis on this occasion. Here's Oscar Keane. But Keane looking good in this one, up 15 places. Repeat that kind of performance in the second heat and Keane will be easily through into the final later today. Keane fourth in the standings heading into this round of Shenington's Club Championship. 4 points behind Jensen Powers, and Jensen Hookie and Stanley Williams in terms of how scores are being counted at this stage of the season. The best two scores so far from the 5 meetings that have been run. Hookie and Williams have both had 2 wins apiece in the finals, 112 points. Just to note, there's no championship points available from the heats. It's just the finals where they score for the whole season. Here's a challenge for third place. Giorditis getting Cooper to defend here. Getting Cooper to defend quite heavily, in fact. And that could open opportunities up for Oscar Keane late in this race. Got this lap plus 1 more to go. Down into Wilkins once again. Good defence there from Cooper. No opportunity for Giorditis to get down the inside. Miles Cleworth is back in this battle as well. So 4 drivers fighting over third place. Noah Moulton and Ewan House. Should be good to just bring this one to the checkered flag. Cooper, though, he's going to need to keep making that that kart with the Kiddix driver performance livery as wide as possible in towards the Bruno chicane. He's doing a good job of this, is Cleworth. And oh, that's a nice move from Mars Cleworth. Sorry, Cooper's doing a good job at the front of this one. Mars Cleworth got the move done there for 5th place and passed Oscar Keane. Into the final couple of corners. Noah Moulton is going to take this first heat in Junior Rotax. Really good stuff from Noah. Ewan House battles through to P2. Teddy Cooper holds on to P3 ahead of Adam Giorditis. Mars Cleworth with a clever little move takes 5th place away from Oscar Keane on that last lap. That's still a very good effort from Oscar Keane. A net gain of 14 positions. Not quite as good, though, in terms of net gain than versus Harrison Bishop. Bishop up 18 positions from 25th on the grid, takes P7. Archie Ray Watson followed through as well from 26th on the grid to finish P8. Maximilian Braskov and Joshua Jestin in the top 10. Both of those drivers moved up as well. Harry Harvey, Lewis Gilbert, Christian Cahill, Leighton Kelly and Cash Harris all in the top 15. There are your provisional results on the screen for the first of 4 heats today in Junior Rotax. Second page of the order. Charlie White finishing 16th, Finley Hans, Hakeem Bart, Clark Naylor, and top novice in that race, Iris Crease. Although Iris is under investigation, I've just noted on the screen here, but at the moment, Iris finishing P20 in that one. Sam Batty, one of the drivers off novice plates for this month, P21. Harley King, Cooper Moore, Louis Marchand, and Jack Corswell in the top 25. We've got to move on. Second heat of Junior Rotax is out on the track now. Super fast whiz through this grid for the second half of the field in Junior Rotax. Waddle and Rackham on the front row. Everton Marshall row 2, Rapini and Hookie on row 3. Hookie championship leader going into today. On to row number 4. Apologies, I think our graphics just had a little bit of a wobble there. Just bear with us a moment before we give you further details of who's in this one. They'll probably beat us to it, because they're already running through Wilkins corner. Looks like we're good for a race start. No, we're not. That's good news, actually, because it allows us to run through the grid once again. Here we go, that's more like it. Waddle and Rackham on the front row. Everton, Marshall, row 2. Rapini and Rosie on row 3. Jensen Hookie and Kartik Kamata on row 4. Zane Perry and Archie Thomond Evans on row 5. Daniel Wisnauskas and Jack Dimbleby on row number 6. Ethan Guest and Charlie Berry go from 7. Aidan Young and Jackson Lane on 8. Fenton Roderick and Benjamin Lawn on row number 9. Miles Burton, Layla Bell there on 10. Jensen Powers and Liam Dooling row 11. Zach Turner and Cian Hundle start on row number 12. Ava Crawford and Stanley Williams go from 13. Ethan Hunt and the first to the novices, Adam Asgar, go from 14. Austin Moth and Ami Gualtieri on row 15. And with that, we are ready to go racing once again here for Junior Rotax. So all of these drivers, this is their first one of the day. Quite a few of the big names in terms of club championship racing in this one. The likes of Hookie and Williams and Powers. Top 3 in the standings. We are racing at the second time of asking. 9 minutes underway for Junior Rotax heat number 2. Nice simple drive off of the first couple of corners for Tyler Rackham. Rackham leads down towards the first big braking zone at the far end of the circuit. Chloe Waddle looking for a chance to take first place there, but not quite on this occasion. A couple of drivers running out wide. I think one of the BREs was in a spot of bother there. Off of the hairpin. Towards Hanger then for the first time. Jensen Hookie looking for early moves. Hookie getting in amongst it. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for the 148 of Esme Rosie. Esme's going to lose a lot of positions with that. The number 25, I think, was off the road as well. That will be Zane Perry. Zane Perry's had a contact warning as well. So a bit of a disrupted first lap for a couple of the drivers. Rackham leads with Louis Marshall not too far behind, but that's changed by the looks of things. I think Louis Marshall's taken the race lead. Yes, Louis has in the number 42. So Marshall, Rackham, Waddle, Everett, Kometa. Good start for Kartik Kometa for the Vantage team. Jensen Hookie 6th. Ryan Rapini 7th. It's all going to change as Hookie gets down the inside of Everett, so has already got past Kometa on this lap. Jensen Hookie up to P4. Oh dear, problems out of Wilkins. The 148 of Esme Rosie is involved again. Zane Perry is out. Rough race for Zane Perry. Going to go no further, and a fear for Zane. That's going to be B final. Even if Zane gets a really good result in the first heat, in the second round of heats, I think that's going to be too much to pull back through. The number 56 is also out of this race. That'll be Austin Moth as Jensen Hookie looks down the inside, gets through and past Chloe Waddle for third place. How is Williams getting on in this one? Stanley Williams up to P14. This is the race where Stanley starts towards the back of the field. That'll be the opposite way round for the second round of heats. It'll be Hookie's turn to go from the lower reaches of the field. So he's got to make this opportunity pay, and he's doing so. Down the inside of Tyler Rackham, through into second place. It's that stage of the season where if you can start to get a bit of form together, get a bit of momentum, could carry you towards a successful championship challenge. Not leaving it too late in the season once we get into the autumn. There's a little look from Kartik Kometa. Gets through past Chloe Waddle. That'll be for fourth place. Daniel Wisnauskas looking pretty racy there in the number 27. Currently running in 7th place. So with 6 minutes of this race to go, it's Marshall from Hookie from Rackham, Kometa, Waddle, Rapini, Wisnauskas, Lord, Dimbleby and Vary in the top 10. Problems outside the commentary box window, just to note. Sadly, Ethan Guest has had an issue and is going to fall down from 14th place. Had just lost 13th to Stanley Williams. Ethan had a really good run last time. Maybe another driver struggling to make it through to the final and the first time of asking. A good move there from Wisnauskas. Said that Daniel was looking good and is through into that 4th place now. So Wisnauskas really getting on with things in this race. Apologies, 6th place for Wisnauskas. Here are your two leaders, Louis Marshall and Jensen Hookie. This is a step forward for Louis. Had a good round last time out. Finished in the top 5 of the club championship scorers. Jensen Hookey, already 2 wins so far this season. And Hookey, down the inside, takes the lead of this race. Wants to get maximum points from this one ahead of the second round. Take the pressure off a bit. And is doing exactly that. Oh, that was a bit too close for my liking. Tyler Rackham and Kartik Kometa. Thankfully, they get away with that one. Checking down the order. Stanley Williams now up into the top 10. That is a very good bit of progress from Williams, considering Williams had to start 28th for this one with the draw. Jensen Powers is up 10 positions to 13th, and Liam Dooling having a nice run as well to note, just off our screens, but not unnoticed here in the box, up 10 positions from 24th to P10. In fact, to tell you what, spot on pick up there from our camera operatives, because there they are on your screen. Powers and Dooling gaining more positions, knocking on the door of the top 10 now. Dooling in the 73. Powers in the 16. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. There is a move down the inside from one of the Guy Cunnington Racing pilots here today. I think that was, yes, it was Jack Dimbleby. Jack Dimbleby in the number 64 is now up into the top 10. Under investigation, the number 27 of Daniel Wisnauskas. So something's occurred with Daniel that has caught the attention of the race officials. We'll keep you up to date with any news as and when we receive it. Jensen Powers looking to gain some more positions. Liam Dooling losing some of the positions that he'd gained now. Ethan Hunt just ahead for the KGR team. Ethan, where did Ethan start? Ethan started a long way back. Yeah, P29, so that's some good work from Ethan Hunt, now up into 14th position. Good that these heats have a bit more time on them than other places. Allows these drivers in the second half of the field to race through and not be too desperate in the early stages of the race. Let the race come to them. There is Hunt on the move again. Bit of an assist from Liam Dooling. Unfortunately, though, I think Liam Dooling's going to lose out here. He's on the outside and may lose to that train of karts that were looking down the inside. He's recovered that very well, in fact. There's Liam. Not dropping out of the top 15. If you get 2 top 15s, I think you'll be looking good for getting through to the A final. If not right at the front of the B final. It's still that opportunity to race through from the secondary final into the big race of the day for the junior Rotax drivers. Down the Hanger Straight once again. There's this battle. As the 101 goes down the inside. That's Zach Turner. Oh no, not a good moment for Tyler Rackham. Rackham just caught one of his rivals there with the rear left, and it spat him out of the pack, down the order, and now into 24th place. Down into that run of drivers who've had problems in this one. Zach Turner, another driver that we need to keep an eye on today. Very experienced. He's been running in a multitude of national championships so far this season. Here is your scrap for 5th place. Kometa involved. In fact, no, 4th place. Kometa has taken 4th place away from Benjamin Lawn before our cameras joined this set of drivers. Stanley Williams is the 3rd of the drivers, so Stanley looking for a big result here, up 22 places so far in this race. That's not good news for Jensen Hookey. Whilst Hookey is leading this race, he's effectively trying to mark the results of Stanley Williams in terms of the championship battle at this stage of the year. Means that Jensen Hookey is going to need a similar kind of run up the order in the second round of heats to match what Williams is doing through this one. Assuming, of course, that Stanley Williams gets a good result in heat number 2, or the second round of heats, which is never guaranteed. But you would think on the balance of form that Stanley would be able to do that. Here he's going again for another move down the inside of Benjamin Lawton to take 5th place, and does so. Nice, clean overtaking. That's what we want to see in Junior Rotax. We've seen a lot of that in Junior Rotax so far this year. Been very impressed on the whole with the top runners and their standard of driving so far this year. Let's hope that continues through the second half of the calendar year. Time is up, but not quite on the final lap yet. Hooky leading from Marshall. Ryan Rapini's driven well in this race. He's running in third. Kartik Kameta is going to have a hands full with Stanley Williams, I think, in the latter stages of this race. Here is Kartik. Kartik trying to hold on ahead of Stanley Williams. Stanley might try and do a little bit of a switch back here, but no, good speed for Kameta off of Cafe Corner. Williams looking down the inside. That's spot on from Kameta. Didn't defend too hard on that occasion. Needs to defend again, though, towards the Bruno chicane. Williams is not going to disappear. Needs to control the run off of Hanger Corner, make sure there's no route underneath, and that is not quite the case. Hooky comes across the line. Hooky takes the second heat of the day. Louis Marshall P2, Ryan Rapini looking quick at the end of that one, P3. Stanley Williams does take fourth away from Kartik Kameta through the last couple of corners. Kameta also loses fifth place to Benjamin Lawn, so Lawn up into the top five. As, oh no, I think there might be a problem for Kameta in terms of front fairing. I can see a little bit of a wobble. Hopefully I'm wrong. I've been wrong many times before when it comes to front fairings, but yeah, Kartik Kameta might be getting a +5 with that one. Daniel Wisnowski's P7, Charlie Berry P8, Jack Timbleby and Jensen Powers all in the top 10. Ethan Hunt, Chloe Waddle, Zach Turner, Jackson Lane, Miles Burton all in the top 15. Archie Thurman Evans, Layla Bell, Keane Hundle, Liam Dooling and Ethan Guest in the top 20. Good recovery there from Guest, who had problems earlier on in the race. Fenton Roderick P21 ahead of Aidan Young, Tyler Rackham, Esme Rosie, and the first of the novices, Adam Asgar, for the Pro Train team, up to P25. Harvey Everett, Ami Gualtieri in P27, Ava Crawford P28, Austin Moth and Zane Perry did not see the end of the race. That's the results, provisional results from heat number 2. That's all of the Junior Rotax drivers through once, and we'll see them again later on in the day before the lunch break. 12:24 and 12:38 for the next two Junior Rotax heats. If you want to know specifically where your driver is on the grid and when they're racing, have a look at the Alpha Race Hub, as it is now, for all the details of the grids over there on the website. Right, we'll take a little short pause, because next out on circuit we stick with the Rotax categories. First heat of the day for Senior Rotax. Here we go then for the first heat today in Senior Rotax. Charlie F-Grave and Joseph Orton will start on the front row of the grid for this first heat. Alfie Davies and Arthur Thacker on row number 2. Ethan Griffiths and Tobian Alvarez start on row 3. Rusty Costello and Freddie Snelling on row 4. Daniel Gurney and Marissa Teague have been in good form so far this season. They start on row number 5. Harry Laffer and Tom Taylor will go from row number 6. Bertie Wellesley and Abby Sanders, middle of the grid for this one, start on row 7. Drew Preisner and Tom Nottingham on row 8. Oliver Bamford Senior and Joshua Smith go from row 9. Ralphie Greenway and Jamie Kirkbride start on 10. It's Daniel Cahiov and Parsa Tarmasvand on row 11. Adam White and Daryl Henderson start on row 12. Noosh Safa-Levis has been in very good form so far this year in club meetings. Starts this one from row 13 along the number 9 seed from the British Kart Championships last year. Jack West will be want to keep an eye on in this one. Into your novices in the seniors. Jensen People, Dylan Tutton, they're both on row 14. Matt Fryer and Holly Garrett on row 15. Alex Vasia completes the 31 strong field for Senior Rotax here today. A very, very busy order of events for the seniors, and again, similar to the juniors, there is a threat of a cut-off. Not all drivers will make it initially through to the A final. There will be a B final, and then not all of the drivers will make it out of that B final. So a nice solid first race is the order of things for everybody in this race. Whilst we've got a little bit of a pause, I think a couple of the karts from the previous race are just being moved off of the circuit, which is okay. Let's take you through the championship standings at this stage of the season. It's been a very close of a run of races so far this year in Senior Rotax. Ethan Martin is your current championship leader. Has had 2 wins and 2 places so far this year. So in terms of the best 2 scores, that's a perfect 1-1-2. But those second places could be quite useful later in the year as well. Once all the dropped scores shake themselves out. 4 points is the advantage for Ethan Martin at the moment over William Webb. William has scored in 3 of the finals so far this year, of the 4 that have taken place, and took the win back in March for round number 3, and then had a second place to Martin in April. It's 4 points the difference between a win and a final and the second place. Noosh Safalevas, as mentioned, has been very strong so far this year at a variety of different club races across this part of the world. Noosh is currently 3rd, virtue of a second place last month here at Shenington and a 4th the month before. Bertie Wellesley in 4th place on 99 points. Best result so far this season for Bertie was the 3rd place back at the first final of the year in February. Has had a bit of a tough time the last couple of rounds though, so Bertie will be looking to get back on form with this one here today. And it's a 3-point advantage for Wellesley at the moment over Daniel Gurney. Daniel back in action again this month. 2 scores so far in finals this season for Dan Gurney. 5th and a 6th put Gurney in 5th place. Harvey Quick, Charles Sutton, Tom Nottingham all next up. Tied for 6th place at the moment on 94 points with a variety of different results making that occur. Freddie Snelling is 9th, equal 9th in fact, with Max Chown on 92 points. Do remember it is the full club members who score the championship points. So if you're looking at the details on the Alpha Race Hub and wondering, why are different positions given the same number of points across the rounds, it'll be because someone's slightly further up the order. You know, for example, Harvey Quick, with one of his counting scores from earlier in the season, there'll have been a non-point scoring driver a little bit further up the order. The points get shuffled down virtue to and given to the full club members when, say, a national driver turns up who's not a full timer here at Shenington, and they come for a bit of a practice race or something like that, so they don't take points off people who are here consistently across the year. Keep your comments coming in. We'll have a little bit of a pause whilst we're waiting for the track to go back to full green. Hello to AFF Motorsport, 6:50 p.m. Watching in Bathurst, Australia. Of course, hello to George Fountain, who was cheering on Jack Bowie a few races ago. Unfortunately, Jack had a bit of a tough time, but we'll see Jack back out for another race later on today. Hello to Roman Vickery. Yeah, race control officials are on top of everything here today. And hello to Susan Durnford as well, who will be cheering on James Ogden in the Formula Libras with the intense power. Formula Libra is very popular on the social medias in the last month. The lasso, or the lasso. I know, I'm from Yorkshire. We don't do many lassoing of things in Yorkshire. That's how we say it. I'm not going to change it, Americans. Yeah, we'll see the Formula Libras out later on today. Hello to Finn, who's cheering on Rossi Costello. Rossi's out in this next race, so that'll be good to see. The number 95 running well. And hello to Scott McDowell as well, who's been cheering on Zach Waddle so far here today. If you're enjoying the broadcast, do hit that thumbs up button on YouTube and share the broadcast out with your
family and friends. How many people have hit the like button so far today? Let's just give the screen a bit of a refresh to give us the up-to-date number, at which point I'll then give you the challenge of where I want that number to be by the end of this next race. The number is 19. Let's get it to 25. By the end of this next race. Should be doable. There's 153 of you watching at this this present moment. So if you're just joining us, we're just having a little pause whilst we get everything ready for the next race. Senior Rotax, Senior Max, heat number 1. First 3 heats for them today. Local time at the moment, 10:37. And yeah, we'll be looking to rattle through these races pretty quickly. Plenty of racing coming up across the course of June here on Alpha Live. Very, very busy month for the team. And if you're enjoying the comms as well, at Andrew Mather Commentary, at _MM as well. We've got some more DDMM commentary next weekend on the Slipstream covered club meeting at Wilton Mill. And just a reminder as well, this isn't a Slipstream event for Shenington, so all of the races, including those finals, free to view. But if you do want to keep supporting British karting, particularly grassroots karting, and be able to bring more and more and more club racing, I do recommend checking out a Slipstream membership. The monthly fee that gets you all of the Slipstream events on top of the Alpha Live events, whether it be here at Shenington, some of the national championships as well. You get more karting, and that's a great thing for you. I want to say it's $12.99 a month. Just don't do it on an Apple device, because Apple do a Apple tax, because Apple do things like that. So yeah, that all goes to supporting and bringing more broadcasting of grassroots karting at a variety of venues across the UK. And it's been good to be involved in that. And you also get the Bump Draft podcast, which now can only be viewed within the Slipstream membership system, which is probably a good thing, because it's got this mug on it, and even worse, it's got Henry Baudet's face on it as well. Nobody wants to see that. Anyway, I think there's just a little announcement going out over the paddock PA. Whilst we wait for the next race. Quick reminder as well for anyone who's enjoying the action so much and they've forgotten to do so. Remember to hydrate here today. What is the temperature at the moment on the little screen by the side of us? That's reading a number I don't believe. It's definitely warmer. Apparently indoor in the commentary box it's 37.8 degrees. That I can believe. But such is life. Big thanks to all of the marshals as well. They are exposed to the elements most of the time in the UK. We talk about how they're exposed to the elements in a precipitation sense. Today they are exposed to the elements in a UV and heat sense. So big thanks to them. And not just making sure everybody out on circuit is safe, but making sure they themselves are fed and watered, and all the rest of that. Keep your comments coming in. See some support for the TTR boys from Racing Master. Thank you, Norfolk Tech. Norfolk saying the podcasts are brilliant. It's been good fun to put together. We've got some more planned across the course of the season. New features, new segments. I think Baudet's show and tell is going to become more of a thing as the season goes on. So that's going to be. I say that at first I was a little bit sceptical when he pulled that aero suit out, and then seeing it on a person was like, actually, yeah, no, that does make a lot of sense for the senior drivers. So more from Baudet on his travels, and for myself as well. if anyone gives me any gear to fit into the travel case as we go to and from events. Out to Germany next week for the next round of the Miami Euro Series. So just under a short pause here at the moment at Shenington. You're not missing anything at the moment for round 6 of the Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships, the Heatwave Cup. There are some further clouds rolling in at the moment, though. They are a little bit grey. No rain was expected today, but again, the weather can be a little bit unpredictable in this part of the world. Temperature out on circuit probably in the mid-20s for air temperature right now. Track temperatures even higher than that. Engines are fired though, which is good news. That means we are ready to go for Senior Rotax and their first heat of the day. First of 3, everybody races in 2 and then sits 1 out. F-Grave and Orton, to remind you, on the front row. Davies and Thacker on row 2, Griffiths and Alvarez on row 3, Costello and Stelling on row 4, Gurney and Teague on row 5, Laffer and Taylor on row 6, Wellesley and Sanders on 7, Preisner and Nottingham 8, Bamford Senior and Smith on row 9, Greenway and Kirkbride on 10, Daniel Cahill and Thomas Vand on row 11, White and Henderson on 12, Safford Levers and West on a heavyweight row 13 there, People and Tutton row 14, Fryer and Garrett row 15, and Alex Vacia completing the 31 strong field for Senior Rotax. Slow run out of Wilkins and towards the line. The revs will build. We'll look towards those lights to see if we are good to go for 9 minutes. Yes, we are. Lights out. We are racing once again here at Shenington. Quite a fast start, as out straight away is one of the Maxim runners. That is not good news for the number 13 there, stranded, and that could be B final for Adam White. Even with a strong run in the second heat, that's going to be hard to recover from. In the air cart at the front of the order, though, it is Charlie F. Grave. Good start from the front row of the grid. Contact warning in the early stages for the number 15 of Tom Nottingham. Tom Taylor there, and the number 77 having a tough moment. As here goes Joseph Horton down the inside to take the race lead in his number 64 machine for the Nitrous competition squad. Good move. Taylor fighting back in that distinctive livery. He's run for his own team for a good number of years. Well, look to get up into the top 10. Oh, now, what was happening there in the background? Number of karts involved. One of the KX machines and another one of the Evolution. And that was Noosh Safa-Levers. Noosh Safa-Levers, the number 43 Evolution Racing kart, has had a major problem there and is out of contention. That's the first surprise of the day in this category. Mechanical flag as well for the number 12 of Josh Smith. Thacker's having a moment in the Guy Cunnington Racing entry, wheel to wheel with Daniel Gurney, the number 98. Now, where is the number 12 of Joshua Smith gone? He's not come through. He's come through at the back in 29th place. And oh yeah, it's the rear bumper that's loose on the left corner, and Smith is in the pits, out of this race. That is a real shame, as Charlie F. Grave tries to find a way through past Joseph Orton. Orton's having none of it. Ethan Griffiths now involved in the number 91, not too far behind Alfie Davies and Tobian Alvarez, completing the top 5 at the moment. Alvarez, the fastest driver on circuit, at a 42.599, so this one is heating up nicely. Alvarez is bringing the likes of Rossi Costello with him and Daniel Gurney. Gurney up to P7. Joseph Orton so far this year hasn't featured too much towards the front of the order in the finals. This is a great opportunity for him.
F-Grave, though, is giving him a real test here. This could open the door for Ethan Griffiths to step through. Griffiths on the move and into the race lead. Good assist there from Charlie F-Grave. And Alfie Davies coming through. That is really good racing from Ethan Griffiths. He just held back a little bit on corner entry to allow that gap to open up as Orton and Davies got involved with one another, shall we say. Drew Preisner's under investigation for something that's happened out there and has had the warning flag. So a warning for Drew Preisner. Where is Preisner at the moment? Oh, Preisner's at the back of this group, in fact. He's just there in the number 19. Oh, was off the road and over the grass goes Alfie Davies. Davies is going to lose all of those positions that he's gained so far in this race. Alvarez is now up to P2. Or Wire, yes, still is up to P2 there in the number 68. F-Grave's coming back into this one. There's another kart running around with a loose rear bumper, and I think it might be Jack West. So Jack West further down the order has been making good progress, but unless my eyes were deceiving me, kart in the middle of the field is running with the bracket for the rear bumper, not doing its primary function anymore. Good hustling there from Arthur Thacker. Thacker back involved. No, maybe it's not the number 9 then. There definitely was one kart running around with a rear bumper. Oh, well, now it's not even attached to the kart anymore. Was it the number 74, possibly, of Dylan Tutton? No, apologies, it's the 81. Get your eyes plugged in, rather. Oliver Bamford Senior is the driver out of the race. It's the blue and white of the air kart that made me think it was Jack West, because it's a similar livery to what Jack normally runs in. I just didn't see the 1 and thought the 8 was a 9. 4 minutes of this race to go. Drew Preisner through. There is Jack West, also in a completely different livery today to what he normally is. But not having a good one here. He's normally racing for MLC Motorsport, but those are not the MLC Motorsport colours today. Jamie Kirkbride has had a contact warning, number 42. Currently running in 17th place. So 3.5 minutes of this race to go. Griffiths nicely leading, 1.7 seconds clear of Tobias Alvarez, then Charlie F-Grave, Alfie Davies, Rossi Costello, Drew Preisner, and Jack West. Jack West up 19 places so far in this race. Freddie Snelling, Joseph Orton, Dan Gurney in the top 10 right now. Marissa Teague in 11th, ahead of Arthur Thacker, Tom Nottingham, Bertie Wellesley and Abby Sanders, all in the top 15, all scoring good points at this stage of the day to help them towards their quests of making it directly into the A final. There's Tom Taylor having a look. How's Tom getting on at the moment? Bit of a difficult race for him, down in P21 at the moment for the Welshman. 2 minutes and 40 to go. There is Jack West in the number 9 machine. Has got past Drew Preisner on this lap, so West now up to P6. This is a nice run for Jack West. This will do for him at the moment. Doesn't need to win this race. Will have the advantage later on in the day, starting a little bit further up the order. But with this kind of result, he's putting himself well in contention here today. A couple of the Guy Cunnington Racing teammates going wheel to wheel with one another. 2 minutes of this final remaining then. Griffiths leading, but the lead being trimmed. It's down to 1.4 seconds now. So they come over the line once again to start another lap. This is the battle on your screens, all around 16th, 17th position. Good scrap going on. Slightly up the road for them for the top 15. Here it is. So you've got the likes of Tom Nottingham in here and Arthur Thacker, and that's a good move from Bertie Wellesley down the inside. Bertie Wellesley, who we've mentioned, needs to get a bit of momentum going get this club championship season back on track, and that's the way to do it. If you're Bertie Wellesley down the inside and taking what should be 13th place with that. Thacker, whoa, that's bold, bit too bold. Lost control under braking, and Parter Tamasvan read that beautifully to gain 2 places for the price of 1. Abby Sanders not too happy with Thacker's attempts to overtake there. Sanders lost out in that, tapping the helmet to make her thoughts on that one pretty clear. 40 seconds of this race to go then. Here is the fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th places. As West once again on the attack, this time gets past Alfie Davies and up into 3rd place. Davies may lose out more places here. Oh, that was very close. That was nearly a big problem for Charlie Fgrave. The rear axle just hopped there. It was the tiniest little touch of tyre rim, wheel rim to wheel rim. Thankfully, it was just the slightest of touches. Davis back down the inside, retakes that position, retakes 4th place. I've already seen a few drivers have problems through the first turn by having touches with other drivers, as there is a look. It was unlucky there for Rossi Costello. Rossi was really good on the brakes, but because he was so good on the brakes, he had to drift out to the left-hand side, and that allowed Drew Preisner a route down the inside to gain a position, and then another one. That's a good bit of overtaking from Drew Preisner. Good bit of progress past Charlie Fgrave. Davis fighting here for 4th place. We're on the final lap now. Ethan Griffiths just pacing himself home in this one. Not seen Griffiths since the earlier part of the season. And he's making his intentions pretty clear with this first heat of the day. Ethan Griffiths takes the win. Tobian Alvarez P2, Jack West P3 in the first heat for the seniors. Alvarez has actually gone around again. He was meant to come into the pits then, but gone for another tour of the circuit. 4th place for Alfie Davis. Drew Preisner in 5th place. Charlie Fgrave, Rossi Costello, Freddie Snelling, Daniel Gurney and Joseph Alton for the nitrous competition team. That's what the word was in my head. P10, Marissa Teague, Tom Nottingham, Parter Tamasvan, Darrell Henderson and Bertie Wellesley in the top 15. Good drive there from Darrell. Where did Darrell start? P24, gained 10 places in that one. Abby Sanders, Arthur Thacker, Jamie Kirkbride, Daniel Kihiov and Tom Taylor inside the top 20. Harry Laffer and Ralph Greenway ahead of the novices. Alex Facier, the first of the novices, 23rd. Jensen People and Holly Garrett in the top 25. Dylan Tutton and Matt Fryer complete the 27 finishers in that one. 3 retirements. Oliver Bamford Senior, broken rear bumper. Joshua Smith, not quite sure what happened to Joshua in that race, but I think that was on the in the early stages of the clash with Noosh Safa-Levers. We saw Noosh come into the pits, so quite 3 big drivers there to not make the finish. They will have a job on their hands when we get to the second round of heats later on. The second heat for seniors is at 11:56. The third one is then 1:20, the last race before the lunch break. So do check out the grids online if you're following a particular driver to know which one of those heats that they're going to be running in. We'll see them again later on. Let's move on though, because the cadets are out next. Two races for the price of one, which is free here today. Honda Cadets and Miami Water Swift Restricted out next. Here are your Hondas, Cian Doherty and Finn Hollis on the front row. Phoebe Shelton and Ben Bowers on row 2. Bowers current championship leader. Louis Dawson and Ollie Knox row 3. Finley Thursfield and Fraser Messer on row 4. Nico Reslovsky on row 5 with Bonnie Shilcock, the first of the novices. Senna Kosrapana and Oscar Watson go from row number 6, and then last of the Hondas is Oliver Godfrey into the Miami Cadets. Harry Murphy will be on pole. Louis Wilson and Logan Hodgetts have had strong seasons so far. They're up next. Jennifer Banks and Archie Ashworth will be inside the top 5 for the start of this one for the Iamis. Freddie Pennell, Henry Hales and Max St. Hilaire complete those not on novice plates. Here are your novices in Iami. Helmsley Schultz, Arlo Poulter Goody, Harley Bebb, Kimberly Banks, Tommy Walton and Charlie Kitchen. So 27 cadets with us here today, which is great to see. Here are your top 5s in the championships, starting with the Hondas. Bowers, 112, 2 final wins so far this year, 4-point lead over Kian Doherty. Nico Veslovsky in 3rd, Phoebe Shelton 4th, and then Ollie Knox 5th. In the Iami cadet class, it's Hales on 112, Hodgetts and Wilson both on 108, Murphy 100, and Max St. Hilaire 5th at the moment on 98. This will be 2 races at the same time, so we'll try and keep our best eyes on this one. We're going to have a little bit more time before we go racing. No, that is a false start. We'll go round again. And that hopefully gives us a little bit of time just to check in with some of your comments. Another note from Norfolk. Great to see updates happening at these older kart circuits, clubs putting the money back into sport. Yes, there's been some really, really key improvements here at Shenington in the past 6 months. I think the big one for me is still all the Pixelcom digital flag display boards. I want to say that was helped with the Motorsport UK, one of the funds the clubs are able to apply to help them improve the facilities. But great work there by the club officials to continue to improve this circuit. Are we racing? Yes, I think we are. We are underway for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Honda's underway. Oh dear, a few moments through the first couple of corners. And the number 74 of Finn Hollis has not exited the first couple of corners. The Iamis will get going in a moment as well. Here they are. And away they get going for their race. Hopefully a good, clean start for the Iamis. Looking out the window, yes it is. Good to see. But sadly for Finn Hollis, Finn is moving around in the kart okay. But I don't think he's going to be getting back into this one in a hurry. That is unfortunate to say the least. We have gone slow procedure to deal with this. So we'll have a leisurely count through them at the end of the first lap. This will allow the Iamis to catch up to the Hondas. Thankfully, they'll all be on the same lap. We sometimes can get a commentator's nightmare when it's 2 classes running out at once and a slow procedure comes out, depending on where the slow procedure catches or which bit of the field it catches. This will be nice and straightforward for us. Doherty is your leader at the moment in Hondas. Phoebe Shelton P2. Phoebe had a good run on her first appearance at a British Kart Championships level last week up at Lark Hall. So Shelton P2, Ben Bowers 3rd, Ollie Knox 4th, Finley Thursfield 5th. Oscar Watson is the lead novice at the moment in the Hondas. The Iamis didn't get much opportunity to race because the slow procedure came out not long after they'd got through the first couple of corners. But it's Logan Hodgetts currently leading in the Iami Water Swift restricted category in the number 74 from Louis Wilson, Harry Murphy, Max St. Hilaire and Jennifer Banks. And Arlo Poulter Goody is the lead novice as we're going back to green. 6 3/4 minutes to go. And we're going back to racing then for our cadets. Kian Doherty will lead them into the first couple of corners. And then it's the 2 Team 17 runners in the purple and blue. Shelton and Bowers. Bowers has lost out though to Ollie Knox. Knox through and into 3rd place. The Iamis have actually just held themselves back a bit. That's quite sensible from Logan Hodgetts. So we effectively have the original plan of the split grid, the 2 classes running on opposite sides of the circuit, just with a shorter race time. change at the front of the order. Phoebe Shelton is through and into the lead of the race ahead of Cian Doherty. Doherty looking to the outside, not quite able to draw back into the lead at this stage. So Shelton leads from Doherty, Knox, Bowers. Joining the back of this group is Thinley Fursfield as well. Here are your Iamis coming over the line. It's a good lead for Logan Hodgetts at the end of the first full and complete lap for the Iamis under green flag. There's Henry Hales in the number 57, current championship leader, and has had a very good season so far. Very accomplished at the Bambino level, moving up into the cadets now, and that's a nice move from Henry. Down the inside, takes third place. Louis Wilson just ahead. Was running as a privateer effort. Oh dear, as a spin for one of the Iamis, I think it was. Didn't quite catch which number though, apologies. Caught out one of the novices in all of that. Change for second place in Iami. Through has gone Henry Hales past Louis Wilson. Now, I feared it was Jennifer Banks. Yeah, Jennifer's falling down the order in the number 71. So it would appear that Jennifer Banks was your spinner out of the Bruno chicane. And I think it was Arlo Poulter-Goody, the novice, who was just in the wrong place at the wrong time there. I think that Arlo really could have done about that. Here are your Hondas. Ollie Knox has taken the lead in Hondas. But it's still close, isn't it? And this is what we love about Honda Cadet Racing. Particularly on a day like today. As, oh dear, little problem there for Charlie Kitchen. Well, that's a shame. Charlie was running first with the novices in Miami Water Swift Restricted. But that's what novice races are all about. Learning, growing as a driver. And knowing that there'll be even better days to come. Here are your Hondas down into Stratford. Knox from Shelton, from Bowers, from Thursfield, from Doherty. Racing well, these five. And trying to stay away from Senna Khosrapana. Khosrapana, top novice at the moment in Hondas, and up to P6. Looking really good here. Towards, as Knox makes a little mistake, and that allows Phoebe Shelton back through, and Ben Bowers. Now, this could be a problem for the rest, because the two teammates have now got first and second places. Will they work together? The answer, no. Ben Bowers is going to attack Phoebe Shelton. Phoebe deals with that really, really well, and tries to communicate to Ben Bowers, say, no, let's work together at this stage of the race. Bowes is going to go down the inside. This could be tough for Phoebe because there's other karts there. Knox is going to go through into second place. But as long as you stay part of the pack, it's all okay. If you drop out of it, then it can be a really tough race, as that might be the problem now for Cian Doherty and for Thinley Thursfield, who are just battling there over fourth place. Look how much time they've lost. This could now be Bowers and Knox's race to lose. If they can break away, reduce the numbers game. You've also got the Iami field starting to close in on the Hondas. So there may be a bit of overtaking for your new leader in Iami, Henry Hales, to do over the next few laps. Down towards Stratford once again. Bowers, Knox, Shelton. Holding a little bit further back, you'll see Henry Hales appear in the background. And Henry Hales is going to draw alongside and pass one of the novices in Honda. That is going to be Khosrapana, I think. Down towards Wilkins once again. Nice and steady at the moment for the Hondas. No, apologies, it wasn't Khosrapana. Khosrapana's there in number 12. Ahead of the... in fact, that's the position there for Senna. Senna through into fifth place. That's really nice to see. So Hales and Hodgetts were passing Oscar Watson of the novices in Honda. Those two still leading within the Iami field. Here's a move. Ollie Knox down the inside, takes the race lead. Away from Ben Bowers. Phoebe Shelton looks to draw alongside. and return to second place. Not quite on this occasion. Cian Doherty's done really well on his own, pretty much, to pull back into this pack. That's very impressive. Not easily done. Khosrapana still there as well. This is a very impressive run from Senna Khosrapana on the novice plates. Deft control there on the brakes into Wilkins. I always think back to many years ago, Honda Cadet races, and seeing a novice plate up there. I always like to trip this one out. And Rocco Shenton, now up in the Junior X30 categories, of course. I remember him doing this in his novice plate days in a Honda Cadet race at club level. This is a bit of an announcement of Senna Khosrapana on the scene. 13 seconds to go, so I think they'll expire the time on this tour of the circuit. A couple of 3-second penalties coming in. One of them for Fraser Messer, the other for Jennifer Banks. A bit further down the order, those two drivers. Time is up. Last lap ball is going to be out. And the case for both categories. Don't know who's going to win yet. Knox has got the attentions of Bowers and Shelton not too far behind. In Miami, Henry Hales and Logan Hodgetts, not too much time between them at all. They are working their way through the Honda traffic. And in fact, they're just going to catch the back of the Hondas here. So this could get a little bit complicated for Henry Hales, but he has experience of dealing with this situation. There is a change for the lead in the Hondas as well. Ben Bowers has gone through past Ollie Knox. That was through Stratford Corner. Here comes Henry Hales as well with the bright orange nose cone on the number 57. Bowers checks over the shoulder. I think Bowers has got a good run here. Isn't going to be challenged into, I say that, Knox is very late on the brakes. Oh, and there's a spin there for Khosrapana. Khosrapana goes round, loses a number of positions. Over the line though, both of your class winners. Knox in Honda Cadet. Bowers in Honda Cadet. Knox finishes P2 in Honda Cadet, and then Henry Hales, third overall, takes the win in Miami Water Swift Restricted. Louis Dawson, really strong finish there for Louis Dawson. Fourth overall, third in Hondas. Phoebe Shelton and Cian Doherty complete the top 5 in the Hondas. Nico Weslowski was up next. Next to the Miamis was 8th overall, so Logan Hodgetts second in Miami Water Swift Restricted. Max St. Hilaire, good drive there from Max. Max is another driver who is getting stronger and stronger and stronger through the year. And third place in class in that one for Max, 9th overall. Senna Khosrapana, that was a great drive. Still was your top novice in all of the two categories there. So good stuff for the driver of the number 12, racing for the JS Racing. That's the James Small Racing Academy. Oscar Watson in 11th overall was the second of the Honda novices. Fraser Messer 12th in Hondas. Charlie Kitchen, Louis Wilson and Freddie Pennell in the top 15. Louis Wilson 4th in Miami. Freddie Pennell 5th in Miami. Harley Bebb, the first of the Miami novices, home in 16th place overall. More from the cadets later on in the day. Let's move on though. Formula Libra is out next. Let's take you through the grid then for Formula Libra. Heat number 1, Lewis Paynton starts on pole position. Ashley White alongside on the front row. Ollie Venn and Oliver Bourne go from 2. Pierce Armstrong and James Ogden start on row number 3. Next up, Ewan Davis and Marcus Smith on row 4. Harper Baines and Richard Mallinson complete the top 10 for the start of this race. Matt Venn and Tom Pugh go from row 6. Archie White, Edward Bellamy, they're next up on 7. Andrew Silvers and Liv Jakins on row 8. Paul Belton and Ben Stanford on 9. Dean Hale is ready to go from the back of the grid. The last of those not on novice place. Joseph Emmett, the first of them on the black backgrounds there. 20th on the grid. Luca Atwell and Luke Smith join the fun from the 11th row of the grid. 22 in the field. Ready to go racing in Formula Libra. 9 minutes ticking on down for the first heat of the day for this category. It's a good start for Lewis Paynton. Paynton starting the day 4th in the points. 1 point behind Jamie Jakins, who does not race today. I think is still on the injury table from earlier in the year. Oh my goodness me, 4 wide into Stratford does not work. and that is not good for Ollie Venn. And Oliver Bourne, I think, as well, at number 34, got caught up in all of that. There's Dean Hale, he's on the move already. Formula One engineer, I want to say now works for Red Bull, was at Mercedes for a very long time, and will be entertaining us on the cameras, I am sure, very, very soon. Could there be another social media viral moment here today? 8 minutes to go in this race. Payton leads. Good start for Pierce Armstrong. Up 5 places. Picked his way through the melee down at Stratford. Marcus Smith is up to 3rd from 8th place on the grid. Bourne and Mallinson in the top 5. The incident involving Ollie Venn in the number 66 under investigation. That's not a surprise. And the race officials will be looking over that one, and we'll let you know if there's any more from that as and when we receive the news. There's a brave move from the number 61 of Matt Venn. That was Matt getting past Ryan Davies. And into 9th place then. Dean Hale already on the move. Dean Hale has taken the last 2 finals in this category. Hunting down towards Stratford Corner. He's got the number 93 of James Ogden ahead. Now this could be quite a good pairing to drive through the field. James Ogden's been very strong so far this season. Is 2nd in the standings at this stage of the year, 6 points behind Hale. There's Oliver Bourne, number 34, just ahead of the 71 of Marcus Smith. So that's a change of position. Bourne up to 3rd. There's Richard Mallinson in the Fernando Alonso helmet, running P5 at the moment, and not anymore. It's James Ogden's through, and Dean Hale is through as well. So Mallinson down to P7. There's your race leader, Lewis Payton. Doing a good job here is Lewis. Very experienced driver. Loves racing, very much the entrepreneur off circuit as well. Does a lot of different things to fund his racing. Here's a battle involving Matt Venn and Richard Mallinson. Oh, Mallinson a little bit too deep there, and that's going to be easy pickings for Matt Venn. Matt didn't have to do too much there. That's a shame for Richard Mallinson. Again, it's so tempting. You can brake quite late into Wilkins, but you just go over the top of the attainable grip and quickly get yourself out into a part of the circuit where, on a weekend like this, there's not much grip at all. Richard did well to not end up going off the circuit completely in all of that. Archie White closing in as well, the number 21. Liv Jenkins also on the move. This again is another category where you've got a mixed grid for those starting positions. Liv started 16th, is now running P11. 5 minutes on the timer to go then. Payton leading nicely here, 2 seconds clear of Pierce Armstrong. Pierce himself a very experienced driver. He's had 3 top 10s in finals so far this year. Best of them back in March with a P6. A good result in this heat. Followed up with another strong run in the 2nd heat. Good well set, Pierce Armstrong up for the best result of the year so far. Here goes a brave move from Oliver Bourne down the inside of Dean Hale. So Dean Hale being overtaken. That doesn't happen a lot. It did just then. And Oliver Bourne was the driver to do it. Dean Hale gets him back though. Oliver Bourne coming off of the best result so far this season in Formula Libra last time out, was 5th in the final a month ago. Good scrap going on for 4th place. I mentioned before, I do really enjoy watching these drivers race. If you're new to the category, if you're wondering what is Formula Libra, it's all X30 based engines, but they're older engines. Is the cost-effective solution here at Shenington Kart Racing Club to go racing. And many of these drivers have been competing for many, many years. Do this alongside full-time jobs, Monday to Fridays. love their racing, and they don't hold back as well, as we've seen across the course of the season so far. 3-second penalty coming in for Harple Baines. I wonder if that's something to do with the race start, perhaps. It's normally what you see a 3-second penalty for. Matt Venn getting the overtake done on Marcus Smith. Smith had a little fight back, but Venn is through. So Venn there in the kind of pink and black livery up to P6. So that 3-second penalty for Harple Baines. Where is Harple at the moment? P14. Will actually, I think he'll only lose Harple one place to Andrew Silvers. There's a bit of a gap behind Silvers to Thomas Pugh, Ashley White and others. There's Liv Jenkins. Liv's had a very good season so far. Results of 5th, 2nd, 5th and 8th in the 4 finals in 2026 that we've seen. And Liv is, I reckon, one of your, not quite biggest mover, but one of your biggest movers in this race, up from 16th place now running in 8th. That's because Dean Hale is your biggest mover right now. Ooh, now I'm seeing one of our hard-working marshals carrying a, as Liv Jenkins goes down the inside there of Marcus Smith. There was a chain guard being brought back to the paddock. However, I think we're okay because it was a Tim Wilson Motorsport one, and ooh, no, we have got a Tim Wilson Motorsport runner in this race, so hold fire on that one. There may be trouble ahead for maybe Joseph Emmett or Ashley White. I hope it was just a chain guard from a previous race. Well, no, so, oh no, it is the number 21. Archie White has had a mechanical flag. Actually, no, it's already come in. So hopefully that is the case, that it was Archie's chain guard and nothing more than that. Back with our leaders, though. We've got a battle for the race lead. Lewis Payton and James Ogden, 7/10 apart at the end of lap 9. Both of them heading down towards the Stratford hairpin now. Here they are. And James Ogden pulls to the inside, takes the race lead. Sweet move there from James Ogden, and this is good to see from James Ogden. Hasn't had everything his own way in recent races, but this is good stuff. Last time we saw James was back at round 3, where he was the round winner. Just heard somebody else pulling into Park Fermex. Luca Atwell out of this race. Now maybe it was Luca who had lost the chain guard, because that is another one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport runners. But either way, out of this race. Joseph Emmett, by the way, should note, top novice in this race, having a really good run. Up to 11th place, started 20th. And just a reminder that just because drivers are on novice place, that doesn't mean that they're going to tootle round at the back of the field. If they've got the talent, if they've got the speed, if they've got the knowledge, they will charge through. James Ogden has charged through as well. Here's the fight for 3rd place. Side by side, Liv Jenkins trying to get through on Matt Venn, a little bit further back for 6th. Pierce Armstrong still holding 3rd place there. In fact, Pierce Armstrong's still away from this group. Sorry, this is the group of 4th place, running down towards Stratford. Matt Venn just pulling to the inside there, making sure that there's no counter-attack from Liv Jenkins. I think Dean Hale will still be pretty happy with this, though. Yes, it's not going to be a race win on this occasion, but remember, Dean started at the very back of the field, so a net gain of 15 positions will do very nicely indeed ahead of the 2nd heat for Formula Libra. Last lap board is out then for James Ogden, who has a lead of nearly a second over Lewis Payton. Pierce Armstrong in 3rd, and then this battle on your screens for 4th. Dean Hale, Oliver Bourne, Matt Venn, Liv Jenkins was the order. Liv Jenkins back through into 6th place. Marcus Smith, Richard Mallison and Jan Davies completes your top 10 right now. More scraps going on between Venn and Jenkins. This is going to be a routine win for James Ogden, and it's going to whet the appetite for later on in the day. We will get an Ogden versus Hale battle in the final. On the basis of this pace, James Ogden is going to be a thorn in the side to Dean Hale here today. Takes the first heat ahead of Lewis Paynton. Lewis will be happy with that. That is a strong, strong start to the day. Looking to return to the podium for the first time since February in this championship. That'll do nicely. And he'll get to work in heat number 2 from the back of the field for that one. Pierce Armstrong third, Dean Hale fourth, Oliver Bourne inside the top 5 as well. Great scrap between Liv Jenkins and Matt Venn. In the end, went the way of Liv, who comes home in 6th place. Marcus Smith 8th, Richard Mallinson 9th, and Ryan Davies in the top 10. Joseph Emmett, great drive from the back of the field to 11th, ahead of some experienced heads, the likes of Paul Belton, Andrew Silvers, Harple Baines and Ollie Venn, all in the top 15. Luke Smith, second of the novices, P16. Ashley White, Ed Bellingham, Thomas Pugh and Ben Stafford all saw the finish. 20 finishes in total. Few retirements out there. Luca Atwell and Archie White did not see the checkered flag, sadly, on this occasion. Next time we'll see the Formula Libras for their second heat will be about 1:05, 6:01 to be exact. I do hope you can be with us for that. We're going to move on though, back to the Rotax categories. The Inter category, Minimax, is out next. Here we go then through the grid for Rotax Inter. Arthur Kaiser, Eva Jones on the front row, Charlie Gregg and Adam Bart on row 2. Lucas Gray and Sandra Kemp go from 3. It's then Eli Owen and Alfie Phillipson on row 4. Alicia Waterhouse and William Moore complete the top 10 for the start of this race. Ollie Blanford off the novice plates starts on row 6 alongside Jude Story. Roshan Bachada and Logan Stanley Jones go from row number 7. Ben Hunt and Dexter Petty start on row 8. Toby Mars and Finley Rhodes go from row number 9. Thomas Laidler and Xavier Davidson complete the top 20. Freya Lally and Jake Hansford on row 11. Charlie Heffer and Noah Hobson on row 12. And then Joshua Kenniston Wade and Jay Birmingham start on row 13. Jess Kirby, the last of those before the novices, on row 14. First of those novices, Joshua Sharple starts 28th ahead of Emrys Perring. And Mahi Maru on row number 15. Mia Gualtieri and Jamal Pumaram start on row 16. Jamal raced as part of the inaugural E10 Cadet Cup at PF a couple of weeks ago. Chloe Van Beneden and Harry Swift complete the 34 runners for this one. And yeah, so quite a few drivers in this one have either just come off novice plates or they've been off novice plates for a few months now, but they're still in those early stages of finding out how to race at this level. In terms of the championship scores, let's bring those up on the screen here in the box to give you a rundown of how we're looking at this stage of the season. Once again, taking into account the best 2 scores for each driver so far this season. Finley Rhodes' best 2 scores in 2026 have been a win and a win at the second round of the year in February and last month as well. So Finley Rhodes has a 4-point lead at the moment over Ben Hunt, a first and a third, but there was a non-championship scorer ahead of Ben Hunt at round 4. Hence, he scored the points normally attributed to second place. Jude Story is third on 99. It's actually really close at the moment to the battle for third place in the standings. Story 99, William Moore 97, Charlie Heffer 96, Noah Hobson 95, Freya Lally 93, Noah Hammond 92, Hugo Torpy 91, and Ollie Blanford on 89. I've got to say, what is quite impressive there is that Ollie Blanford's already in the top 10 in the standings, even though he's been on novice plates. So I'd keep an eye on Ollie Blanford here today. Adam Butt rejoins at the front of the order. Looking pretty good here for a start of a heat in Minimax. This should be a fun one. Into the tram lines, do the lights start to go out? Yes, they do, and we're running for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. And the early leader is going to be the number 29 of Arthur Kaiser. Everybody is through into the race then. That is good to see. gap that Case is already getting is sizable indeed. Adam Bart there for the Kato Motorsport team. The KMS livery was fighting for second place, but has been shuffled back now. It's the Coles Racing entry of, I think that's Eli Owen up to second place. The Welsh driver has had a really good start. Started 8th on the grid. That is superb progress in the early stages. Bit of jostling going on in the midfield. Charlie Gregg slightly losing out there. So Kaiser leads from Phillipson. Moore, Bart, Jones, Kemp, Blandford, Petty, Owen, Waterhouse. And as expected, it's busy out there in the Inter Rotax category. A brief sight there of Freya Lally going wheel to wheel with Jay Birmingham. Jay Birmingham's had a decent start, you know. Started 27th, he's already up into the top 20. Likewise, Joshua Kinniston Wade started 26th, up to 15th. Who else has made good progress? Ben Hunt. We'd expect Ben Hunt to make good progress. Multiple round wins so far this season in this category, and Ben Hunt is already up into the top 12, possibly even more at the end of this second lap. Kaiser still leads from Phillipson. Moore, Bart, Jones, Sandro Kemp, Dexter Perry's through past Ollie Blandford for 7th place, but Blandford fights back. And there is Ben Hunt in the number 23, sorry, not the 23, the 53. Ben with that Lando Norris design, the blue and the yellow. Here are your leaders. As Phillipson, sorry, it was Alfie Phillipson who's got up in the Coles Racing machine. The number 12. And Phillipson has now got the race lead off of Arthur Kaiser. Is Dexter Petty down the inside of Sandro Kemp. That will have been for 6th place. Everyone's still running out there, which is good to see. All 33 of them who took the race start. Here's a move from Bart down the inside of Moore. So apologies, no, that wasn't Bart. That was Logan Stanley Jones in the second of the Kato Motorsport entries, moving past Adam Bart. So nice work there from Logan Stanley. Big sends down the inside, coming in from the number 66 of Charlie Heffer. Charlie's had a good season so far. Made lots of overtakes work in the early rounds of the season, as has Thomas Laidler. Laidler's been a regular feature towards the front in this category here at Shenington. And Thomas Laidler running well inside the top 15 now. Phillipson driving away from the rest of the field though. Phillipson, another driver who's been running a national campaign so far this year within the Minimax category. And experience with the Coles Racing team is showing right now. Here's William Moore, now up to 2nd place, ahead of Arthur Kaiser. Then Jones, then Bart, then Petty, Heffer, and then Eli Owen. And then a really good scrap going on here, involving Ollie Blandford. Ollie Blandford through past Thomas Laidler, fighting with a few of the championship contenders so far this season. And this is what we mean in terms of getting a bit of form, getting a bit of momentum going at this stage of the year. If you can do that this month, we've got Super Prix next month as well, which will be a big one. And before you know it, we're into the autumn rounds. And the end of the championship is not too far away. Get your form going now and keep it going through the rest of the summer into the autumn. You could well be taking one of the big trophies at the awards ceremony at the end of the season. Normally the awards ceremony is in the first couple of weeks of January. But either way, that's what you want to be doing at this stage of the year to make sure that you're picking up one of those championship trophies for your efforts. 4 minutes of this race to go then. Phillipson looking nice and comfortable at the moment for Coles Racing. Jack Dex Racing in the hands of William Moore, currently running in 2nd place. Arthur Kaiser then 3rd. Oh dear, as problems for Xavier Davidson there. Xavier out of this race. That would look to be down at Wilkins Corner. and yellow's out. That's what I like about those digital displays. You can see them really clearly from a long way away. Contact warning for Eli Owen. 3.5 minutes of this race to go then. News on the novices. Mia Gualtieri having a good race here. Mia up to P24 is the highest of the novices, as there is a move from Heifer down the inside and points forward to Adam Bart to say we need to work together now to move up from 5th and 6th places. Still got time to do so as well, as here is the duo that's soon going to be fighting over 3rd place, Arthur Kaiser and Logan Stanley Jones. Over the line once again to complete another lap. Lap times at the moment in the mid 45s and into the 46s. Down the straight towards the hairpin once again. There's Bart and Heifer. Bart has actually got back ahead of Heifer in recent moments. That could allow the likes of Owen and Petty and Laidler back into the equation, as that's tight between Kaiser and Jones over 3rd place. They're slightly vulnerable in that they've lost the slipstream off the back of William Moore. If they do fight too hard, they could drop back into the Heifer Bart Laidler pack. Only 1.4 seconds behind these two. Just to note further down the order, good drive for Jay Birmingham, as there is the move from Jones, trying to get 3rd place off of Kaiser here. They're going to be side by side into the Bruno chicane, and through goes Logan Stanley Jones. Nice work indeed to take that position away from Arthur Kaiser. But yes, down in the order, Jay Birmingham started 27th, now 9th. Also on the move, Freya Lally. Freya Lally started 22nd, is now 12th. And further down the order as well, Joshua Kinniston Wade started 26th, has also gained 10 spots. Noah Hobson and Jess Kirby, both for Jack Dex Racing, have gained a number of positions in this race. No threat of a cut-off to a mind. You've at home in this category. Still a case of you need to make up as many positions as possible. Oh dear, someone had a spin there out of the Stratford hairpin, actually into the Stratford hairpin. We'll track through in a moment who that was. As once again, here's your fight for 5th place. Heifer, Bart and Thomas Laidler. Bart keen to get through, but Heifer holding that position well. Over the line, 2 more laps to go. 5-second penalties. Oh, now one of them's quite big. It's for the race leader. Alfie Phillipson on the screen here in the box. 5-second penalty, kart number 12. At the moment has a 3.9 second lead. Brilliant move down the inside by Thomas Laidler there. Gets both Heifer and Bart. Also with a 5-second penalty, Arthur Kaiser in the number 29. And a 3-second penalty for Charlie Gregg. Not sure what this is for. It's not to say it's wrong, it's just to say that I don't know what it's for. But we do know it's going to have an impact on this race at the moment. Number 33 down the inside there of Adam Bart has got back ahead of Charlie Heifer. Charlie Heifer just struggling maybe a little bit in the latter stages of this race. So we're on the last lap then, and we'll be getting the stopwatch out in about 40 seconds time. Alfie Phillipson has the lead on the road, and if you can find 8/10ths on this lap, we'll still win this race. At the moment though, William Moore, may not be aware of it, is on for a heat victory. Logan Stanley Jones, I think these are all start infringements, because the 3-second penalties are coming in after the 5-second penalties. Alfie Phillipson is heading through the last few corners now, will take the checkered flag, does so. What is the time difference? It's 4.6 seconds. So William Moore has won this race. William Moore wins it by just under 0.4 of a second. Logan Stanley Jones
will be across the line in third. Apologies, the live timing has just paused for a moment here. But Logan Stanley Jones has pulled into the scrutineering shed in third place. A 3-second penalty is going to be quite costly, though, for the 173. That is going to drop Logan, I reckon, down to about 7th place. On our screen, at least, then, Phillipson, Moore, Jones, Kaiser, Laidler. That's the order on the road. That is before penalties have been applied. Bart, Heffer, Birmingham, Petty, Waterhouse take us down to 10th. Blandford in 11th. Lally, 12th. Rhodes, Hunt, Kemp in the top 15. Hobson, Kirby, Story, Hansford and Gregg take us to 20th. Miles, Owen, and the first of the novices, Jamal Pomeram, in 23rd place. Gualtieri 24th. Eva Jones, Roshan Bachada both had problems in that race outside the top 20. Chloe Van Beneden, that's a good drive from Chloe for the Ami Jurga Racing team. Third of the novices, P27. Joshua Sharples, Mahi Maru and Emrys Perring take us to 30th. Oh, Jonathan Kinnerson-Wade had a problem late on as well. Was well up the order. Drops down to 31st on my screen in the box. Now that's a little bit different for you on your screens. Xavier Davidson was a retirement from that race. So that's a provisional result, folks. They'll do all the calculations in timekeeping, and we'll update you on what the final result for that one is later on in the day. They do have a second heat to come. It'll be the first race after the lunch break, so at around 2 o'clock that one will be 4 minutes past 2 in the schedule at the moment for that category. We'll stick with the same age group. We'll just switch across to the IAMI side of the fence next. IAMI Water Swift, their first heat is the next race on circuit. Here is a grid then for IAMI Water Swift. The Inter category, Harley Bradbury Stretton will start on pole position for this one. Theo Tyack alongside on the front row. Felix Booker and Travis Giddings go from row number 2. It's Cody Vertigan and William Bennett going from row number 3. Oliver Kleinfelter is on row 4. Oliver had a good drive out last time. Margaret Kovetskis joins us for this month. Starts 8th for this one. Joshua Knighton completes the 9-strong field. Championship for this one. This one may change a bit today because our championship leader Rudra Gokulnath is not here. But Rudra has won all 4 of the finals so far in the season. So actually, no, I don't think it will, because we'll go from the best 2 scores at this point of the year for after today. It'll be the best 3 scores counting in the championship table. So on the basis that Rudra has got 2 final wins in the back pocket at the moment, currently not part of his championship score, one of them will hop up into his hand today, and he'll retain the championship lead. However, this is a good opportunity for other drivers who have been here for all the other rounds to get their first win. William Bennett is currently on 104 points from the best 2 scores, second in the standings. Theo Tyack on 102. Then Booker, Felix Booker, in 4th place on 99 points, and Oliver Kleinfelter, who had a best result of the season so far last month, is 5th on 98. Having said that, though, the presence of Margaret Kovetskis could be a slight issue for those drivers looking for that first win today. Margaret is a national level driver. He's been racing very, very well so far this season on the form book. Yes, he may not know this circuit as well as the others. He has been and raced at this circuit before, I'd imagine. But he has got a lot of pace in that Team BMR entry. Starts this one from the back of the grid, though. So our 9 drivers are under starters orders then.
here we go for the first heat of the day in Miami Water Swift. Into the tram lines. We're doing it the old-fashioned way, starting this race with the Union flag, and into the race lead goes the number 30 of Theo Tyack. Racing with that Lewis Hamilton helmet. Will it inspire him to a victory like the great man had 1 week ago in Barcelona? Oh, that's a move round the outside. Was that the number 44 of Travis Giddings? Yes, it was. That was a mighty move from Travis. Had the grip round the outside, takes the race lead off of Stratford Corner. I'd love to see that one on the replay machine again. That was a really, really nice move. Good start as well for another of the runners for the Jade Racing team, the number 19 of Felix Booker. So to complete lap number 1, well, it was Giddings in the lead. Giddings has lost out now to Theo Tyack, and it's Margaret Kvetskis coming through as well. So Margaret Kvetskis already up to P2. Just covering off any kind of counter-attack from Travis Giddings. Apologies for a couple of the technical issues on your timing. The team working hard to get that back up and running as intended. Thankfully, in a way, 9-kart order means it's fairly straightforward to keep an eye on who's where. Whilst that's still getting back up to speed, Kvetskis is going to go for the lead here. Kvetskis is always one to go for a move as soon as the opportunity arises. There it is, and through into the race lead goes Margaret Kvetskis ahead of Theo Tyack. Now, this may not be a bad thing for Theo Tyack, because if Theo can stay on the rear bumper of Kvetskis, Kvetskis is now going to be doing the hard work with no toe. And William Bennett now starting to come through the field as well. William will be looking for a strongest championship score of the season so far, with no Rudra Gokul here today. First of all, though, it's got to get past Travis Giddings for third place in this first heat for Miami Water Swift. For number 95 of Cody Vertigan. Cody was very good last time out. Took a first podium of Cody's season, the third a month ago, and was constantly up at the sharp end of the field. So good to see for Cody that wasn't a one-off. 6 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go then. Margaret Kvetskis is your race leader from Theo Tyack in the number 30. Then Travis Giddings P3, William Bennett P4, Cody Vertigan completing the top 5 at the moment. Then it's the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 60 of Oliver Kleinfelter. Felix Booker next up in 7th place. Joshua Knighton and Harley Bradbury Stretton completing the running order of 9 here in Miami Water Swift, the Inter category for the Miami runners. End of another lap. Kvetskis from Tyack. Tyack not completely off the back of Kvetskis at the moment. There'll be a little distant slipstream for Theo Tyack right now. Less than 1.5 seconds behind. Yeah, it's probably, what, 8-9 tenths off the back of Kvetskis right now. Trouble for Theo Tyack, though, is if he loses that slipstream, could drop back into the hands of Giddings, Bennett, Vertigan, and Kleinfelter and Booker quite quickly. Bennett keen to get through, judging from the body language there of the number 99. But, oh, Cody Vertigan slips down the inside. Good move. Really good move there from Cody. Up to 4th place then. And Cody Vertigan's not done here. Vertigan down the inside into turn 1. That's going to get close. Could open the door for Bennett. Vertigan holds it round the outside. It'll become the inside for the next corner through Pitts Bend. That's great stuff from these drivers. As Bennett comes back in, trying to throw it round the outside. Doesn't quite work. Doesn't quite take 3rd place on this occasion. Here comes Felix Booker as well, with the white helmets, the red stripe down the middle of it. Returns to the rear of this particular group, but Vertigan has got 3rd place. That is some good racing between these Water Swifts. Bennett looking to the outside. Might have some trouble off the corner here, because Giddings is right there. Here comes Kleinfelter. Bennett a little bit annoyed by that one. I can understand why. That wasn't the best of exits for both drivers. They got a little bit locked together there, held each other up in a way. But if they can get themselves organised, they can still bring Cody Vertigan back here. Is a place, Shenington, where you can work with your competitors and just pull someone back in like a tractor beam out of Star Wars. Just pull them back in. Even if they're driving quite well. That's what they need to do now for the next minute or so, with 3.5 minutes on the clock. Down into the Wilkins complex once again. And out of it. What are the lap times looking like at the moment? So Kvetskis running on a 48.2. Vertigan a 48.5. Should note as well, Theo Tyke, I think, has got a little issue with the transponder. He is still there in second place ahead of Vertigan, Bennett, Kleinfelter and the rest, as Booker goes down the inside. Nice move there by Felix Booker. Up to P5 ahead of Kleinfelter. And will now try to get on the back of William Bennett. In fact, I don't think William Bennett's needing the help at the moment. He is reeling. Cody Vertigan back in here without the assistance of a rear guard. Warning flag for Travis Giddings. I wonder if that was for one of the moments earlier on in this race where we saw some quite close quarters action with William Bennett. Another lap complete then. 7 of them down. Kvetskis leads now by probably about 2.5 seconds over Theo Tyak. Still there in second place. But no, I don't think it's going to be less than that. I think it's maybe 1.5 seconds, judging that by the eye. Cody Vertigan in third place still, but being reeled in now by William Bennett. Last time around 48.5 for Vertigan, 48.3, and a personal best for Wales's William Bennett. Bennett on a great run of form. If it wasn't for the form of Rudra Gokul that we've seen so far in previous rounds here at Shenington in 2026, Bennett would be the championship leader. He's had 3 second places in a row heading into today. Here's a good scrap. This is Booker and Kleinfelter fighting over 5th place, and fighting for 3rd, Bennett and Vertigan. Bennett trying to go around the outside. That was well read by Cody Vertigan and left enough space there for William Bennett to make sure that they both got off of the corner. And this is for 3rd place at the moment. Scrapping is allowing Kleinfelter and Booker back into the discussion, though. That's not done yet for Kleinfelter and Booker in terms of hoping to be in the top 3. Here's a move, though, coming in from William Bennett. Nice work. Had the pace, had the confidence, had the control to get down the inside of Cody Vertigan and step back up into the top 3. Not too much time left on the clock as Vertigan's going to fight back down the inside into the Stratford hairpin. Don't think there's any realistic hope of these two making it up to Theo Tyak to take that 2nd place. But good work nonetheless. Booker also got through past Kleinfelter in the first half of this lap. As Vertigan attacks again and retakes 3rd place away from Bennett. 2 laps to go as Booker nearly gets alongside Bennett. Bennett just does enough to get ahead of his teammate and closed off that opportunity to get down the inside into turn 1. There's Theo Tyak in 2nd place. Bit of a lonely 2nd place at the moment for Theo. Bennett on the attack again, down the inside into the Stratford hairpin, and initially gets the move done, but Vertigan's strong off of the hairpin. Not strong enough, though. Has to settle for 4th place for now. If Vertigan had tried to fight that too hard, that could have ended up with Booker and others getting through. A good decision there from the driver of the number 95. Oh, and a good decision to get down the inside, lean on the brakes, lean on the front axle to get through and back into 3rd. This is a great scrap in Miami Water Swift. We're on the final lap now. Margus Kvetskis has got this race
fully in his control. The only thing that could take this win away from him is something like a front fairing penalty, and even one of those would potentially be negated if Kvetskis continues to extend the lead, and that's not me saying that he's going to have one, it's just the only way that I think he's going to lose this one with 4.7 seconds to his advantage. Great move from Bennett around the outside. Got Vertigan into the Bruno chicane. Leader is coming through the final couple of corners now, and across the line, Marcus Kvetskis, easy as you like, nice early Sunday drive to take the heat win. Theo Tajek second, and in the great battle for third, it looks like it was Vertigan across the line there. From that shot, he got it? Yes, he did. Ahead of Bennett, and in fifth place, Felix Booker. Felix looking to return to the podium today for the first time since March. Started the day well with a top 5. Kleinfelter in 6th, then 7th for Giddings, who did have a warning. Joshua Knighton comes home in 8th, and then 9th of the drivers in that one, Harley Bradbury Stretton. So there'll be more from the Miami Water Swift category for their second heat. It'll be race 18 in your race programs if you're watching around the circuit. That will be just after 2:15. And the final for these drivers will be a couple of hours after that. All of these drivers, all being well, will be in those 2 races. And we look forward to seeing them race later on today. We get on to the last race of the first rotation next. Race number 9 in the programme's heat number 1 for X30 Senior. So into the next race then. This is X30 Senior for their first race of the day. Dominic Parabok and Alvin Chu will share the front row at the start of this race. Joshua McLean and James Pashley. Pash is back on row number 2. Alfie Gallagher and Ryan Gill starts on row number 3. It's then Dan Bridgen and Josh Allen going from row number 4. Pietro Jurovic and Reese Masters, 2 regulars here. They'll start on row number 5. They're ahead of Charlie Philp and Dylan Masters on row 6. Max Cooper and Jacob Marples. Jacob is here today. He's moved up. That's what's confused me earlier on. On row number 7. Bailey Brooker and Jake Brook on row 8. George Hopcraft and Lauren Dunleavy on row 9. Valentino Alessi and James Harris complete the top 20 for the start of this race. Jack Monkhouse and Stefan Bostanjev start on row 11. Row 12, Finley Allen and Katie Ashman. Ashman goes into today as championship leader, if I'm not mistaken. John O'Donnell and Dylan Chadwick are the 2 novices in this class here today. They start on row 13. There's your 26-strong grid for X30 Senior. So yes, Katie Ashman, best 2 results so far this season, counting 112. Has had 2 top scores for those of the full championship runners for the season. I say that because, for example, last month we had Nat Johnston with us, who took the final victory, but Nat is not a club championship point scorer. We'll hear occasionally, not for the full season. So Katie got the normal points for winning a final, for finishing second on the road, the first of the regulars behind Johnston. So that's how Katie's got her 112 points on the board so far this season. Dominic Parabok is 4 points back. Dominic has had a final victory so far this year, took it at the February round, and had a 3rd place converted again into the points for second of the club championship scorers back in April. Next up is Ryan Gill. Ryan is 10 points behind Ashman, 6 points behind Parabok. Alfie Gallagher then a further point back. But it's really the 10th place for Alfie Gallagher from the first final of the year that's holding Alfie back a little bit at the moment. Alfie was the second of the club regulars to take a round so far this season. That was back in March that Alfie did that. And then in 5th place, 1 point behind Gallagher, is Jack Monkhouse. 2 50-point scores so far this season for Monkhouse. But yes, I noted earlier Jacob Marples when he was missing from the junior grid, and I was confused at the start of the day because I was like, I'm pretty sure I saw Jacob Marples on an entry list before this weekend, and I did. Jacob has moved up from the juniors into the senior category since the last time I saw Jacob race. So probably won't be a championship contender because too many rounds of the season have already passed, even with drop scores yet to come into full effect. But keep an eye on Jacob in this race. Always interesting to see how a driver transitions from being in the juniors to the seniors. The technical platform underneath isn't too different for Jacob, but it's all in the mind when you get to the seniors, particularly when you've got some very experienced hands on this grid. You know, your likes of your James Pashleys, E-plate holder from here last year, maybe thinking of going for the E-plate again this year. It is Super Prix next month, where we often see. I should have checked beforehand whether the E-plates are on offer for the Super Prix next month. So if I've spoken out of turn there, I do apologise. The last few years for the Miami categories, the E-plates has generally been up for grabs at Super Prix. Unfortunately, I can't join you for Super Prix. Someone got the bookings for that weekend before our club here did, but you will be in the capable hands of David Sullivan for next month. So David will be calling all of the action, all being well, for Super Prix weekend. Right, let's get ready then for this first heat in X30 Senior. Quite a fast run through the tram lines, and it is a good one. We are underway for this one, 9 minutes plus 1 lap in Senior X30. It's close in the midfield, as you'd expect it to be. There's a bit of trouble for two drivers. The number 26 of Jake Brook is round and shuffled to the back of the order, as is Stefan Bostangiev in the number 24. Stefan just had to take avoiding action there. Wasn't involved in the initial accident. That's not good for Jake Brook. Jake will not be happy with that. No threat of cut-off for this one. Everyone goes through to the A final, all being well. But there are positions on the grid up for grabs across these two heats. Bit of an exchange going on there with Piotr Jurovic and Daniel Bridgen involved. Close there between Alfie Gallagher and the number 35 of Daniel Bridgen, also involved. Dom Powerbuck has the lead at the end of lap number 1. Move coming in there. That Pash on the move? Yes, it was. James Pashley up to P2 then. Current E-plate holder. Piotr Jurovic a little bit out of shape through the Bruno chicane. Ryan Gill there in the number 43. I tell you what, Piotr Jurovic does not look comfortable under braking. That's a second big braking zone in a row where he's had a bit of a squirrely moment. Off is one of the novices. That is John O'Donnell. John's going to get back into the race. It actually had a really good start, was into the top 20 from the back of the field, but loses all those positions gained now. There's Alfie Gallagher in the R1 Racing number 14. The team based at PF International, as is that Marples on the move that I just saw there, cutting through. The number 28, yes it was. Oh dear, problems for one of the Norris Carey Motorsport runners towards the back of the field. Was that Josh Allen? I think it was. I think it was the number 90 of Josh Allen. Six and a half minutes of the race to go. Here is the battle for second place. James Pashley and Joshua McLean. McLean's had a tidy start to this race. Gone a bit under the radar so far in this one, but keeping James Pashley honest right now. James Pashley, round winner here previously, and very, very accomplished kart driver as well. There is Jacob Marples on the move, has got past Alvin Chu there. This is all around 7th place at the moment. A couple of the other TWM Tim Wilson Motorsport runners in there as well, as Chu goes down the inside of Marples. May get a little bit of a help from Daniel Bridgen there as well, and also Max Cooper getting involved. Apologies, no, that's not Daniel Bridgen, that's Bailey Brooker in the number 71. That's a case of mistaken identity because Bailey is wearing somebody else's race suit. No, it's just I can't read. That's the problem on that one. I can see though that Bailey Brooker is through, and that's a nice move from Bailey Brooker. And ahead of his teammates into 8th place then. Five minutes of this race to go, then the +1 lap. Oh, nice move there from Katie Ashman. That's the kind of move that's impressed a lot of people so far this year at Shenington with Katie Ashman. It's one of those heats where she's on damage limitation duty at the moment, having started a bit further down the order, but has gone from 24th and has gone past half of her opponents so far in this race. Dom Powerbrook is out front then by 2 seconds ahead of Pashley and McLean. Then here Gallagher and Gill, 4th and 5th right now. Two drivers both in the top 5 in the standings before the start of today. Working together right now and working well. They're quicker than the two ahead. They're quicker than the race leader. So at this rate we could have 4 drivers scrapping over 2nd place in the last couple of laps of this race. As Pashley leaves the door open and Joshua McLean says thank you very much. Through into 2nd place. That was a rare mistake from James Pashley. Very accomplished driver back in his TKM Extreme days, of course. Been a nationally seeded driver in X30 Senior this decade as well. Pashley will not have liked losing 2nd place and immediately responds with a move of his own to retake the position back. Alfie Gallagher has followed through though. Alfie Gallagher now running in 3rd place. McLean has to settle for 4th right now, and Ryan Gill's still there as well. And Pircha Jurvic might come into this equation as well in the black and yellow VRE machine. Their team have been running very strongly so far this year at Shenington in the X30 Senior category. And they're leading the race and still in the hands of Powerblock. Oh, nice move there from Ryan Gill. Opportunistic move. Don't think Joshua McLean was expecting that. And as a result, Gill now up to P4. Gallagher on the attack, down the inside. Takes 2nd place away from James Pashley. This is a good race, this. Perhaps the sign of things to come in X30 Senior here today. On the back straight go those trying to chase Dom Powerblock down. Dom Powerblock, though, is doing a great job. This is not an easy circuit to keep your concentration around when you're on your own. You've got those long straights. Very easy to just break slightly off your point, whether that be too early or too late. And particularly on a day like today when temperatures are high, the drivers' bodies will be taking a lot of punishment today with these elevated temperatures, particularly through the long left-handers, where the G-forces will be acting on them as well. Sometimes when you're in a pack, you can get more in a rhythm with others. That's no problem at the moment for Dom Powerblock out front on his own. Keeping with our battle for 2nd place. Pashley ahead of, Pashley lost 2nd place, didn't he, to Gallagher 1 lap ago. So apologies, a little issue there on your timing tower. But I can assure you it is Gallagher ahead of Pashley, ahead of Gill. Others coming into play now as well. The likes of Daniel Bridgen, Katie Ashman, Bailey Brooker and Alvin Chu. All pretty quick at the moment. The pace is coming from the 2nd half of the top 10. Out on track. Finley Allen in 11th is the fastest driver on circuit on the 41.96 right now. So this race is not done for those who've been able so far to get themselves higher up the order. 3 laps to go, I think. Yeah, there'll be 3 more laps. 2 more laps on time and the 1 lap at the end. Just to note who's making good progress. There was a nice move from the number 35 of Daniel Bridgen. Daniel up 1 place from where he started at the moment. Biggest mover in this race is going to be Katie Ashman. Katie started 24th, has gained 16 positions now up to P8. Other good moves, Finley Allen, as mentioned, very quick at the moment, has gone up 12 places to 11th. Jack Monkhouse up 9 to 12th, and George Hopcraft as well. Oh, there's an attack from James Pashley. That's classic Pashley. On the pass, back to P2. That's good stuff. Like to see that from a driver of his experience, as Gallagher's going to try and get around the outside. Is that going to work? No. No, that's quite ambitious from Alfie Gallagher to try that kind of move on a driver of the calibre of James Pashley. And in fact, he lost out to Ryan Gill in all of that. That was well read by Ryan Gill. Other moves coming in down the inside. Daniel Bridgen momentarily had a nose ahead of Katie Ashman. Katie Ashman could gain quite a few positions here on the last lap. This has been a very good drive from the championship leader. Gill has another go at Pashley. Gallagher's still there. Gallagher has got back ahead of Gill. Where's Gill gone? Gill's lost out to Ashman as well. Sorry, Peter Jurvic is the JRE on the move, but Casey Ashman is in this group also. Slightly shorter stature, but in the same colour lid. Don Powerbrick, though, we've not seen too much of Don Powerbrick in this race. That's because he's been clear, gone up the road, and takes it. Probably going to be about 4 seconds the advantage for Don Powerbrick over the line. The gap in the end to James Pashley hasn't quite updated on our screen yet. Well, in a moment. But it's Powerbrick who takes the first heat. Pashley P2. Ryan Gill comes home high up the order, but lost 3rd place late on there. Yeah, Alfie Gallagher confirmed as your driver in 3rd place, ahead of Pietro Jurvic. Joshua McLean 5th, Ryan Gill 6th, Katie Ashman 7th was your biggest mover, up 17 places. Daniel Bridgen 8th, Finley Allen 9th, and Alvin Chu completes the top 10. Jack Monkhouse, George Hopcraft, Jacob Marples, Lauren Dunleavy, and Jake Brook in the top 15. Good fight back there from Brook, who was facing the wrong way at turn 2 on lap 1, so fights back from the back of the field, takes, what's that, 11 positions from the others. Reese Masters, James Harris, Max Cooper, Charlie Philp, and Stefan Bostangiev all in the top 20. Bostangiev also from pretty much the back of the field. Dylan Masters, John O'Donnell, Josh Allen, Dylan Chadwick, Bailey Brooker, and Valentino Lessie take us down to 26th. We've got to move on though. We'll stick with the seniors, but switch over to the Rotax drivers. Heat 2 up next. Turning back to the senior Rotax drivers then, I think we've got William Webb and Dylan Briley on the front row of the grid for this one. Kieran Gifford and Charles Sutton on row number 2. Bradley Howes and Matthew So go from row 3. Ben Ballou and Jarek Metters are going to be on the 4th row of the grid. Harvey Quick and Ollie Lomax on row 5. Kian Eastick and Ethan Martin on row 6. Max Chow and Bertie Wellesley, that's row 7. Tom Taylor, Harry Laffer on row 8. Marissa Teague and Dan Gurney row 9. Snelling and Costello on row 10. Alvarez and Griffiths on row 11. Thacker and Davies on row 12. Orton, F. Gray, Vessier, Garrett, Fryer, Pearson and Ivo Ivanov complete 31 runners in this one. We're away, we're racing, 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Half the field have, oh my goodness me, that is a complete mess at the back of the field. I was about to say that most of the drivers towards the front of the field have not raced yet. The drivers in the second half of the field have raced yet, but for some of them, I don't think they're going to be racing much longer in this one because, well, that is not what we want to see. Slow procedure is deployed. We've also, and now hang on a minute, we've got a driver. This is on the approach to the Brunner skid. There it is. How has that happened? That is a really strange one for Bertie Wellesley. I can't remember seeing a kart up that bank before. This was the race start. It all kind of got messy in the midfield, and then the second half had accidents in sympathy. And then there was a second incident for Bertie Wellesley. That is the number 66 of Freddie Snelling out of the race. That's not a great showing from senior Rotax drivers, if I'm being perfectly honest. Should know a little bit better than that to have that kind of start through on lap 1, particularly as it was most of the drivers who have raced already today that got themselves involved. Either way, we're under slow procedure. William Webb is your race leader at the present time. Dylan Briley P2, Kieran Gifford, Charles Sutton and Bradley Howes take us to 5th. Matthew So, Ben Ballou, Jarrett Metters, Harvey Quick and Oliver Lomas inside the top 10. Could be going back to green this time around. William Webb backs up the field in preparation for the sprint out of the final corner and over the line. Not seen any notification on our screens at the moment that we're going back to green, and no, I don't think we are. So at least one more lap of slow procedure. Should note actually the time was not ticking down. I wonder actually if we're going to get this is going to be effectively a full race restart. I could understand why that would be the case, given how many drivers were in trouble on the first lap. Also out of the race, trying to make out the race number on the side of the cart. We've got 2 carts stationary. It's one of the Ami Jurga Racing entries. I think it's Holly Garrett is not going to be taking this restart. That will be the number 56. No, timer is ticking down. Okay, that's just updated on our screen, so apologies. We're not going for a full race restart. We've got 5 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go. Now we're going back to green. William Webb has got the jump on everybody else. Kieran Gifford was a little bit asleep there and is going to have trouble now in the form of Bradley Howes. Bradley Howes was right on the money there. Gifford has recovered well through the first couple of corners. Charging down the inside there. That was Harvey Quick for the R1 Racing team, looking to get past Ben Ballou for 5th place. So back to racing speeds. The heat effectively becomes a 5.5-minute race, not a full race restart. As there is a move down the inside from the number 52 of Jarek Metters. Jarek, very quick driver, looking to move up the order. That was past Harvey Quick as here comes in Ben Ballou. Ben having a good run so far in this race. Another driver who's been very active on the club racing scene so far in 2026. That was a nice move up to 4th place for Ben Ballou. Other drivers out, just to note. So we talked about Holly Garrett, we talked about Freddie Snelling. I don't think we've got Max Chown or Charles Sutton or Matthew So. Now Matthew started a little bit further up the order in this one. So we'll keep an eye out whether that is a true statement of affairs on our timing screen or whether the 59 is still running out there. That was a nice move from Jarek Metters. Gets another one. That was past Bradley Howes for 4th place. Good drive from Tom Taylor. Tom needs this. Tom didn't have the happiest of times in the first heat, but not such a bad time that a good result here can't wrestle himself back through into the A finals. So that's good to see Tom Taylor with a bit of a time disadvantage at this stage of the day versus those who didn't run in the first race are having their first heat of the day now. But Tom's up there in the top 10. 3.5 minutes to go. Webb still your leader, pretty comfortably at the moment from Kieran Gifford by 9/10 of a second, is extending that advantage. Ben Ballou is 3rd. Jarek Metters 4th, is your fastest driver on circuit. So we'll keep an eye on the TDR machine number 52. Jarek looking really, really good in this race, although he's a bit wide there, and that's going to be close with Bradley Howes. Bradley not quite able to take advantage out of Stratford Corner. Harvey Quick still there as well. Running without any sticker kit on the front fairing. That's most likely for weight. And a good discussion on the Bump Drop podcast about weights for senior drivers. If you're a Slipstream member, you can go and check that out. Or if you're not, you can listen to it on the podcast platform of your choice. You just won't see our faces, which is probably a good thing if we're being honest. 2.5 minutes to go. Webb, Gifford, Ballou, Metters, Howes, Quick, Martin. Ethan Martin's had a good race here. Ethan Martin having the kind of race we've seen a lot from one of the front runners here so far this season. You don't really notice Ethan coming through until the last third of these heats, where you suddenly realise, oh, he's gained a few positions, in this case 5 positions so far here today. Just a note on the novices as well, Ivo Ivanov having a very nice run in 17th place. Matthew So update, Matthew is okay. I thought this was the case because I didn't see Matthew involved in any of the happenings on lap 1. Yeah, it's just a little transponder moment, so he's just been reset back into 9th place in the standings, so he's just about to come through our screens. He was just going to be behind Oliver Lomax there in the number 27. 90 seconds on the clock to go. Over the line goes William Webb. William Webb doing a great job here. This is going to feel good for William Webb, looking for another strong result here today. There is some progress for the number 59 of Matthew So. So yeah, he's still there. He's absolutely fine at the moment. Just having some good old senior Rotax battles with the likes of Ethan Griffiths. Ethan Griffiths could be on for a very strong grid position for the final. This has been the race where Ethan started towards the back, and the fact that he's up into the top 10 says everything about his speed here today. He's not the only one who's been on the move in this race. F. Grave there, just lost out to the number 76 of Alfie Davies. So this is all drivers who started towards the back of the grid in the first race, pulling their way through. Tom Taylor having to deal with them as well. Cian Eastick there in the number 23 loses out. That was all around 13th place. Ooh, Matthew So, a little bit too quick, gets away with it. Through Stratford corner. Drivers know these positions could mean the difference between qualifying directly to the A final or facing the trepidation of the B final. Only a few places available for going forward from that B final and onto the back of the grid for the A final. Once you're there in the A final, absolutely anything could happen with the longer races. You just want a simpler run through the first stage of that race as possible. That tends to mean you want to start further up the order on the grid and avoid that B final altogether. Here's the number 97 on your screens, Kieran Gifford. Kieran Gifford currently holding second place ahead of Ben Ballou. Then Jarek Metters, as there is the checkered flag and William Webb has taken it. So a calm run to the end there. William Webb ahead of Kieran Gifford, Ben Ballou, Jarek Metters, Bradley Howes. Your top 5, Harvey Quick, Ethan Martin, Oliver Lomax, Ethan Griffiths and Rossi Costello. Well, after the dramas of the first lap, that was quite a tame run through the last 5.5 minutes for senior Rotax, but William Webb won't mind that at all. Another win for him here this season at Shenington in the heat on this occasion, and we'll look forward to the third and final heat for senior Rotax later on in this session, about an hour's time for senior Rotax. And that, in effect, completes the first rotation. Say that second senior Rotax heat just slotted in there so they can get through their full programme. Clouds rolling in a little bit here at Shenington, but conditions still good as we go towards our second heat for X30 Junior. Here is your grid then for the second heat of the day in X30 Junior. Ian Carey and Tom Fox on the front row of the grid. Jack Baker and Alfie Fulton go from row 2 for this one. Henry Duncan and Brandon Edwards starts on row number 3. Sebastian G and Archie Lee Bullock start on row 4. Zoe Catt had a good race in the first heat earlier on today. Starts on row 5 for this one alongside Lucy Lovell. Lucas Murray and Harry Watson go from row 6. Harrison Maxwell and Molly Mizzen start on row 7. It's Katie Clark and Ayatan Lima Evans on row 8. Knight Measures needs a good result in this one. Starts on row 9. Is joined by Jack Wish. And then row number 10. Charlie Blenkinsop and Alfie Brown are ahead of Finley Hines and Louis Barker on row 11. Conrad Barton and Alfie Taylor start on row 12. It's James Backworth and Lydia McLaughlin on row 13. Katie Donaldson and Sam Mott on row 14. Seth Angus and William Haynes complete the top 30. And then our novices, Theo Wright, Josh Bundock, Jaden Lamb and Theo Thomas to give us a capacity 34 strong field. Result from earlier this morning. Close your ears if you don't want to hear it. You can watch back later at your leisure. Finley Hines was your race winner. Sam Mott second. James Backworth third. Conrad Barton fourth. Alfie Taylor fifth. Jack Baker, Brandon Edwards, Jack Wish, Lydia McLaughlin and Charlie Blenkinsop completed the top 10. If you're new to this form of karting or even just this form of racing, this is the second heat. The points from this one are combined with the results from heat number 1. That then sets our grid for the final later on today. That's when the championship points will be raced for. So this race, all about the grid position for that final. Ian Carey on the front row there. Very experienced driver. Racing once again with the Norris Carey Motorsport team. What can the Irish driver do from the front of the field into the tram lines? If the lights go out, we'll be underway. We are 9 minutes plus 1 lap once again here in X30 Junior. And I tell you what, the best of starts has gone to Jack Baker. Jack Baker has taken the lead of this race. This could be a big one for Jack Baker in the story of today. Has the lead off of Stratford as well. Everyone will get through to the final, but it'll be a busy A final for the X30 Juniors with 34 of them running here today. As, there's problems for Ayrton Lima Evans in the middle of the pack. There's other drivers wide as well. Out of the Bruno chicane. Was Finley Hines one of them in a spot of bother? I hope not. Baker leads at the end of lap 1. Tom Fox up to second. Ian Carey holding in third. Fulton, G, Catton, Edwards, Murray, Watson, Maxwell all in the top 10. Who's in trouble? It was Finley Hines. Finley Hines is out at the end of lap number 1. That is a complete turn of fortune for the winner of heat number 1. He's come to a stop. Is going to be watching this one from the sidelines for the remaining 7 3/4 minutes of this race. That makes it really key now for Jack Baker that he wins this race, because that is one of the big contenders for today's final. With a big setback, he's going to be starting from the middle of the pack now, even though he took the first heat win. Down towards Stratford once again. Baker's lead is 7/10 of a second as in down the inside. Sebastian G and Alfie Fulton going on the attack for the Jade Racing team in the classic red and white colours of the Birrell brand. Who else has made good progress in the early stages of this one? Zoe Cattett started 9th, now running in 7th place. Sam Mott's on the move. Started 28th, is now up to 13th. As through goes Lucas Murray. Lucas Murray in the number 47 is up into the top 6. Started 11th, so that's decent progress from Lucas Murray. Where did Lucas finish in the first race? I think he had big problems down in P28 in the first race. So Lucas needs every position that he can find at this stage of the day. 6.5 minutes remaining of this one. Baker holding nicely at the moment, 7/10 clear of the rest of the field. Ian Carey has got back up the order into second place. It's Sebastian G just behind there in third. And the number 56 of Brandon Edwards aboard the Charles Leclerc branded cart there. It is still pretty much a Birrell underneath. Similar to a number of the Formula One driver named chassis in karting. Sebastian G was having a go there at Ian Carey for second place. Did Sebastian get the move done? No, didn't. Ian still holding second place, but does feel like there's a bit more pace for the likes of G and Edwards. This is good for Baker that there's a bit of a squabble going on for second place, because that gap is staying at about 0.7 of a second. Nice move from Edwards down the inside. Takes that position away from Sebastian G. Keeping an eye on the novices further down the order as well. Theo Thomas is up the order. Edwards trying to find a way through past Ian Carey there. But Ian's got really good pace on the straights. I think that's the difficulty at the moment for those behind. That they just can't get close enough to Ian Carey to realistically go for a move. He's got really good top end as Ian Carey. He's good on the brakes as well. Now they're starting to pull Baker back in. That was a 43.6 for Baker last time around. Carey, bit by bit, starting to close in on that. Sam Mott is continuing to improve up the order. He's up to 8th place now, so kart number 38 is one that we need to keep an eye on. Also charging through the order, William Haynes started 30th, now 17th. Katie Donaldson started 27th, now 16th. Warning for Ayrton Lima Evans. Oh, that's a mistake from Carey. Or maybe just a slight bit of over-rotation. Edwards is through, either way. And now looking to close in on Jack Baker. As Lucas Murray got down the inside there. Sebastian G, they go wheel to wheel, nearly touching as they go out of Pitts Bend. This is starting to hot up here in X30 Junior. Not just the temperatures high today at this circuit. Sebastian G going again with Lucas Murray trying to get through, and through indeed has got Sebastian G. Tom Fox, there he is, number 26, is starting to charge through again. Sam Mott just behind as well. Murray goes for the move once again. The number 40 of Alfie Fulton trying to get through on Zoe Cattett. Zoe Cattett on for a top 10. Oh, was out is the number 19 of Night Measures. Oh, that's a second retirement for Night Measures here today. Very entertaining young driver on social media. Was not going to be happy at the moment. He's going to be starting the final pretty much from the back of the grid as a result of that. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Contact warning for the number 12 of Jack Wish. I don't think we noted earlier in the race that Alfie Brown has had one as well in the number 94. Head down for Lucas Murray. But Sam Mott isn't going to need more of an invitation than that to get down the inside. That was good stuff from Sam Mott. Sam Mott, it's a distant chance, but I don't think Sam Mott's out of the discussion for a race win here. He's 2.3 seconds behind, but his pace is very, very good. If you can make light work of the 3 drivers ahead and not lose too much time in those battles, I reckon he's got enough time here to catch Jack Baker. Now, Jack Baker may be just holding something in reserve at the moment. Jack Baker will not just let the driver of Sam Mott's ability cruise up to the back of him. But keep an eye on that 38 with a few laps to go. Maybe a few signals from mechanics on the sidelines has told the likes of G and Carey and Edwards to get on with it a little bit, because Sam Mott is charging along. That was a nice move from, was that Casey Donaldson? Yes, it was, the number 77. Oh, was out is the number 83 of Harry Watson. Wearing one of the Stilp family suits
from the Croc Promotion team there. And I can assure you that sadly is Harry Watson, who will not be seeing the end of this race. A third retirement from this one. Under investigation is the number 25 of Molly Mizzen. Has all for the race lead. Brandon Edwards down the inside of Jack Baker. Great move. Brandon Edwards has had good pace on that Charles Leclerc race team machine so far in this race and has found a way through. Has Baker got anything in response? Not by the looks of it right now. Edwards gestures to say, let's work together. That's a sensible call. Still, we might have 2 more laps of this one if they cross the line. Yeah, I think they're going to have 2 more laps. There'll be about 10 seconds remaining on the clock as they cross the line. And the group of Carey, G and Mott is not too far behind. There is Carey down the inside of G. That's for 3rd place. Mott's going to go in as well. That's tight. That was a little bit ambitious from Sam Mott. He just wasn't alongside Sebastian G enough to realistically make the move. G's going to go on the attack now down the inside for P3. Textbook overtake into the hairpin on Ian Carey. Edwards and Baker continue to work together here. Edwards' kart looks really dialed in. Really dialed in. That was a great run through the Bruno chicane. Baker was sliding a bit. Back with our battle for 3rd place. G has got through past Carey. Carey's now having to deal with Lucas Murray for the TWM number 47. As Mott gets down the inside of G. That was for 3rd place. Did Mott get it? Yes, he did. Great racing once again here in X30 Junior. We are now on the final lap. I don't think Jack Baker's got anything that he can use to respond right now. It's through the corners. Just watch this. Turns in. Baker back end sliding ever so slightly, whereas Brandon Edwards' number 56 looks like it's on absolute rails. Great setup work from Brandon's mechanic, and great driving as well. It's going to give him a win. Yes, celebrate that one, because that's more than just a heat win. That's a breakthrough result for Brandon Edwards, and that is going to give him a lot of confidence going towards the final. Not just for the fact that he was able to catch and overtake a driver such as Jack Baker, but he looks really good across that final. He looked like he could have done that for another 3 or 4 minutes, and that could be an important aspect when we get to the final later on today. Edwards wins from Baker, Mott, G, Carey. That's your top 5. Lucas Murray in 6th, Tom Fox 7th, Zoe Cattett, Alfie Fulton and Katie Donaldson all in the top 10. Harrison Maxwell 11th, Alfie Brown 12th, William Haynes, Molly Mizzen, Seth Angus take us down to 15th place. Alfie Taylor, Henry Duncan, Conrad Barton, Archie Lee Bullock and James Backworth in the top 20. Theo Thomas was your top novice in 21st position. Louis Barker and Theo Wright were ahead of Charlie Blenkinsop and Jack Wish inside the top 25. Katie Clark, Ayrton Limmer Evans, Josh Bundock, Jaden Lamb and Lucy Lovell in the top 30. I think Lucy had a problem late on. Yeah, Lucy did not clock across the line for the checkered flag. Harry Watson, Knight Measures and Finlay Hines, the other retirements in that one. That is the heats done for that particular category. X30 Junior will be our first full A final later on today of 11 minutes plus 1 lap. That will be a race we expect to see just after 10 past 3 local time here in the middle of England. Right, we'll move on then from the X30 Juniors. Sticking with the junior categories though, we go across to Rotax. Their second round of heats is up next. Into the second round of heats we go then, and for all of these drivers, this is their last one before they go into the finals. Sam Batty and Archie Ray Watson on the front row of the grid. I reckon this might be Sam's first time he's ever started on the front row, because he's only just come off of his novice place. Harrison Bishop and Clark Naylor on row 2. Cash Harris and Lewis Finley Gilbert on row number 3. Joshua Jestin and Oscar Keane on row 4. George Ralston and Hakeem Bart on row 5. Max
Braskov and Christian Kehiov go from row number 6. It's Leighton Kelly and Teddy Cooper starting on 7. Noah Moulton had a really good run in the first race. Starts alongside Ewan House on row 8. Harley King and Finley Hans go from row number 9. Charlie White and Adam Juditis on 10. Lily Shaw and Elliot Dimolo on row 11. Miles Clereth and Jack Corser on row 12. Harry Harvey and Jack Bowie are on 13. Zach Waddle, the last of those before the novices. The first of those novices, Frankie Charles Jones on row 14. Cooper Moore and Louis Marchand on row 15. And Iris Crease completes the 31-strong field. We'll give you the update of both of the junior Rotax heats because there'll be a mix of drivers across these two races. So, winner of heat number 1 was Noah Moulton. Ewan House was P2. Teddy Cooper 3rd. Adam Juditis and Miles Clereth all in the top 5. That was for heat number 1. Heat number 2 for the other half of the field, Louis Marshall, Jensen Hookey, Benjamin Lawn, Charlie Vary and Jensen Powers all in the top 5. Actually, I think all of them are still within their same relative groups. It's still the same set of drivers from heat number 1 in this third heat. They've just swapped ends of the grid, so everyone has the same average starting position. This could be quite the race because some drivers are already looking in a bit of bother in terms of making it through to the A final. How are they going to get through the first couple of corners? Pretty well. That's good from the juniors. And they're all running down towards Stratford Corner for the first time. On the brakes. Offensive work happening at the front of the field. And a calm run for the juniors. No, I just said those words. They came from my brain. The juniors have had, that's one of the calmest junior Rotax runs I've seen in a long time, but fair credit to the drivers, they've all kept themselves in contention. Move coming in there for second place. We'll count them through at the end of this lap. It was Harrison Bishop making the overtake work. Archie Ray Watson is your race leader. Cash Harris, 3rd. Sam Batty there in 4th place. A good start for Lewis Gilbert as well, up to P5. Noah Moulton, Ewan House have moved forward as one of the Joe Weaver Racing entries goes down the inside. I think that'll have been Lewis Gilbert. Yes, it was. The number 14 up to P4. Joe was a strong karter back in his karting days in these Rotax categories. Races Audi TTs now. But still a big part of running that team with his dad. As there goes Ewan House. Privateer entry today. Running aboard his Jack's Motorsport machine. Looking good. I would say you get good odds today, if there was a market out there for junior Rotax racing here at Shenington today, for Ewan House to win the final. The TH Corsa machine down the inside. That'll be Joshua Jestin. Inside the top 5. Ooh, there's a kart below the comms box. That's not normally good news for anyone. It's the number 40 of Teddy Cooper. Ooh, now that's going to change things. Teddy was high up the order in the heats points before the start of this race. Oh, big crash. Big crash. Miles Clereth, I think it was, in the number 71. Over and on his lid there was another kart involved and red flag. Red flag then, with 6.5 minutes to go. That's not nice. That's not nice to see at all. Hope everybody is okay. It was just coming out of the Bruno chicane. I think both drivers are out. Seen one of them run back to the marshal's post. If there was a driver under that kart, I'm sure it would be being moved and flipped over very, very quickly. Yeah, both drivers out of their karts. Yes, I could just see the other driver sitting behind the marshal post, and ambulance will move. This is part of the process. This is what the safety crews do in any kind of incident like this. But yeah, hearing in my ear that both drivers out of their karts and responding.
which is the most important thing at this stage. So, red flag conditions if you're just joining us. Midway through the third heat for Junior Rotax. That's a shame for those drivers involved. That's occurred. Teddy Cooper was already out of the race. Mars Cloweth, the number 71, has been involved. I think the other kart involved may have been the 111 of Maximilian Braskov. The drivers have been brought to a halt just on the approach to the Bruno chicane. So Harrison Bishop, there at the front of the field, is your race leader. The time on the clock reset to 8 minutes and 5 seconds. So I do think we will go and run the remainder of the time on this one. We're not sufficiently through the time to call a result. So Bishop from Watson, Archie Ray Watson, there in the M Sport Karting 102. Cash Harris third. Joshua Jestin had a good start in this race. Fourth, had started from 7th, so good work there for the TH Corsa team. TH Corsa, long-standing team within the Rotax categories. 5th place for Lewis Gilbert, and that's been a good run for Lewis, for the Joe Weaver Racing team up to that point. Clark Naylor 6th, Oscar Keane 7th. This is the race where Oscar starts a little bit higher up the order. So a good opportunity for Oscar here to get a good place on the grid for the A final. Ewan House was one of your biggest movers up to that point. Went from 16th to 8th before the red flag came out. Noah Moulton 9th, Hakeem Bart 10th. Other good drives through the field. Adam Judaitis, the driver flying the flag for Lithuania, started this race 20th. Is currently showing on the screen as 11th, ahead of Sam Batty. Sam had dropped down a bit, but again, Sam's only just come off novice plates. This is, I would say, Junior Rotax is probably the hardest class to come off novice plates. One, because there's so many drivers. There's so much talent in Junior Rotax at the moment in British karting that the simple numbers game can be something that's really, really tricky and difficult for drivers to deal with. And of course, you've got the physicality that's always been there in this Junior Rotax category. You've got to have your wits about you to race up at the front and stay at the front in this category. So Sam running in 12th place at the moment, running with the Attack Motorsport team, who do a lot of work with newer drivers. They run a lot of arrive and drive packages for owner karters, and those wanting to try, maybe don't own their own kart today, but want to try the kind of machinery that is available to buy and then run yourself or run as part of a team. And Attack Motorsport do a lot of work to give people that next step. Maybe they've done a good amount of arrive and drive racing in other levels, lower levels of the Motorsport UK karting pathway, and they kind of give that little bridge into owner karting. The Improvements team have got Christian Cahill in 13th place. The Jack Dex Racing team have got Harley King in 14th. Lily Shaw had a good start as well. Started 21st, was 15th. Zach Waddle had a good start as well. Started at the back of the grid and was up into the top 20. A bit of an update on timings. The timing screen has just been reset to the end of lap 2 on my screen. 6 minutes and 44 remaining. That feels more like it. I thought there was something not quite right in my head with the 8 minutes and 5 seconds. So it looks like if we get this race restarted, which I imagine we will in the not too distant future, the ambulance has now cleared the scene down on the exit at the exit of the Bruno chicane, that will have 6 minutes and 44 seconds plus 1 lap to run in this one, and we'll basically resume with the positions from the end of lap number 2. Now there may be a little bit of reordering to do here, because you can imagine in a 30 strong Junior Rotax field that on half the lap of lap number 3, there were probably a few moves. Now, the other thing that may happen here is anyone who had a front fairing would be allowed to reset it, but in effect take the 5-second penalty now. I think there was at least one driver, was it the number 87 of Cash Harris? Picture was taken of the front fairing, it looked like there. So we'll keep an eye on if there's any drivers moving further back down the order than we necessarily expect in terms of true position on track at the end of lap number 2. It is an option that the officials have. That's what's being checked by the looks of things right now. There's another one, so there's somebody else towards the back of the field who's got a front fairing. That notice will go to timekeeping. They will then report back as to where that driver who's had a front fairing needs to be by putting them 5 seconds further down the road than at the countback point. I quite like it because it means drivers can reset, go again. Yes, they're further down the order than they were before the red flag, but they still have the opportunity to race back through and get good positions. If it was the other way round, and you've got a front fairing, and you've got to carry it all the way to the end of the race, and it's a compressed field because we've had a red flag, it's kind of race over for them at that point. At least with this way, it means they can get back in the race, brush the shoulders off, and go again. So the process of setting the drivers into the correct order for a restart is underway. So they're just pulling the drivers one by one forward and into the correct order, which will still have Archie... No, it'll have Harrison Bishop at the front of it. That's currently the case with Harrison Bishop. No, sorry, no, Archie Ray Watson is at the front of it. I was getting my colours confused again. So the M Sport Karting 102 of Archie Ray Watson will resume this race as the leader. And we'll get this one going again in a few moments. If you enjoyed the broadcast, do hit that like button, do share it as well. Whilst we've got a few moments, we'll check in with some of your comments. Hello to Joanna Humphreys, one of our Slipstream members, cheering on Alfie Phillipson. What a drive. Yeah, Alfie was really quick earlier on in the day. Super stuff. And yeah, you're right, he's not been racing that long as Alfie, so a talent there in the Coles Racing team today. Alfie's not in this race. No, I think he's coming up later on in the day, but we'll keep an eye out on that. Hello to Amanda Bourne as well, cheering on Oliver Bourne with a P5 earlier on today. That was good to see. Johnny B cheering on Rossi Costello. Hello, Johnny. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, keep your comments coming in. The process of getting everyone in the correct order continues. Temperatures out there on circuit. 28.1 degrees, I think it is at the moment. I can assure you in the comments box it's much warmer. It's about 36.5 degrees at the moment in here. So a little bit of an opportune moment just to take a little bit of a breather. But yeah, I hope if you're watching around the circuit, remember, keep hydrated today and keep the sunscreen on as well. I know it's quite cloudy here at the circuit, and that's the classic kind of day for people to go, oh, it's fine, I'm not going to get sunburned today. And then you get home after a full day out in the elements here at Shenington and you look like a lobster. And then you have to go back into work on Monday morning and look quite silly. So make sure that you've got your sunscreen on today and keep hydrated as well. More racing coming up after this. If you're wondering what we've got in the next few moments, we've got the rest of these junior Rotax races to do. All being well, I think we'll resume the time for this penultimate one of the junior Rotax heats with 6 3/4 minutes to go. We'll then have another one after that, the other half of the junior Rotax field following on. The cadets will be out after that. The Hondas and the IAME Water Swift Restricteds for their second and final heats before they start talking finals. Formula Libra, I know we've got a lot of people tuned in for today, will be after that. And then the last race before the lunch break, which will be the third and final heat for Senior Rotax. And then a lunch break. It is a movable timetable, so do bear in mind we're over a little bit. We're not massively over, and of course it's that time of year where we're good for light. So the lunch break, I think, will be at a different time than previously advertised. It may be shortened a little bit to try and get the time back, but I don't think it will necessarily be pulled back a lot, because, as I say, the last race of the day is due to go off from just before 5 minutes past 5, and they're all 11-minute plus 1 lap finals today. So we're not under any kind of threat in terms of running out of light. Noise curfew will probably be the limiting factor, if there is to be a limiting factor here today. But we'll keep you up to date with all of that as and when we receive news. And fingers crossed, we'll be back underway shortly for the remainder time. So I think we've got everyone in the correct order. The question will be now probably medical teams and ensuring that we have 2 ambulances here today, which full credit to the club. I always like to see that, to have 2 ambulances, so that if we do have an incident and the ambulance is required, that it means that there's another one standing by. That means we can get back to racing in a due processed and efficient manner. So remaining just under red flag for the moment. Thank you for your continued support, and if you've enjoyed the broadcast, do hit that like button. If you're new around here as well, do hit that subscribe button as well. Plenty of racing, particularly karting, coming up across the course of the summer. And remember, every single Sunday broadcast here at Shenington across the course of the season. It's one of the biggies next month, Super Prix. In fact, not one of the biggies, it is the biggie. It's the biggest event of the year here at Shenington at a club level for the Shenington Super Prix. Do hope you can come down as well if you're in the area on the middle weekend of July. It's a great event. We'll have the historics here as well. Unfortunately, I won't be here. I've got a meeting up at Donington Park on that weekend. We are back to racing, so the remaining time starts ticking on down. 6 minutes and 44 seconds. We are back up to speed then. Archie Ray Watson leads away for M Sport Karting. Harrison Bishop immediately behind. So we pick up where we left off. Drivers immediately needing to get themselves back in the zone. Archie Ray Watson leading off the Bruno chicane. Could be a breakaway here. The driver in 5th place looking a little bit vulnerable. It's Lewis Gilbert needs to stay on the rear bumper of Cash Harris if possible. Sorry, Joshua Jestin up to 4th place. Change for the lead. Harrison Bishop has got through just ahead of the pictures on our screen, but out of the commentary box window. So Harrison Bishop back to where he was on lap 3 when the red flag came out. Lost the lead because of counting back to the last full and complete lap, but has taken it back again in the early stages with 5.5 minutes to go. Ewan House down the inside of Lewis Gilbert. That was a proper move from Ewan House up into the top 5. I reckon Ewan House will be backing himself to win this race. Not too far off the very front of the field. Joshua Jestin's lost out on that last lap. The driver with the blue suit and the yellow details down to P6. Cash Harris looking quite good as well at the moment. P3, here are the leaders, down towards
The Stratford hairpin once again, hard on the brakes as in comes Noah Moulton. Noah Moulton gains another place. Noah in good form here today. Racing really, really well. And has taken 6th place with that move. Archie Ray Watson isn't giving up though. Wouldn't expect Archie Ray to lose too much time, and he's right there behind Harrison Bishop, keeping the race leader under pressure. 4.5 minutes to go. Ewan House looks so quick though. He's just cruised up to the back of Cash Harris. Is there going to be a move from the Scotsman in to the hairpin? Yes, there is. Down the inside, spot on from Ewan House. That's him up to P3 now. Some moves going on in the second half of the field. I think Clark Naylor has lost out to Adam Judaitis. Judaitis up into the top 10. Watson's making the move as, out of the race is Oscar Keane. Oscar Keane comes to a stop on the exit of the Bruno chicane. Change of lead. Watson did get through past Bishop. I like that move from Archie Ray Watson. That's good awareness from Watson, because he'll have been conscious that Ewan House is charging along here. Pick the moment to get track position back, because here goes House. It's an absolute carbon copy of what we saw 1 lap ago. Ewan House now up to P2. And now will set his eyes on the M Sport Karting 102 of Archie Ray Watson. There's the fight for 5th place. Lewis Finley Gilbert having one of his strongest races so far this season here at Shenington. Has got Noah Moulton immediately behind though. Covers off any kind of move from Noah Moulton. Here goes House once again. What's the pace like for Watson with 3 minutes of this race to go? Bishop and Harris are not out of this yet either, as, that's nice from Noah Moulton down the inside, takes 5th place away from Gilbert, down towards the hairpin. Watson defends. House switches back to the inside. That's brilliant racing. That's great karting. And Ewan House takes the lead of this heat with just over 2.5 minutes to go. Now, though, he becomes the chased. Now he has no toe. Now he has no slipstream. Can he use his experience and speed to hold on to this one? He had a little tap on the helmet there, out of the Bruno chicane, communicating to Harrison Bishop, who's now got 2nd place ahead of Archie Ray Watson, to think about this. Ewan House will back himself to have the speed to pull away from the others. He is more experienced than the others. Regular on the national scene. There down the inside, Noah Moulton takes 4th place away from Cash Harris. In and through the chicane go the race leaders. Adam Judaitis has got... Keep an eye on Adam Judaitis in the final. He's not featured at the very sharp end of the field that much today, but has been really, really quick. He could be in a good position on the grid for the final. Use that race pace over the longer race. Good scrap going on here for 3rd place between Watson and Moulton. Moulton around the outside. That'll become the inside for the next corner. And the Maxim number 57 is through. No, Moulton could be on for pole position here. This has been a very, very strong set of heats from Noah Moulton. Cash Harris trying to once again take 4th place. Archie Ray Watson looking a bit frustrated, needs to stay calm. I know it's a hot day. I know it's easy to lose your cool and lose your temperament. But those that stay in a nice calm position often win out in junior Rotax. That was a nice move from Watson. Gets back up past Harris, and Gilbert followed through as well. It's been a really nice race from Lewis Gilbert. Lewis not as experienced as some of the others out there on circuit, but this has been a big step forward for the Joe Weaver Racing pilot here today. That is good to see. 30 seconds on the clock. I think we'll have at least be 1 more lap for the final lap board, but there may be 2 here, depending on how quick we get back round and out of the Wilkins complex. There is your race leader, Ewan House, looking nice and comfortable. Harrison Bishop, though, is continuing to push on here. They're both in the 43.6s right now. Over the line once again. Yes, they did have some time on the clock, so there will be 2 more laps. couple of notes further down the order. I tell you what, the pace of the front the front seven has been rapid in this one. They've pulled a nearly 6-second gap out ahead of Joshua Jestin and Leighton Kelly. Biggest mover in this race. I think you're looking down to Jack Bowie. Now, Jack did have a tough time in the first race. May have a little bit of a tyre advantage from the basis that his kart has run less racing laps than the rest, but he's used it to good effect if he has got an advantage in that regard. Started 26th, he's now running in 13th. Still don't think that's quite going to be enough for Jack to make it through to the A final after the retirement in the first round of heats, but nonetheless, that is good to see for Jack. And again, a confidence boost for a driver who could take that into the B final and achieve greater things. We're on the last lap now. Ewan House has got control of this one. He's just in a measured approach right now, bringing this one to a close. He's keeping Harrison Bishop there. It's always a remarkable thing with these young drivers. They've not got wing mirrors. They've not got, just look at that, little check over the shoulder, just to give him the information that, yeah, don't need to defend too much into this final corner. Very composed drive this from Ewan House, who is going to be in a nice position for the final later on today. Ewan House wins the penultimate heat in Junior Rotax. Harrison Bishop takes P2. Noah Moulton third. That could be pole. That is a very strong set of results for Noah. And we'll wait to see what happens in the fourth and final heat as to whether anyone can beat his record. I think that's going to be a first and a third for Noah. Very strong. Archie Ray Watson fourth. Lewis Gilbert, impressive. P5. Cash Harris sixth. Adam Giordaitis seventh, and could be a factor in the final for the A3E racing team. Leighton Kelly in 8th place for the Guy Cunnington Racing squad, the squad run by the former senior British Rotax champion. 9th for Joshua Jestin, very quick in the early stages of the race, and then seemed to struggle after the restart. 10th for Lily Shaw, Clark Naylor 11th, Jack Bowie, Sam Batty in the top 13. The timing resets because we're going to go straight in to the next race. Junior Rotax, heat number 4, up now. Last heat for Junior Rotax. These are going to come thick and fast now for the remainder of the time ahead of the lunch break. Apologies, I think we just going to have a little bit of a moment on our timing graphics before we bring you the grid for this one. For all of these drivers, this is their second race of the day. In terms of how they raced earlier on today, it was a win for Louis Marshall in the second heat. Jensen Hookey was second. Benjamin Lawn was third. That is because Jensen Hookey had a penalty. Just scrolling down to see what it was for. Ooh, it was for four wheels outside the corridor, breaking formation. So that's what that one was for. We also lost Ryan Rapini. Ryan finished third on the road and unfortunately was found to be underweight in that first race. So Ryan loses that one. That's going to be hard to deal with, because that pretty much means that Ryan will be in the B final later on today. Other penalties of note: Kartik Gameta had a +5 seconds for a front fairing. A couple of others. So we're seeing a few of these outside the corridor penalties coming in today. To explain it to those maybe a bit newer to the sport, or maybe you've been away for a while, this is all on the race start, and there'll be a camera looking at those tram lines that you can just see to the left-hand side of your screen. If a driver has two wheels outside of those tram lines, when the lights go out, it's a 3-second penalty. And it's at the moment when the lights go out. They don't necessarily have to run all the way through those tram lines to the start line that runs across the circuit, like some other forms of karting may do. It's simply the case of where they are relative to the tram lines when the lights go out on the gantry. If it's two wheels outside the corridors set by the tram lines, it's 3 seconds. If it's four wheels outside of the corridor, it's
5 seconds. So that's what occurred for Jensen Hookie in the first race. And let's try and bring you... no, I don't think we're going to be able to bring you a grid at this specific point, but we will in a moment's time. Engines have fired, meaning we are going to be good to get this one underway. It'll be one formation lap for everybody, straight into grid formation and into race conditions once again. Ethan Guest there, I can see, is going to be looking for a strong run in this one. Here's your grid then. I think we'll just do this one audibly. Ethan Hunt and Stanley Williams on the front row. Ava Crawford and Cian Hundle on row 2. Zach Turner, Liam Dooling on row number 3. Row 4, Jensen Powers and Layla Bell. Miles Burton, Benjamin Lawn on row 5. Benton Roderick and Jackson Lane, row 6. That's all we've got time for, I'm afraid, because we are... No, we'll go again, chappers, because the false started. So Hunt and Williams, row 1. Crawford and Hundle, row 2. Turner and Dooling, row 3. Powers and Bell, row 4. Burton and Lawn, row 5. Roderick and Lane, row 6. Row 7, Esme Rosie and Aidan Young. Charlie Very and Ethan Guest on row 8. Jack Dimbleby and Daniel Wisnauskas on row number 9. Archie Thumond Evans and Zane Perry on row 10. Kartik Gametto and Jensen Hookie on 11. Ryan Rapini and Louis Marshall go from row 12. Harvey Everett and Tyler Rackham, row 13. Chloe Waddle and Jay Singh, the last of those not on novice plates, on row 14. Amy Gualtieri and Austin Moth go from row 15. It's Adam Asgard, the third of the novices in this race. And this is the last heat for Junior Rotax. Once again, all the heat results and the intermediate points given from these heats combined into one big table. The top 30, if I've got the maths right, will go straight through to the A final. Everybody else will then go into a 34-strong B final with 4 places available for the transfer through. We are racing once again 9 minutes plus 1 lap here in Junior Rotax for the 4th and final heat, and it's a good start for Ethan Hunt, who will lead down towards Stratford for the first time in this one. This is going to be a busy race. Busy race for everybody involved. Stanley Williams, this is the one where he starts towards the front of the field. So, second place at the moment for Stanley Williams. He's going to be a firm favourite, I think, for this one. Where is Jensen Hookie in all of this? Oh, round goes one of the AJR race drivers. That was Ava Crawford in the number 88. Ava relegated down to the bottom of the order, as here is a move coming in from Liam Dooling. Zach Turner's in there as well. Zach's read that very well. Very good from Zach Turner, up to P3. Turner could be a strong contender in this one. Another driver who we haven't seen as much of here at Shenington so far this year, but has done a lot of racing indeed, on the national scene, in the national championships, across the different promotions for the Rotax categories so far this year. 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go through the Bruno chicane. There was Jensen Hookie. Jensen Hookie on his own a little bit there. What's happened there? There's been a bit of a split in the field, as there is Powers down the inside of Liam Dooling. That was for 4th place. End of lap number 2. 7.5 minutes to go. Williams from Hunt, from Turner, from Powers. Dooling, Burton, Lawn, Hundle, Bell. Jensen Hookie now 10th, but the fastest driver on track, 43.817. He's on his own. He's got no help at all at the moment as Jensen Hookie. Checks over his shoulder, sees, what's that, probably about a 1.5 second gap back to Kartik Gametto in 11th, so he's got to keep working hard. He's also got to hope that these drivers immediately ahead of him keep trading positions back and forth, just holding each other a little bit, holding each other up a little bit to get back into this pack. Marv Burton through there into 5th place ahead of Liam Dooling. Dooling's got to hold in here. Oh, in fact, that'll help for Liam Dooling. Gets back up to 5th place. Benjamin Lawn looking to pounce for Coles Racing. Benjamin knows a thing or two about overtaking. On his day, he's one of the most entertaining overtakers you will find in in these categories. Out of the Bruno chicane. Layla Bell doing nicely as well for the Dean Dukes Racing outfit. Hooky has caught this group. This may be a heat, but that could be a really important bit of work that Jensen Hooky has just done. He's grabbed the back of this pack. He will now look to get past them one by one. There's a move by Layla Bell. Past Kian Hundle. Has changed there for second place. Turner had got down the inside, but lost it again to Hunt on the exit. The reason why I'm emphasising this drive for Jensen Hooky is his nearest rival in the championship, Stanley Williams, is leading this race. Zach Turner looking down the inside, that's going to be second place ahead of Ethan Hunt. Williams is currently on for a pretty good position on the grid. If Jensen Hooky, who's got a second already from the first round of heat, if he can get himself back up into, say, the top four, he's going to be right there on the grid in the A final alongside his championship rival. And at this stage of the year, when you want to get that momentum going, the championship won't be won today, but when we get to the end of the year, there's always races that you look back on, race days where you go, yeah, that's the day where I didn't quite execute, or that's the day where we pulled it back from a bit of a disaster and made the difference and kept the points and ran back through for the latter part of the season. That's why I'm emphasising that this is a potentially key day for the club championships here at Shenington for 2026. And there's a key move from Hooky. That is great. That is really, really great from Jensen Hooky. That's exactly what he needs to be doing. That is him up to 8th place now. And we've still got 4¼ minutes of this race to go. Stanley Williams doing a great job at the front of the field, by the way. Clear by a second and holding that gap at a second. Here is Benjamin Lawn trying to hold off Miles Burton and Jensen Hooky. Good covering there by Benjamin Lawn. Praise him a lot for his attacking flair. That was good defensive work from Benjamin Lawn. Hooky's going to get another one through past Miles Burton and now up into 6th position. Lap times at the front, pretty even. Stanley Williams, Zach Turner, Jensen Powers, all in 43.5 territory. Ethan Hunt has lost 3rd place to Jensen Powers. And Jensen Powers we shouldn't forget about in terms of championship. Starts the day 8 points back, based off best 2 scores so far this season. That's not a lot of points at all when it's 56 points for a race win. A rich run of form for Powers in the second half of the season. Could see him take the club championship. Hooky has now cleared Benjamin Lawn. Hooky now up to P5. Now the hard work really begins. That's been efficient work, but the pace of the top 4 has been very, very good. Williams, Turner, Powers and Hunt have probably stopped the charge here of Jensen Hooky, because that 3-second gap isn't just going to disappear. Hooky would need someone else on his rear bumper to push him back towards Hunt, and I don't think that's going to happen on this occasion. There's a nice move from Kartik Kometa. I've been impressed with Kartik today. This has been a strong race day so far for the driver flying the flag for India. Another driver who's getting a lot of seat time at the moment, racing both at club level and national level, and it's showing. That's Kartik Kometa up into the top 10 now. Further down the order, who's making a good impression on this race? Ryan Rapini, after that underweight disqualification in round 1, is up 11 places in this race. That's got Ryan up to P12. Zane Perry as well had a tough time in the first race. Is up 5 spots and into the top 15. And on the back of the field as well, always like to note a good novice performance. How about this one for Austin Moth? Started 30th, now 20th. Good progress, good work once again from the R1 Racing team, training another youngster, another newcomer to the sport. It is very much the ethos of the R1 Racing team.
based in Lincolnshire, and they're doing a good job in the hands, with the hands of Austin Moth there. 1.25 minutes to go in this one. Little look there for Ryan Rapini in the number 45. Now trying to deal with Liam Dooling. This is all over 9th place. Kartik Kameta in this group as well. And that's a good move from Kartik Kameta through past Liam Dooling. Liam just having a few problems in this race. The body language is it's tough for Liam. This kind of race, when the temperatures are high, you're being overtaken, everything just gets that little bit harder. So difficult mentally and physically to keep yourself positive, to keep yourself eyes forward. This might help a little bit, that the fact you've got Layla Bell and Kian Hundle going wheel to wheel immediately behind just gives him a little bit of a respite, gets him back into a rhythm. You see a classic example there with Hundle and Bell. How much time you lose round this circuit if you fight wheel to wheel. You don't lose tenths, you lose seconds. 2 laps to go then. Stanley Williams. This has been a very impressive drive, you know, for Stanley Williams. 1.5 seconds clear of Zach Turner. Jensen Powers 3rd, and I'm looking forward to the A final with these young drivers, these boys and girls. We've had it a lot this season, but the quality of racing, the quality of driving in Junior Rotax has been very good. Junior Rotax sometimes comes with a bit of a reputation. That has not been the case, or that reputation has not been overly demonstrated so far this year amongst these drivers, and this is a championship battle that is just simmering away through the summer here. There is your race leader, Stanley Williams. And the Evolution Racing team are going to be happy with this. I've talked a lot so far this season about how good a form the Evolution Racing team is in so far this year. In the hands of Stanley Williams, they're going to be one of the favourites here today for Junior Rotax. Out of the final corner, Stanley Williams takes victory. A big, big victory to finish off the heats. It won't be pole. Williams was 6th through the first round of heats, so at least Noah Moulton has beaten the score of Stanley Williams, but always nice to head towards your final off the back of a victory, and that is exactly what Stanley Williams is going to do. Zach Turner, P2. Solid drive. That's a good drive from Zach Turner. Professionally done for the Coles Racing driver. Jensen Powers 3rd, Ethan Hunt 4th, Jensen Hookie 5th. So that'll be 2nd and 5th for Hookie. Benjamin Lawn P6, Miles Burton, Ryan Rapini, Kartik Kameta and Liam Dooling in the top 10. Layla Bell, Kian Hundle, Jackson Lane, Zane Perry, Charlie Very, they're in the top 15. Ethan Guest home in 16th place ahead of Louis Marshall. That's a real drop for Louis Marshall. Won the last race that we saw Louis in. More of those results are online on the Alpha Race Hub. We're going to move on though. The cadets are out now. Cadets time for the second time here today. 2 helpings of them. Honda cadets out on track first, and then the Miami Water Swifts. Here are your Hondas. Nico Rezlovsky, Fraser Mesa, that's your front row. Finley Thursfield and Ollie Knox, row 2. Louis Dawson and Ben Bowers, row 3. Phoebe Chelton and Finn Hollis on row 4. Keane Doherty and Oliver Godfrey, row 5. Oscar Watson and Senna Khosrapana on row 6. Bonnie Shilcock, the last of the Hondas. Then just to run through your Iamis. Max St. Hilaire, Henry Hales, Freddie Purnell, Archie Ashworth on the front row. Hondas off and running for 9 minutes. The Iamis will be taking the green very, very soon. Oh dear, I think we've lost one of our Hondas immediately. The number 44 has pulled off the circuit. That's Oliver Godfrey. Oh yes, the kart comes past me in the commentary box and doesn't sound too well. So that, I think, is Oliver out of the race. Here go your Iamis. They're away and running. And Hales and Hodgetts will lead them through the first couple of corners. Max St. Hilaire in the number 81 is starting from 3rd place.
We'll keep an eye on those IAMIs over the course of the next few minutes whilst we're back with our Hondas. And moves coming in. Ollie Knox has been in good form so far today. Ooh, that's going to get a little bit close. 3 wide. They just about make it work, though. Finley Thursfield leads in the Hondas. Ollie Knox P2, Louis Dawson P3, Ben Bowers P4 at the moment. Phoebe Shelton just on her own at the moment, P5. Almighty scrap going on for P6 as well, involving the likes of Messer, Doherty, Kostrapana, Veselowski and Watson. Quick update on the IAMIs as they've come through to complete their first lap. Henry Hales leads from Logan Hodgetts, Matt St. Hilaire in 3rd place. Harry Murphy's had a good start, that's P4, and Louis Wilson completes the top 5. If there's any changes of lead in that one, we will let you know. And bounce back and forth in the pictures between these two classes across the course of the next 7.5 minutes. Good work from Phoebe Shelton. Phoebe has caught up to Louis Dawson. Correctly decides there not to go for the move. Correct thing to do tactically right now is to try and push Louis Dawson back towards the top 3 and work with the number 48 right now. Ben Bowers has gone up to 2nd place ahead of Ollie Knox. Here is, right on cue, change for the lead in IAMI. Logan Hodgetts through past Henry Hales and to the lead of this race. Downhill towards the hairpin. I say downhill, it's not really downhill. There's barely any elevation change along this circuit at all. Being that this ground used to be an air base back in the day, during the 40s and the early 50s. Karting has been taking place on this ground since the early 60s, pretty much from birth time of the sport in the UK. In Europe, and when it came over from the United States through the late 50s. Hodgetts looking good, really good at this stage of the race. Henry Hales has been a strong competitor so far this year, but right now is being dropped. There's a nice move. That was Tommy Walton in the number 87 going through and gaining a position. Tommy Walton fighting for the top novice honour within this race in the IAMIs. Charlie Kitchen up there and Arlo Pulter Goody also running quite well. There is Hodgetts once again. Pulling away from Henry Hales at the moment. All these drivers on slick tyres. And a thought for the drivers who have moved up to the cadets this year, or in, say the last 12 months, they may have moved up at the back end of 2025. But particularly if they've moved up at the back end of 2025. So changes from when you go from Bambinos to this level. The big one, slick tyres. In Bambinos, by the rules, you always run on a treaded tyres, and that's to keep corner speeds down. Keep it at a steady state for those younger drivers. You step up to cadets, you're on slick tyres. That means higher corner speeds, higher loads on both the kart and also the drivers. For many of the drivers in this field, this may be the first race they've done in a heat wave, and that will be a real challenge for a number of them. So it's just something to keep an eye on for the drivers across the course of the day. Phoebe Shelton down the inside there takes 3rd place away from Ollie Knox. So now again, we talk a lot about, if you're watching trackside, keep hydrated today. Drivers, you keep hydrated as well. That's what's making it a challenge here today. It seems that every single round of Shenington Kart Racing Club for 2026, we're always getting something that's a little bit different in terms of the climate. 4 minutes of this race to go then. Ben Bowers leads from Finley Thursfield. Oh dear, Arlo Pulter Goody is off down at the hairpin. Most important thing, Arlo's okay. But we'll lose 20th place. We'll lose 3rd place in the novices in IAMI. And that is a shame, real shame. 2nd race that hasn't gone the way that Arlo would have wanted.
Having a look there once again, Senna Khosrapana. Now I want to say that Senna's done a bit of Club 100 racing. I'm pretty sure I've seen. You wouldn't forget a name like Senna Khosrapana, but particularly he's racing with tuition from James Small, who does a lot of work in the Club 100 sphere. Senna has really impressed me so far today, and he's once again mixing it up with those drivers with more experience. A very simple way that you can tell that. Senna's still on novice plates and is right up there with the likes of Doherty, Knox, Shelton, Bowers, all of these drivers that we've been talking about in this Honda Cadet category here at Shenington throughout the course of the year. And some of these drivers as well running in the national championships this year. Bowers and Shelton were both on the grid last week at Lark Hall. This is very good. Very, very good indeed from Senna Khosrapana. Changes in IAMIs. We've had a change of lead with Henry Hales going back to the front of the order, and we've gone slow procedure. So for the second time today, the race is neutralised for the cadets. Now, for silly old commentary brain, let's hope that, thank goodness, the Hondas have been caught first. This means that we won't get a repeat of what happened, I want to say, at round number 2, where the group at the front of the field didn't quite get caught by a slow procedure on it coming out, and then went round and pretty much got to 1 lap ahead of the second group of cadets. So well done to the Hondas. They have been caught by the slow procedure. So the race is neutralised again. Now the tactics are at play. Ben Bowers is doing absolutely the right thing. It is a slow procedure. Thou shalt go slow. But Ben Bowers might be looking to try and take that 1 minute 10 all the way down to 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Now, I know that's what he's probably trying to do. Ben, you might need to go a little bit quicker than that, because we don't want anyone to have problems behind. Karts don't like going slowly. They can sometimes oil up, particularly the 2 strokes. So there might be just a gentle little encouragement here for Ben Bowers to take this a tiny bit quicker. I think this is actually slower than walking pace at the moment. From a tactical perspective, Ben Bowers is trying to make sure that we see last lap board next time around. Not quite sure what the slow procedure is for, if I'm being perfectly honest. Arlo Pulter-Goody's kart has been pulled to the inside there through the hairpin. Oliver Godfrey we already had out of this race, and everybody else is still made sure that there's only going to be 1 more racing lap in this one. Time has ticked over to 0 minutes 0 seconds. We go back to green. Oh, but here comes the challenge from Finley Thursfield. No, in fact, it's Phoebe Shelton who goes around the outside to take second place. That's great work from Phoebe Shelton, keeping an eye on how things are going in the IAMIs as well. Henry Hales has done a very good thing. He's given himself a bit of a gap and a bit of space to run into. He's not having to pick his way through a load of Hondas and also trying to retain the race lead. That's very shrewd work from Henry Hales. Into the Bruno chicane then. No move yet for the race lead in Hondas. It's the 2 teammates for Team 17 at the front of the order. Might be a move coming in for 3rd place. Solly Knox is looking around the outside of Finley Thursfield. Also there is Kean Doherty. There's a little bit of movement in the middle of the pack. Over the line, Ben Bowers is going to take the heat victory with a perfect example of how to deal with a slow procedure. Over the line, Henry Hales takes it in IAMI's cadet category. And that was quite the soiree to finish for the cadets. Ben Bowers will be nicely up the order for the final later on. And Team 17 are going to be happy with that. Phoebe Shelton, P2. In that one, Finley Thursfield 3rd, Kean Doherty 4th, Ollie Knox 5th. Top novice, great performance for Senna Khosrapana. Nico Veselovsky 7th, Louis Dawson, Finn Hollis and Fraser Messer inside the top 10. Oscar Watson, the last of the Hondas before the first of the Iamis. Henry Hales ahead of Louis Wilson. Louis Wilson got 2nd place late on there ahead of Logan Hodgetts. Charlie Kitchen was your top Iami novice. We've got to move on though. More from the cadets later on today when their final takes place. We're moving back to the senior categories. Formula Libra up next. Let's whiz you through the grid then for Formula Libra. Looks like we've got Ben Stanford at the front of the field for this one. Paul Belton alongside on the front row. Liv Jenkins and Andrew Silvers on row 2. Edward Bellamy and Archie White row 3. Thomas Pugh and Matt Venn go from 4. Richard Manson, Harple Baines on row 5. Marcus Smith and Ian Davis go from row 6. James Ogden, Pierce Armstrong there on 7. Oliver Bourne and Ollie Venn go from row 8. Ashley White and Lewis Paynton go from 9. Dean Hale, I think, is elected to start at the back of the grid for both races because he started there for race 1 as well. He starts 19th. Luke Smith, Luca Atwell and Joseph Emmett go inside the 22-strong field. We are racing once again in Formula Libra. Paul Belton will lead us down towards Stratford for the first time in this one. And looking around the outside there, Ben Stanford trying to make the moves. They're all through Stratford for the first time. And a good start for the Formula Libras. If you're new to this this class, if you're wondering what's this one, you know, maybe more familiar with the owner classes at other clubs. This is all about getting people on the grid on a budget. This is all X30 based machinery, older X30 machinery than what we were talking about for the juniors and seniors. And older chassis and controlled tyres as well across the course of the season here at Shenington Kart Racing Club. And it's provided us with a lot of entertainment so far this year. Paul Belton leads from Liv Jenkins. Ben Stanford running in 3rd place at the moment. Good scrap going on behind for 5th place. Matt Venn has got through past Harple Baines and Pierce Armstrong. There is the number 21 of Archie White in the green and black. It's had a bit of a tricky start to this race. And down the inside goes Matt Venn, taking 3rd place from Ben Stanford, whether Ben likes it or not. Good run for Pierce Armstrong here. Getting down the inside. He's up into the top 5. Pierce, who, I'll say, if my memory serves me correctly, did a bit of Tillotson T4 a couple of weeks ago at PF International. It's part of the support bill for the British Kart Championships. Very experienced racer indeed. Just a quick recap. Oh no, we'll come back to that because we've got problems for the number 66 of Ollie Venn and Ian Davies in the number 17. They were in the top 10. No more. Dropped down the order. Seem to have come together through Cafe Curve. Result from the first race, because we didn't cover that before we got this one running, as White moves down the inside of Stanford for 5th place. James Ogden took the win. Lewis Paynton 2nd. Pierce Armstrong 3rd. Dean Hale 4th. But Dean Hale started towards the back of the grid. I wonder with Dean Hale, he just wants to get the lasso, whatever you want to call it, out, doesn't he? Although he's not doing much of it at the minute. He's down in 17th place, Dean Hale. He has just gone purple through sector number 1. 6 minutes remaining on the clock. There goes White down the inside of Stanford. This is a good scrap, really good. This is the kind of racing that we like to see in Formula Libra. Down the inside again goes Stanford. This is all over 5th place. Harple Baines and Edward Bellamy just behind as well. I think Bellamy's got through, in fact. No, sorry, it's James Ogden coming through. Knew something looked different to what I was talking about there. It's James Ogden in the yellow and black karts coming through, and through again. Down the inside, and takes 6th place. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. One more race before we get into the lunch break. Through and towards the Wilkins complex. Nice move from Joseph Emmett on the novice plates. Another great way for new people to the sport to get involved. Change for the lead. Liv Jenkins is through and ahead of Paul Belton. Liv looking to break up into the top 5 in the standings here today. And winning this race would do quite nicely to elevate Liv up the order for the final later on today. Best result so far this season is second, the final in March. As Pierce Armstrong got a little bit out of shape there. Hard on the brakes. 1 to get round the corner, 2 to avoid Matt Venn. I've got to say, Armstrong looking good today. This is the best showing that I can remember from Pierce so far this season. Best result in a final back in March, P6. But apart from that, it's been a couple of 10th places and an unfortunate April final, P20. This could well be a day where Pierce Armstrong is up to the top 5 in the final for the first time in 2026, with our drivers towards the front. A couple of penalties coming in. Marcus Smith has picked up a 3-second, as has Richard Mallinson, so most likely that is 2 wheels outside of the tram lines at lights out. Pierce Armstrong down the inside, lovely stuff from Pierce Armstrong. Aboard that Gillard, gets up into 3rd place ahead of Matt Venn. Matt Venn wants to take that position back though, and is going to respond down the inside. No, not. Good response around the outside from Pierce Armstrong there. I thought Matt Venn was going to have that one, but in the end, Matt Venn holds onto it. James Ogden closing in though. James Ogden, fastest driver in this race. Dean Hale has got his overtaking shoes on again. Or boots, I should say, for the Cowboy. P7 at the moment for the driver, the number 31. 3 minutes of this final to go. There's Oliver Bourne on your screens. There's another bit of nice work from Joseph Emmett. Joseph Emmett now up to P9 in this race. There's your race leader, Liv Jenkins, clear by 1.2 seconds ahead of Paul Belton. Good to see Paul back on the track. Paul's single point score from so far this season back during February, as that's a brave go down the inside from Matt Venn. I think Matt just lifted off a little bit there. Credit to Pierce Armstrong, who gave room through Hanger Corner, which you have to do when you're in that situation. A touch of wheels through that part of the circuit generally doesn't end well. Paul Belton's going to be under a bit of pressure here though, from Armstrong and from Venn. Pierce Armstrong last year 9th in the final standings here at Shenington for the Formula Libra Championship. Venn down the inside of Armstrong and through into 3rd place. And still coming back. This is one of the things I love about this category. The back and forth between these drivers. Sorry, this is 2nd place. They've both got past Paul Belton. Armstrong has a look. James Ogden's on the scene now as well. Gets past Belton for P4. 1 minute and 15 remaining on the clock. Jenkins looking good for the win here. Gap to this quartet now over 2 seconds. So they're not going to be feeling any kind of benefit in terms of air resistance and aerodynamics and a bit of tow. That's well gone for Venn, Armstrong, Belton and Ogden outside of themselves. Dean Hale now up to P6. Dean Hale fastest lap of the race a few moments ago, 44.111. Over the line goes the race leader. We'll get 2 more laps here. Don't think they'll have more on time. James Ogden, that's brave on Pierce Armstrong. Pierce leaves him enough space. Ogden's going to try and get it done on the overlap, round the outside and through Pitts Bend. James Ogden's on it today, really, really on it. That was brave stuff. He's looking good for pole position already before that move. But he's not wanting to put anything to chance here today. in what is most likely going to be a really fierce battle with Dean Hale later on in the final, given that the pace of Dean Hale has taken him up to P6, but not if Pierce Armstrong. Oh, I thought Pierce was going to try and repay the favour down the inside at the start of the new lap. Last lap, I don't think got called that time, so no, we'll get another one in. And there was a couple of seconds still remaining on the clock for Liv Jenkins as Liv came over the line. 2.5 seconds clear of Matt Venn. James Ogden looking to try and take second place away from Matt Venn now. Liv Jenkins finished 6th in the first race, so yeah, looking like even with this result, James Ogden would be on pole position for the final later on this afternoon. It doesn't need to take too many risks with this one. Matt Venn, meanwhile, finished 7th, so once these scores are combined, Ogden would have pole position. He's not satisfied though, he wants another, and he's got second place. That was much more a clear-cut thing for James Ogden. Matt Venn may be thinking that his race isn't against James Ogden right now in terms of where he wants to start on the grid for the final. Needs to keep Pierce Armstrong behind. And that was a good move from James Ogden. Final lap has been called, so we are going to see the checkered flag this time around. Liv Jenkins comes through the last couple of corners. He's going to take a win and move up the order for the final. Liv Jenkins takes heat 2. James Ogden will be on pole position for the final though, with that P2. Venn 3rd, Armstrong 4th, Belton 5th, Hale P6. That's a 4th and a 6th for Dean Hale. And a good race once again there from the drivers in Formula Libra. 7th for Archie White, 8th for Oliver Bourne, Ashley White and Marcus Smith complete the top 10. That is before penalties. Smith does have a +3 second. Lewis Payton 11th. Luke Smith, the first of the novices. Oh, that means there must have been a problem for Joseph Emmett, I think, on the last lap. It's dropped down the order. Luca Atwell, good drive there from Luca. 13th spot ahead of Ben Stafford, Andrew Silvers, Edward Bellamy, Richard Mallison, Thomas Pugh, Harper Baines, and Joseph Emmett, as I say, did not come across the line, I think, on the last lap. Ian Davis and Ollie Venn complete the order. We've got to move on to the next race. Mountain Circuit right now, Senior Rotax. Jack West has pole position for this one. Noosh Safa-Levers alongside on the front row. Daryl Henderson and Adam White start on row 2 for the final heat of Senior Rotax. Parser, Thomas Svand and Dan Kehov on row 3. Kirkbride and Greenway row 4. Smith and Nottingham row 5. Sanders and Eastick row 6. Quick and Metters row 7. Ballou and Howes row 8. There are more drivers. Gifford is not... No, Gifford's a little bit lower down the order. So I think we've got Ben Ballou, Matthew So in the top 20. Bradley Howes, Charles Sutton, Kieran Gifford, Dylan Briley, William Webb, Ivanov, Pearson, Tutton and People complete the 4 novices. We are racing for the last time before the break. Jack West will be a heavy favourite for this one. Seeded driver nationally, starting from pole on paper. He should have a very good chance to win this race. But Noosh Safa-Levers, who needs the points, there is a cut-off for this category. No one wants to be in that B final, especially if you are one of the front-running drivers in club racing so far this season, which Noosh Safa-Levers is. Quick start though for the Senior Rotax drivers, all 29 on our timing screens running. And move from Jamie Kirkbride there in the number 42 up to P4. So end the first lap. We'll come back to the rundown because Noosh Safa-Levers has gone for the race lead and got it. Great move from Safa-Levers past Jack West. Daryl Henderson there as well in 3rd place. West looking this way and that. No, the door's going to close there on Jack West. And Jack West is losing positions. Down to P4, down to P5. That is not what Jack West would have expected. I'm going to be honest, I don't think there was enough space there realistically for West to confidently go for the move. And now he's set himself up with a real task to try and get back through this field. Noosh Safa-Levers is going to try and pull away here as there's an incident almost through. Yes, there are incidents. They're all tripping over one another through the Wilkins complex. count who lost out there in a moment. Fear Harry Pearson may have been one of those to lose out. As one of the Iconic Racing drivers, Jamie Kirkbride, has a nibble. No, it's I could have. Yes, it was. Oliver Bamford Senior lost out. There was a kart finishing with a 1. It was the 81. Oliver Bamford Senior down the order. Charles Sutton and Matthew So also in trouble through the Wilkins complex. Less than 7 minutes to go in this one. Mechanical flag for Daniel Kehov. Kehov's going to be out of this one. Pastor Thomas Svand was going for a move there on Adam White, and here is a change of lead. Joshua Smith through to the front of the order then. This is more like it from Joshua Smith, who had problems in heat number 1. And Ballou's had a contact warning in the number 57, but that was nice from Joshua Smith. He's worked his way up past Daryl Henderson, now past Noosh Safa-Levers. And now try and break away from the rest of the field. Henderson still holding there in 3rd place. Downers racing for Coles this weekend. Oh, that's a bit of a different livery for Coles Racing entry. And there in the Intrepid race suit. Jack West still there in 4th. The trouble for West at the moment, though, is I think these top 3 will work together for the next lap or so. He may drop back even further from what is an experienced trio here. Smith, Safa-Levers and Henderson aren't nationally seeded drivers. They still know what they're doing. Very much so, particularly Joshua Smith. And see him leaning there, getting the pivot round the corner, round the Bruno chicane. Looking very in tune with his machine. Oh, that's a move and a half from Noosh Safa-Levers down the inside and gets the lead. Thought for a moment there that Smith was going to get him back on exit. But good positioning from Safa-Levers means he's got the lead here at the start of lap number 7. Now that is good for Jack West. The top 3 lost time with that. And Jack West set the fastest lap of the race so far. Henderson down the inside of Smith. West's coming back here. And that shows the quality that West has got. Was in real trouble, about a 2.5 seconds back. What, 2 laps ago? Has now got a chance of winning this race again. Capitalising on the descent in the ranks. However, getting past these 3 drivers is not going to be easy for Jack West. Safa-Levers is in very good form. Daryl Henderson has a lot of experience in karting. Joshua Smith is a driver that Jack West has raced before. He's looking down the inside though. Henderson's gone for the race lead. Oh, it may all open up for Jack West here, 3 wide off of the hairpin. Henderson is going to take the race lead. Not sure whether that was planned by Daryl Henderson, but he found a route down the inside of Noosh Safa-Levers. Went for the block pass, nearly got it wrong in the second half of the corner, but had just enough speed to fend off the charge from Jack West, who is making his own move for 3rd place. New phase of the race, 3.25 minutes to go. West checks over, makes sure that there's no move from Smith through the first turn. Further down the order, great drive going on for William Webb. Started 26th, now up into 9th place. West looking down the inside. I think that was more in defence, to be honest, than attack on Henderson. But yeah, William Webb in the number 89, started 26th, now up to P9. That's a great drive. Kieran Gifford as well, started 24th, is now up into the top 15 in his number 97 machine. Ivo Ivanov, that's another Ivanov, is up to 17th place. Top novice at the moment. And Harry Pearson, another of the novices, has gone with him as well. Plenty to talk about in this race. Only 2.5 minutes to go in it. West looking a bit defensive at the moment. Henderson can breathe for now. Indeed, West has to defend. Oh, Nusafa Levers has nipped through there. That was a brilliant bit of overtaking once again from the Evolution Racing number 43, piloted by Nusafa Levers. How did he do that? I'm not quite sure how he found that gap to get past Joshua Smith and into P3. This one's not over. Not over by any measure. Darrell Henderson will keep his head down though to try and keep away from the rest of the chasing pack. Down towards the hairpin once again. Safa Levers down the inside. Well, that's more conventional. It's just as effective, or is it? Because West is coming back here and holds on to second place. Darrell Henderson, a driver that we've normally been accustomed to in terms of KZ racing the past few years. Very successful in KZ racing as well. Has been Darrell Henderson. Right now he's scarpering away from the senior Rotax field. West just does not quite have that next level of pace in this race. That's why he's defending so much. 3 wide, down towards the Stratford hairpin. On a bit of a stagger, and that's well dealt with. But he's completely driving on his rear bumper at the moment. It's good he knows this circuit well from all of his racing over the years, because right now he's driving most of the time with his head facing the other way. A couple of penalties coming in, 3 seconds each for Thomas Van and for Kirkbridge. Those will be from the race start for just drifting out of the tram lines before lights out. 10 seconds to go on the clock, 2 more laps then. There's your race leader, Darrell Henderson, who's looking pretty comfortable right now to take this heat win. And we'll be enjoying this right now. Safa Levers now having to defend from Smith. Safa Levers has got back through into 3rd place ahead of Smith. Thomas Van not too far behind it. Thomas Van could have a good run towards the end of this race. William Webb could have a good run as well. William Webb in 6th place as the fastest driver on circuit on a 42.490. Last lap board is out. Henderson pretty much got this race won, just needs to cruise around to the finish. West has got 2nd place secured, and it's now Safa Levers feeling a bit of pain, not able to keep eyes forward. Joshua Smith all over him. Both of these drivers did not have the results that they wanted in the first round of heats. And keep an eye on William Webb, because William Webb's closing in. Safa Levers closes the door towards the Bruno chicane. William Webb is right there. William Webb could get both of them here with the pace that he's got at the end of this race. Heading through Hanger towards Wilkins they go. Darrell Henderson's going to take this 3rd heat in senior Rotax. Nice result there for Darrell Henderson. Jack West comes home P2, fights to P2. Safa Levers does hold on for 3rd. Smith 4th, Webb 5th, Thomas Van 6th. Will lose some positions with a 3-second penalty. Adam White, Ethan Martin, Tom Nottingham, Drew Price, they're all in the top 10. 11th for Jamie Kirkbridge, Kean Eastick 12th. Harvey Quick, Kieran Gifford and Ben Ballou on the top 15. Abby Sanders 16th ahead of the first novice, Ivo Ivanov. Harry Pearson 18th, Dylan Briley and Bradley Howes in the top 20. Ralphie Greenway, Jarek Metters, Oliver Lomax, Jensen People and Oliver Banford Senior all in the top 25. Dylan Tutton was the last of the 26 finishers, 3 retirements in that race. Dan Kehov, who saw the mechanical flag, Charles Sutton and Matthew So. That brings us to the lunch break. We're going to wrap things up pretty quickly. Thank you very much for joining us here through the morning and the early part of the afternoon. Keep an eye on the comments. We'll put in the start time for the 2 remaining heats for the intercategories in the not too distant future. Finals start after that. B finals for junior and senior Rotax, and then finals for all of the classes, taking us through to the end of the day. Enjoy the lunch break. We'll see you very soon for more action here from Shenington.
Welcome back, everybody, to the action here at Shenington for the latest Kart Club meeting. We're straight back into things. Minimax heat number 2 underway with Jess Kirby at the front of the field, leading from pole position. They're streaming down towards the first braking zone already. We have already lost one of the drivers. I think it's Adam Barton, the number 33, had a spin on the formation lap and is showing down the bottom of the order. Apart from that, no other dramas for the Minimax drivers in the early stages of this one. 2 more heats, including this one, then all of our finals here this afternoon. And Jess Kirby continues to lead in this one. Jay Birmingham up to second place in the early stages. Charlie Heffer there in third place. Birmingham looking around the outside. Going to be over the line. There is an investigation underway for Ben Hunt. Kirby holds on to the race lead. Birmingham checks to the inside though and will take the race lead in the early stages here of lap number 2. Charlie Heffer looking around the outside. Will stay in third place for now. Adam Bart has come through at the end of the first lap, so it's somebody else who we've lost from the early stages on this one. Ben Hunt's investigation has been concluded, and it's a warning for flags. Ooh, off the road there goes Thomas Laidler. Laidler in a bit of bother. I hope he didn't clip that big curve on driver's right too much. That is one that can knock front fairings down if drivers hit it too hard. End of lap number 2 then. Birmingham leads from Kirby, Heffer, Coniston Wade, Story, Hobson, Hansford. Alfie Phillipson had a really good run in his first race as Heffer's looking round the outside here. This is in a battle with Coniston Wade and Story for third place. And it's Coniston Wade who's come to the front of that group. Jess Kirby still holding second place right now, doing a really good job. Jude Story up the order, takes third place away from Coniston Wade. It's been a bright start this from these drivers. Good moves through the midfield. Everybody gets through to the final in this one, so there's no threat of B final. As Charlie Heffer has some issues there, just falls down a couple of positions. Jamal Pomeram is the first driver I'm going to highlight. Up into the top 20. This is one of the novices for Jack Dex Racing. Jack and the team have been doing a great job with Jamal. Jamal learning a lot every single meeting, as that's Noah Hobson down the inside in a slight move through the hairpin. And I mentioned earlier that Jamal competed in the E10 Cadet Cup a few weeks ago at PF International. Now here in the Minimax category, doing very nicely indeed. Change for that is going to be for second place. Jude Story has come up the order in this group and taken second place away from Jess Kirby. Jess could still be on for a good result here though. Some trouble last time out. A few thrills and spills. But there's another driver improving all the time here in this Minimax category. It's a really interesting one here at Shenington for 2026. A lot of newer drivers to the sport earning their stripes. Contact warning for William Moore. One as well for Jamal Pomeram. He's lost a couple of positions, now down to 22nd place. Here's an attack coming in from Alfie Phillipson. Oh, that is brave stuff from Alfie Phillipson, but spot on. Gets through past Jess Kirby. And up now into third place. Has had a good run so far this season. Isn't a point scorer. I think it's one of his best finishes actually back into last year's visits to Shenington, but has finished high up in the top 10 in finals before. There's your race leader, Jay Birmingham. Clear of Phillipson at the moment. The rest of them filing through. Birmingham leads some Story from Phillipson. Jess Kirby in fourth place. Then that fight just there for fifth place with Coniston Wade, Noah Hobson. Hobson in the replica Lando Norris helmet there. He's going to lose out to Charlie Heffer. William Moore looking round the outside as well in the number 42. Just has to back out of a move there. That was Dexter Petty, just ahead. And the door was going to close for William Moore. Decided wisely to just pull out of that one. 4.25 minutes of this race to go. Top three have broken away. Looking good for their intermediate points off of the back of this. And has there been a change for fourth place? Yes, there has been. Joshua Kenniston-Wade is through and into P4 ahead of Jess Kirby. And Noah Hobson has got through as well. So Hobson back into the top 5. Here are your two drivers fighting for position. Charlie Heffer trying to get past Kenniston-Wade. Once again, this is for 5th place. Good defence there from Joshua. Oh, that's brave. That's very brave from Charlie Heffer. And the two of them do well to emerge from Cafe Corner without harm. Down the inside this time, Kenniston-Wade defending from Charlie Heffer. A little bit of over-rotation there for the number 66 through the corner, but keeps it under control. Down the hanger straight once again. Kenniston-Wade having to work quite hard, and Heffer could have a route underneath here, could be followed through by Jess Kirby as well. And Jess Kirby, nearly gets both of them as a result of that. Here comes William Moore in the number 42, another of the Jack Dex Racing runners. Round the outside looks William Moore there on Kenniston-Wade. Kenniston-Wade's brave defence of that 5th position may be over with 2.5 minutes to go. Down towards Stratford once again. Now it's Heffer having to do the hard defensive work. Eli Owen is in there as well for Coles Racing in the number 44. Oh no, it spins. Oh, well, there's nothing that Eli could have done about that. Eli simply minding his own business on the inside, and then gets collected and pitched round. Did very well to keep that kart under a resemblance of control and get back in the race, but will drop outside of the top 10. As a result of that, and nearly going up over the back, Dexter Petty with William Moore, I think that was there. Is there going to be damage to the rear of Moore's kart as a result of that? We'll wait and see. There are two leaders, second and third, I should say. In fact, no, there's been a change to the lead there. Alfie Phillipson's got through. Alfie Phillipson has caught Jay Birmingham and taken first position. As I said, this has been really good stuff from Alfie Phillipson so far today. Result from earlier on. Second place. Phillipson's on the pole position here for the final. If he can bring this one home. In fact, I wouldn't even say he needs to win this race, because Jay Birmingham was a bit further down the order. Not too much further down the order. P7 in the first race. Out of the final, sorry, not the final corner, the Stratford hairpin there. Jude Story pushing on in third place. What's Jude's pace like at the moment? Not bad, you know, 46.0. Oh, 3 wide into the Bruno chicane. They got through it. That was all around Thomas Laidler, Noah Hobson and others. The number 17 has been in. Sandro Kemp. So I think Sandra Kemp might have been the driver that we saw a problem with earlier. Has been in for some remedial repairs and gone back out again, albeit 3 laps off the overall lead. 2 laps to go then. Phillipson leading from Birmingham, from Story, from Heffer, Jones, Kirby, Moore, Laidler, Petty, Hobson. That is your top 10 in what's been a bit of a topsy-turvy second heat of the day for Minimax. Out to the hairpin once again. Ollie Blanford on the move there, as that's a close moment immediately behind Blanford, involving the likes of Kenniston-Wade and Adam Bart, who's come from the back of the field. Up to 13th place. Bit of a slide there for Jess Kirby. Means Kirby will lose out to Thomas Laidler. Laidler through and into 7th place. Last lap board shown. Phillipson, Birmingham, Story, 1, 2, 3. Battle on your screens is for 4th place between Heffer and Logan Stanley Jones. And Jones is going to have a good run here down towards the hairpin. Stick it on the inside and take 4th place away from Charlie Heffer. There is your race leader, though. This has been a tremendous performance from Alfie Phillipson. And as long as Alfie can get through the final couple of corners, it's going to put him on pole position for the final in Minimax later on today. There it is, across the line. Alfie Phillipson takes it by a second ahead of Jay Birmingham. Jude Story third. Logan Stanley Jones with that move on the last lap holds fourth. Charlie Heffer inside the top 5 again. William Moore in 6th. Thomas Laidler 7th. Jess Kirby 8th place. Good drive there from Jess. That is good progress. Dexter Petty 9th and Ollie Blanford continuing to show progress as well, P10. Joshua Kinnerston Wade in 11th, Adam Bart 12th, Ben Hunt 13th. It's been maybe a little bit off colour today. 14th, Noah Hobson, Charlie Gregg 15th, Alicia Waterhouse, Jake Hansford, Jamal Pomeram, Arthur Kaiser and Toby Marsland is up top 20. Pomeram the top novice. We're going to have to end things there for Minimax. We'll see their final later on in the day. We're sticking with the Inter categories though, because Miami Water Swift is up next. So Miami Water Swift out onto track in the next few moments for their second heat of the day. We'll have 9 drivers out on circuit. Hopefully 4 is in this one. Just waiting for a couple of karts to be recovered back to the paddock from that previous race, and then we'll get this formation lap underway. Keep your comments and your messages of support coming in. I'll try and read them out as and when we receive them. Hello to Eric, who's been enjoying a bit of Formula Libra. Let's take you through the grid then, if we can, for Miami Water Swift. The 9 drivers are out on circuit. And I do think we'll have Margaret Kvetskis on pole position for this race. Oliver Kleinfelter, row 1 as well. On the opposite side, William Bennett and Cody Vertigan, row 2. Travis Giddings and Harley Bradbury Stretton on row 3. Joshua Knighton will start towards the back of the order. I think actually there's been a problem for the number 19, Felix Booker. Has only just left the dummy grid, which was not expected. Who else are we missing from that? Theo Tyak I've not seen come out onto circuit. Theo is there, starting on the 4th row of the grid. So we'll see whether we are going for a start on this one. Yes, we are. We are racing once again in Miami Water Swift. Margus Kvetskis has the race lead, straight up into second place. Good start there for Oliver Kleinfelter. There is Felix Booker, who gets into the race, but a long, long way down the order in towards the Bruno chicane for the first time. Booker's kart just comes past me here in the commentary box. It sounds okay. Maybe just initial troubles getting it going. Unfortunately means that he's effectively missed the start of this race. Battle between the Jade Racing team there, and it's Theo Tyak who takes that position ahead of William Bennett. Travis Giddings not too far behind. Margus Kvetskis won the first heat on the road at a decent pace. Kept the race win. And in the end was 2 seconds ahead of Theo Tyak. Cody Vertigan in 3rd from the first race involving these drivers earlier on today. In towards the Bruno chicane once again. Theo Tyak still ahead of his teammate William Bennett. But Kvetskis not running away with this at the moment. And keep an eye on Cody Vertigan in this one. I've been very impressed with Cody the last couple of months. He's taken some big strides forward in terms of performance and ability at the wheel. And I tell you what, he's closing in on Margus Kvetskis here. Kvetskis, a proven driver on the national scene. Not seen him in club action here at Shenington so far in 2026. And they'll both be enjoying this at the moment. Kleinfelter's still there in 3rd place. Tyke 4th, Bennett 5th, Giddings 6th. Harley Bradbury Stretton in 7th place ahead of Joshua Knighton. Knighton, the
the only novice in this race. Felix Booker still circulating out there in 9th place, but unfortunately he's some 15 seconds or so behind the next driver. 6.5 minutes to go then. Kvetskis and Vertigan just trying to work together at the moment, trying to break away from the trio of Kleinfelter, Tyack and Bennett. The three of them running across two teams that know this circuit very well. Tyack looking down the inside for 3rd place, and that's a nice move. Gets through past Kleinfelter comfortably without any real trouble. And Theo Tyack, who was 2nd in the first race earlier on today, will look to progress even further forward. He's had 2 podiums in finals so far this year. As Theo, 2nd in the first final of the year back in February, and then 3rd a couple of months later. So there's always been there or thereabouts at Shenington this year. Scrap's going to develop for 4th place as well. Bennett, good tighter line there. He's going to draw alongside Kleinfelter through the next corner. Kleinfelter takes it to his advantage, but Bennett's going to come back here. No, just remains in 5th place for now, whilst Cody Vertigan starts to think about perhaps a move on Margaret Kvetskis. Down the hanger straight then. And towards Wilkins. Long run for the Miami Water Swifts. Oh, Kleinfelter a little bit wide there. Just missing the initial apex. Has to cover off any kind of attack from Bennett into turn number 1. Vertigan continue to work with Kvetskis. This is really, really clever racing from these young drivers, typically 11, 12 years of age in the Water Swift category. Oh, that's going to get close. 3 wide. Tyack, Kleinfelter and Bennett. They all have a little shake at one another. Bennett's still there, but is not quite going to be able to draw alongside on the exit of the corner and returns back to 5th place. In a way, they did well there, because not often you see 3 wide on the apex of the Stratford hairpin and nobody end up in trouble on the exit of the corner. Bennett now having to go down the inside. Nice clean move from the Welsh driver. Through into 4th place. Tidy, accurate, effective from William Bennett there. Looking to continue the run of podium visits here at Shenington. Goes back to the round in March. 3 second places in a row is the streak that William is on in terms of the finals. We'll see that final later on today, which you'll be able to watch uninterrupted live here on Alpha Live. Meanwhile, challenge for the race lead. Cody Vertigan down the inside takes it. Points forward. Well, this is another big step from Cody Vertigan. We talked about the step that Cody took last month. First full championship score this year was back in March. It was a 6th place. April, 8th place. May, on the podium. And that was a big, big step. Now, Cody Vertigan is challenging for race leads. This is really, really good progress. This is what you like to see across the whole of a season. Drivers develop their skills, develop their abilities, grow in confidence. And that is very much the case here with Cody Vertigan. Cody did have good results in heats last month as well. This could be a really, really big result if Cody could beat a highly rated, established driver in the national championships in the shape of Margaret Kvetskis. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Vertigan has had a couple of contact warnings, so just needs to be careful should Kvetskis come back and attack. Doesn't want to pick up another one of those. That could then lead to something else. Tyack and Bennett might go at it again for 3rd place. They're very close to one another, or at least were at the last timing loop.
Still the best part of 2 minutes to go in this race as well. Over the line to complete lap number 9 then. Cody Vertigan leads this one by a quarter of a second over Margaris Kvetskis. The English driver leading the pack here in Miami Water Swift, just behind Tyack and Bennett, competing over third place. Looks like they were side by side on the entry, and Bennett's got through. William Bennett into third place then, ahead of his teammate Theo Tyack. Tyack still on for a good slot on the grid with that second place from the first race. I reckon Kvetskis would still be on pole position for the final. First and second place is the live score for the Lithuanian driver. The driver flying the flag for Lithuania, I should say. Based here in the UK. It's a lot of great work for the Apollo Karts team across the course of the 2025 campaign, then switched to Team BMR for 2026, and now Kvetskis starting to come back at Vertigan, maybe getting an overlap on the exit. Here comes Kvetskis up the inside into the Bruno chicane and has taken the lead back. That's quality from Margaris Kvetskis. That was a move planned out from 3 or 4 corners back. Vertigan, though, is going to try and ramp it round the outside. This is a mighty brave attempt from Cody Vertigan. Kvetskis is wise to it. This is a really good race between these two. And you know what? We're still going to get another 2 laps of it because they come over the line with 4 seconds remaining. Kvetskis continues to hold the lead, but Vertigan is not dropping back, not going away. They both go to the extremes of the circuit there. No one taking the middle of the road. Margaris still leading this one, and it's going on between the 2 Jade Racing team boys again. Tyack this time looking down the inside of Bennett. Well, they may be the smallest field of the day. That doesn't mean that they deliver the smallest amount of entertainment. This has been really good again from the Miami Water Swift drivers. Over the line, now they take the the final lap board. The checkered flag will be out one more time around. As Vertigan's got down the inside, Kvetskis does the switch back, was wise to it. That was the first go from Vertigan on this last lap. Tyack has taken third place away from Bennett, but I think they're going to go and have a squabble over that position again. And Bennett's got back ahead. Vertigan looking for a way through into the Bruno chicane. Kvetskis has it covered off. Has a bit of a gap as they come out of the Bruno chicane. Still feels the need to go down the middle of the road into Hanger, into the Wilkins complex. If Kvetskis can get off the line, he should have this race won. We'll stick low. We'll stick to drivers left. It's going to be a run to the line that goes the way of Kvetskis by less than a tenth. Ahead of Cody Vertigan, William Bennett and Theo Tyack with a similarly close finish there. Third for Bennett, fourth for Tyack. Oliver Kleinfelter solid there, comes home in 5th place. Travis Giddings 6th. And then across the line will be Harley Bradbury Stretton, who got that 7th place on the last lap, just ahead of Joshua Knighton. And Felix Booker, who, well, the race for Felix pretty much over before it had even begun. But had some decent pace in that race, did Felix. Comes home in P9. We'll see all those drivers again later on for the final in Miami Water Swift. But now, that is all the heats done. Next up, one of the busiest races of the day, Junior B final up next. Apologies, folks. I was getting ahead of myself. It's X30 Senior Heat number 2, which had just dropped off the bottom of my my running order. So we're not quite done with the heats yet. Apologies for that. Let's run you very quickly through the grid. Katie Ashman and Finley Allen
on the front row. Stefan Bostandiev and Jack Monkhouse on row 2. James Harris and Valentino Alessi on row 3. Lawrence Levy and George Hopcraft row 4. Jake Brook and Bailey Brooker on row 5. Jacob Marples and Max Cooper up next on 6. Masters and Philp on row 7. Masters and Jurevich on row 8. Allen and Bridge on row 9. Gill and Gallagher row 10. McLean and Chu on row 11. Parabok, Chadwick, O'Donnell completes the field here for Senior X30, heat number 2. 9 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Away we go. Good start for Katie Ashman. Takes the lead in the early stages of this one. One of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers is in trouble. It's Max Cooper. Max Cooper out of contention. The number 30 of Dylan Chadwick has had a problem off the start as well. Was off the back of the main pack as they run through and towards the Bruno chicane. All looking pretty tidy at the moment from the X30 Senior drivers. Down towards the Wilkins complex. Big send going in there. I think that was one of the VREs on the move. Peter Jurevich it was, up to 6th place. Just saw Max Cooper still off to the side of the circuit there. Just trying to get back into the race. He's got no power, he's not going to be going anywhere. I can see out of the commentary box window. So Ashman leads from Allen, Monkhouse, Bostandiev, Hopcraft, Jurevich, Brooker, Alessi, Brook and Parabok. That's a mega start from Dominic Parabok, who started 24th. In fact, no, it wasn't Peter Jurevich who we saw slinging it down the inside through Wilkins last time around. It was Parabok. I didn't expect Parabok to be that far up the order at the end of lap number 1, but he is, and he's gone further still. Is now up to P8. 7 minutes and 20 seconds in this race to go. Katie Ashman trying to defend at the moment from Finley Allen. Finley, driver from Northampton. Hasn't been a championship scorer so far this season. Has raced at Shenington before though, was 7th in the final standings of the Junior X30 competition last year. Problem! Oh, and it's the race leader! Katie Ashman out! Now the rear bumper looks a little bit out of shape. Or is this purely a mechanical issue? Either way, Katie Ashman out. Oh dear, is this a turning point as well in the championship? Katie Ashman leading into today's round is now going to have to fight from further down the grid in the final. Meanwhile, there's more goings on for the VREs. Dominic Parabok right in the middle of it all in the number 74. Out wide goes Valentino Alessi. Well, this completely changes things now. Finley Allen leads by about half a second ahead of Jack Monkhouse. Peter Jurevich up to 3rd place. Bailey Brooker and Jake Brook up to P5. Brook, who had a torrid time of things earlier on in the day. This is a good return for Jake Brook. Could be moving himself back up the order, giving himself half a chance when we get to the final later on today. Big moment there. One of the TWMs coming together with one of the R1 Racing. It's Alvin Chu in the Tim Wilson Motorsport machine who has got back on track. I think there's damage to the rear of the R1 Racing. It will either have been Alfie Gallagher or Valentino Alessi. The question is, which one? That could have been quite nasty. I think it's Alessi. Alessi's fallen down the order. There's the number 35 of Daniel Bridgen having a slight moment out there, getting his nose chopped off by another one of the drivers. Well, what a stormy race we're having here in X30 Senior, and still the best part of 5 minutes of this race to go. Dom Parabok is under investigation. Jake Brook is also under investigation. Here are those two drivers, as out of contention is one of the MDLs. That was Daniel Bridgen. So Daniel Bridgen falls
down the order. 4 minutes and 25 to go. Ah, no, sorry. It's not one of the R1s with the loose rear bumper. It's Alvin Chu who's missing the rear. Oh, in fact, he's missing it completely. We've gone old school on the number 25. So Alvin Chu's going to have to come in. That's just come past the commentary box window. Yellow's out through the Bruno chicane. That might be to... yes, that'll be to deal with Daniel Bridgen. Down the inside, this is for 5th place. Through goes Powerbox past Brook. Ryan Gill's in there again, looking to gain positions. Jacob Marple's having a good run as well, having just moved up to the senior categories. Looking to close in. Oh, as that is trouble nearly again for Ryan Gill. Slight clash with Jake Brook there. Jake Brook has had a contact warning earlier on in this race. Stacking up for that George Hopcraft. Yes, it is George Hopcraft up to 9th place and looks to the outside. Wide goes Jake Brook. Might have been a little bit of encouragement in that one, as there's a change to 3rd. Bailey Brooker through. Past Peter Jurvic. Down towards the hairpin once again. Brooker so far this year has been trying to build results at a variety of different meetings and has finished in the top 10 in this category earlier on in the year. Hasn't been a championship point scorer though, that's why he's not showing on the standings, but has had appearances earlier on in the year and a decent run back in April. 2 minutes and 30 to go on the clock. Finley Allen, meanwhile, continues to lap quite nicely here. Clear by 1.5 seconds ahead of Jack Monkhouse. Monkhouse has had a good number of top 10s so far this season in finals. We'll see that final again later on in the day. 2 minutes remaining. The drivers 3rd and 4th on the road. Brooker, Jurvic with the late apex. Brooker a slightly shorter driver though. That won't be helping Jurvic, won't be punching his bigger hole in the air for a bit of a slipstream down towards Stratford. Peter Jurvic, one of the tallest drivers in this category here this weekend. Number 22 of Lauren Dunleavy there, holding 12th place just ahead of Dylan Masters. So this race has settled down, got into a nice rhythm. Contact warning for the number 14 of Alfie Gallagher. There's Gallagher at the moment, he's running in 10th place. So with 60 seconds to go, Alan leads from Monkhouse pretty comfortably, 2.3 seconds the gap. Then another couple of seconds back, we find these two, Brooker and Jurvic. Then the battle with Powerbox as well. In fact, Powerbox crossed the gap and is now with his teammate. Then it's Ryan Gill, Jacob Marples, George Hopcraft, and not too far behind. It looks like Joshua McLean has got through, has indeed, in the number 80, back up to 9th place and ahead of Jake Brook and Alfie Gallagher. Leader comes over the line again. 2 more laps. Sort out, oh dear, and it's gone all wrong for Jake Brook. Trips over the back of Josh McLean. Hope McLean's exhaust is okay and all that. He's lost position and is trying to fight off the number 67 there of Dylan Masters. So Dunleavy and Gallagher got through in all of that. The rough day for Jake Brook, unfortunately, continues. Down to 17th now. That is not where he would have wanted to be. McLean back down the inside of Gallagher, takes another position, takes a spot inside the top 10. I think, by the way, Max Cooper did get going again and has actually gained a few positions in this race. He is off the lead lap,
In fact, there he is. So that's a good example of where, when you have something go wrong on the lead, on the first lap, keep going if you can. You never know what's going to happen to other drivers. You never know what points and positions you're going to be able to pick up later on in the race. Leader is on the back straight, just about to come through Wilkins. It's been a fine drive from Finley Allen, untroubled since the early stages, and takes the second heat. Wins by nearly 3 seconds ahead of Jack Monkhouse. In fact, not nearly, bang on 3 seconds, the gap between Allen and Monkhouse. Bailey Brooker fights home to third, ahead of Piotr Jurvic and Dominic Parabok in 5th place. Ryan Gill 6th, Jacob Marple 7th, 8th for George Hopcraft, 9th for Laurenton Levy, 10th for Joshua McLean, Alfie Gallagher, Dylan Masters, John O'Neill. Great drive there from John O'Neill, the top novice, home in 13th place. Stefan Bostandiev and James Harris in the top 15. Valentino Alessi 16th, Jake Brooks 17th, Charlie Phillip and Josh Allen completes the runners in the top 19. Dylan Chadwick, I don't think got across the line at the end, or we're still waiting for him to come across the line. He's currently showing in 20th place. Max Cooper did get going again after a first lap incident. Finishes P21. Reese Masters, Alvin Chu, Daniel Bridgen and Katie Ashman all did not see the finish of that race. Well, we'll see the X30 Seniors out later on in the day. Looking forward to that one. That is now all of the heats done. Apologies for the false alarm. And we next move on to the B final, the Junior Rotax B final. Here are your drivers then for the Junior Rotax B final. Harry Harvey, Miles Cleworth on the front row of the grid. Lily Shaw and Cooper Moore on row 2. Finley Hans and Sam Batty on row 3. Iris Crease and Jack Dimbleby, they go from row 4. It's Fenton Roderick and Ethan Guest on row 5. Charlie White and Louis Marchand on row 6. Maximilian Braskov and Ryan Rapini row 7. Aidan Young and Zane Perry row 8. Tyler Rackham and Frankie Charles Jones go from row 9. Elliot Dimolo and Zach Waddle go from row 10. It's Harley King and Jack Corson on row 11. Harvey Everett and Adam Asgar go from 12. Leighton Kelly and Jack Bowie on row 13. Esme Rossi and Amy Grazieri go from row 14. Ava Crawford and Jay Singh complete row 15. Austin Moth and George Ralston complete the 32 strong field here. One of the biggest B finals that you will possibly ever see. This is going to be a really, really competitive race then to see who can go through to the A final. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Not a long race for these drivers. Straight to the front of the order. Harry Harvey leads for Coles Racing. Down towards Stratford for the first time then. Ethan Guest in the middle of it all. There's some pretty strong names in this B final. Essentially, if you had one really bad race, didn't matter what happened in the second one, you were not going forward to the A final. Calmness, I think, has got to be shown from the drivers in this one. End of the first lap, Harvey leads from Shaw. Oh dear, as out of the race is Jay Singh. Jay Singh will go no further in this one. That is not what he would have wanted. Remember, it is the top 4 who go through as there's a change for the lead. Lily Shaw down the inside now. Harry Harvey's got his hand up there thinking, oh dear, as one of the Guy Cunnington Racing drivers, that is Leighton Kelly, is out of the race. Elliot Dimolo was up in the air for a moment there. Elliot had problems in the first race. And, no, in fact, I think it's Elliot. No, it's the number 23 who's out of the race. That will have been a very quick stop. And that is Cooper Moore. Cooper Moore was up in the top 5. So what has happened there to Cooper Moore? Cooper's chances of going through disappear in a flash. 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go. So just to explain, I think why Harry Harvey was so frustrated there. He was probably thinking, right, I've got the lead, I've got the speed, let's try and push away. So wasn't necessarily expecting a move to come in. That's getting tight as well. Out wide goes Finley Hands. Ryan Rapini's gained in all of that, up to second place. Harry Harvey kind of got caught in the middle of all of that. His hand's got a problem. Not looking particularly quick at this stage of the race. Under investigation is Esme Rosie in the 148. There's Zane Perry moving up the order in the number 25. So 5.5 minutes to go. It's currently Shaw, Rapini, Crease, Harvey going through. However, there's some strong runners picking their way through the field who could be a factor in the second half. Zane Perry's one of them. There he is in the red and white helmet for Jack Dex Racing. Started 16th, is now P7. Tyler Rackham started 17th, now P9. Ethan Guest, P10 at the moment, looking down the inside of Rackham for a moment there. Sam Batty, the number 99, is losing a bit of time here at the moment. His first Shenington race meeting off of novice plates, if I've got my facts correct. There is Rackham coming through with Braskov, Guest in there as well. Who else is moving up the order? Harley King is up from 21st on the grid into 16th place. It's going to need quite a few more positions than that to continue through. Now that was an interesting little communication there. Ryan Rapini pointed to his front fairing to tell Iris Crease, I think I've got a front fairing. Why? Because Ryan does not, oh, it's that, yeah, that's, if there was ever a doubt that there is a front fairing in the incorrect position, as it's termed to, that is a case of it there with Ryan Rapini. Ryan Rapini does not want the driver behind to fight with him. He wants this to go into time trial mode now to try and push away by 5 seconds from 5th place. Because if Ryan can do that, Ryan will still go through to the A final. Now at the moment, 5 seconds for Ryan Rapini would drop him down to well outside the top 4, down to 10th place. But there's still 3.5 minutes of this race to go. And sorry, I said it was Iris Crease that was working with Ryan Rapini a few moments ago. It's Lily Shaw, so Rapini has taken the lead on the road. And we'll now try and stretch this out with Lily Shaw just behind there in second place. Harry Harvey still holding on to third place. Zane Perry is now up to P4. Zane Perry saving the day for the effort behind the number 25 out of the Jack Dex Racing awning. Iris Crease in arguably the most frustrating of positions in a B final. 5th place at the moment, just outside. But at the moment, if we reckon Rapini's got a dropped front fairing, would still go through here, would inherit that 4th place as Rapini takes a +5. Oh, just saw out of the commentary box window, Lily Shaw really pushing the limits out of Cafe Corner. There are your two leaders. Back end of the number 78 looking a little bit loose at the moment, but still looking quick at this stage. Here's Zane Perry and Harry Harvey. Now I wonder whether Zane goes to the move here just to give a little bit more comfort. 4th place on the road can be a bit of a nervy place to be. If he makes the move though, it's got to be clean. I don't think, yeah, Harry Harvey's not going to be too happy about that one. That may get looked at. 1 minute and 53 seconds to go. Where would a 5 second for Rapini on the basis that we think that he's got a front fairing down put him at the moment? Well, it was 10th. It would now be 7th. The trouble is, Iris Crease is effectively the driver Ryan Rapini is racing against here. And Iris has still got 2.7 seconds to the good versus a potential 5 second for Rapini. Here is the battle a little bit further back, involving the 145
of Zach Waddle. There's quite a few penalties coming in. Oh, and some of them are going to be consequential. Harry Harvey, 3-second penalty. This is one from the start of the race. That's going to be a 2 wheels out of the tram lines penalty. 3 seconds for Finley Hands as well. 5 seconds for Jack Dimbleby. Well, I'll be honest, folks, that's too many penalties for my brain to be able to deal with on a Sunday afternoon. We'll just have to put this one down as provisional when we get to the end of it. 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Braskov could still be on for a top 4 here. Braskov is within 3 seconds of Perry. And within 5 seconds, oh, is off the road. Is the number 11, is that Jack Corser? Yes, it is. Jack Corser. Day pretty much done with whatever's happened there. So Braskov could still be on for second place in this race at the moment. If Perry's... no, Perry hasn't got anything at the moment. Harvey has. And Rapini, as we say, we reckon has a 5. And we reckon he knows he also has a 5 as well. Time is up. I think this might be the final lap for the B final here. It is. There's Lily Shaw, Zane Perry. And a move there. He's going to go up to second place. Perry's going to, Shaw is going to fight it back. Perry a bit frustrated, but it's okay. Zane Perry's in a good position here to potentially go through to the A final. You can hear the skating of Ryan Rapini's front bumper. Ryan Rapini's going to take the checkered flag. There it is on the screen. Takes it from Zane Perry. Lily Shaw third. Fourth for Harry Harvey. Max Braskov fifth. But yeah, I can see the front fairing is not looking too good there for Rapini. 5 seconds at the moment. Oh dear. I think he's going to drop him out of the top 4. He might actually get saved by the fact that there's at least one driver behind him with a +3 for the race start, but that is going to be a nervous wait for Ryan Rapini. We'll see what the result is in a later part of the day, and we'll see who joins the automatic qualifiers through to the A final in Junior Rotax. There's your provisional result. Rapini, Perry, Shaw and Harvey on the road go through. But we know that Harry Harvey definitely has a +3 second penalty from the start of the race, and we reckon Ryan Rapini has a +5 for a front fairing. Max Braskov 5th, Fenton Roderick 6th, Jack Dimbleby and Iris Crease in the top 8, Zach Waddle and Ethan Guest in the top 10. Charlie White, Aidan Young, Jack Bowie and Sam Batty all in the top 14 on page 1. Finley Hands 15th, Harley King 16th, Tyler Rackham, Frankie Charles Jones, Amy Gualtieri and Austin Moth all in the top 20. Louis Marchand 21st. Jack Corser had problems 22nd. Harvey Everett 23rd. Ava Crawford, Esme Rosie, Elliot Dimolo. All these drivers had troubles out there during that race. Adam Asgar was the penultimate finisher of that race. Jay Singh in 28th. 2 non-finishers, Leighton Kelly and Cooper Moore. Well done to all of those drivers. The majority of them, I hope we see them again later on in the season. Super Prix, of course, next month will hopefully be a place where many of them will take part. That's the first of our B finals done. Got another one coming right up. Seniors up next. So getting ready then for the next race. Should be our senior Rotax B final. Bertie Wellesley and Rossi Costello on the front row. Ivo Ivanov and Harry Pearson will be on row number 2. Ralphie Greenway and Alex Vasia on row number 3. Daniel Kehayov and Harry Lafago from row number 4. Adam White and Gentle People on row 5. Dylan Tutton and Matt Fryer go from row number 6. Oliver Bamford Senior and Holly Garrett next up on row 7. Charles Sutton and Max Chown go from row number 8.
So not as big a field in this B final for the senior Rotax drivers. Still just the 4 places available though to try and get through and into the A final. A couple of karts just being recovered off the circuit from that junior Rotax B final. Engines fire and the formation lap begins for our B finalists here in senior Rotax. Oh dear, is there a problem straight away? Okay, I've had a slight moment to get going in the number 63. And the number 72 slow to get going as well there. Apart from that, I think, yeah, everyone is now underway. Running again for this formation lap. So longest race of the day so far for our senior Rotax B finalists. 11 minutes plus 1 lap, and we're not going this time. The chevron is illuminated to indicate to the drivers that we're not ready to go racing. So, and is a reprieve for those who had slow getaways from the dummy grid. The number 72 of Matt Fryer will be rejoining the back of the field in a moment. And the drivers will go again then for another attempt at that one. Daniel Cahill has already got back into the main part of the pack. And should be able to retake that spot. Yeah, just there on the 4th row of the grid. Good recovery there from Daniel. That'll have been a little bit of a scary moment. Particularly as like row 4, yeah, you could race through from there. Top 4 from 8th place, very much achievable. Into the tram lines then. Here we go for the start of the B final. We are racing the second time of asking. It's a good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid. It's the number 48 though of Bertie Wellesley for Racing Perfection, who gets a perfect start and leads them down towards the Stratford hairpin. Defends, wants to keep this track position in the early stages, and is looking pretty good through the Stratford hairpin towards the Bruno chicane. And it'll still be the same off of this part of the course. The number 20 of Ralphie Greenway has work to do, is in 5th place. The top 4 are already breaking away. That's a nice move down the inside from Ivo Ivanov. Now, black flag for the number 88 of Jensen People. Now, what has happened there for the black flag to be deployed this early in the race? That is not something you normally see. There was a brief battle for the lead between Wellesley and Costello. That's a different one. There's not been any mechanical flags. It's normally one of the reasons why you see a black flag for a driver. I can only assume that is for something driving standards related. Very, very early in this race. So round to complete another lap. Apologies, I thought it was a little bit long. It's not an 11-minute race, this. It did say 11 minutes on the... was the number 70 of Harry Law is out of the race. Front fairing completely missing. That is going to be the end of things. Apologies, I said earlier that this was an 11-minute race. It's actually an 8-minute race. So time remaining, 6 minutes. I just wonder for Wellesley, you will be able to notice that he's a taller driver. Is he playing the tactic of, well, if I lose one position here in this race, I could lose more. Let's just try and keep this track position and do it the Gandalf way of you shall not pass to get away into the top 4. He's not quite feeling that he's got the pace here today to break away from the pack. Because, yeah, he's vulnerable here, and he's vulnerable to a pass from Rossi Costello. Costello gets the race lead.
Ivo Ivanov also through into second place. Just to say, the black flag for Jensen People is still being shown here. People needs to serve that. Otherwise, that is going to be a lot more trouble than simply being out of this race. Over the start line again. So, new race leader, Costello. Second place, Ivanov. Wellesley, third. Pearson, fourth. It's Ralphie Greenway looking, or it was Ralphie Greenway, because Charles Sutton has just got down the inside and into fifth place. So is it going to be Charles Sutton racing from the outside of the top four and into the A final? That was a positive move from Charles Sutton. Dylan Tutton out of this race, it would seem, as well. Oh, Ivanov was wide, and that's going to let Wellesley back through. Bertie Wellesley back up to P2. Rossi Costello's gone now. Rossi Costello can start to enjoy this, break away from the rest of the field, and then just run the remaining 4.5 minutes of this race in a quiet sense. Oof, to say it's the old-fashioned way. Now the number 88 has acknowledged it and is coming in. Ooh, I don't think that the race officials are going to be too happy with Jensen People here. That could have been a simpler case of a driver getting such tunnel vision. Now it's the race suit. It's the race suit's come undone. Or at least his race suit is undone. Whether that is the reason for the black flag or not sure. The trouble is, I'm counting 5 showings of the black flag on the screen here for Jensen People. They had to get the actual black flag out and do it the old-fashioned way of a forceful wave at the driver they want to grab the attention of. Change for position. Charles Sutton up the order. Charles Sutton now into the top 4. Charles Sutton now into third place. So Harry Pearson has lost out in all of this and is now in 5th place. But where is in? Pearson's right here in front of us in the box. Pearson's had a problem. Pearson has broken down and is out of this race, or has he had a coming together with Daniel Kihov, because Kihov is also there, out of the race. Well, that is another 2 Senior Rotax B finals over for today. What a topsy-turvy day for Daniel Kihov it has been. It's over now. There is your race leader, Rossi Costello. Charles Sutton second. Ivo Ivanov back up to third. Now these two should really just work together. They've got 1.7 seconds over Ralphie Greenway. Ralphie Greenway is not alone. He's got Alex Vasia just behind and Oliver Bamford Senior. And surely if these two remain working together and remain not going back and forth, don't do any overtaking, just get the top 4, get through, move on to the A final. 2 minutes of this race to go then. Costello, Sutton, Ivanov, Wellesley. That is your order at the moment. This should be a relatively calm one now through to the end of the race. We just had yellow flags out there into the last couple of corners. It may have just been for making sure that everything is tidy. We saw Dylan Tutton off there a few laps ago. 10 drivers remaining in this one. Holly Garrett has just got 8th place off of Adam White. Holly, who was involved in one of the first lap incidents in one of the earlier heats. That's what put Holly into this B final. Oh, now the number 13 has just come in. That's Adam White. So Adam White is out of this one. Something like yellow outs through the Wilkins complex. And as I say, this group of drivers don't really want to be fighting for the various reasons of trying to get through to the A final. This is the battle for 6th place. Alex Vassier and
Oliver Bamford Senior. See the gap up to the top 4. It's just going to be too much today to cross that gap with the time remaining. 15 seconds on the clock. Leaders coming over the line. We did have a couple of seconds remaining on the clock, so we'll get 2 more laps of this one. Bamford Senior having a look here for 5th place into turn 1. Nice move. Well, it's not going to be an A final today for Oliver Bamford Senior unless there are some post-race changes, but that will give him a nice feeling to make a clean overtake into turn 1. Show his team, show everyone supporting him at home exactly how it's done on the air kart. There is your race leader, Rossi Costello. Run into Wilkins, really starting to grip up now. You can see the span of rubber that's been laid down across the course of the day. The line has subtly changed through that part of the course. Whilst we've gone through the heats in these B finals, that could be an important note for drivers looking for overtakes and alternative lines when we get to the finals in a few moments' time, particularly in the senior categories. Those on the full-size karts, the juniors as well. For Rossi Costello, though, this is going to be a good win. He's driven a nice, controlled race, and he's going to win the B final here in Senior Rotax and march on to the A final. There we go. Oh, gotta love it. Across the line, that's a good celebration. Charles Sutton, P2, will join him on the penultimate row of the grid for that A final. Ivo Ivanov and Bertie Wellesley go through as well. Good effort there from Bertie to bring that one home in the top 4. 5th place for Ralphie Greenway, 6th for Alex Facia, Oliver Bamford Senior, 7th Holly Garrett, Matt Fryer was the last of the 9 finishers. Quite a few retirements in that one. Adam White late on, Harry Pearson, Daniel Kehiyov, Jensen People was shown the black flag from the first lap, and then Dylan Tutton and Harry Law completes the 15 runners there in the Senior Rotax B final. Well done to all of those drivers, for 4 of them. We'll see them later on in the A final for that class. Very much looking forward to that one. That will be our last race of the day as well. But we're into the A finals now. Let's kick things off with X30 Junior. Let's take you through the runners then for the X30 Junior final. Sam Mott starts on pole position. Brandon Edwards alongside on the front row. Jack Baker and Conrad Barton go from row 2. Alfie Taylor and James Backworth on row 3. Katie Donaldson and Tom Fox there on row 4. Ian Carey and Alfie Fulton on row 5. Seth Angus and Finley Hines go from row number 6. Jack Wish and Archie Lee Bullock start on 7. Charlie Blenkinsop and Lucas Murray on 8. William Haynes and Sebastian G on row 9. Barker and Cattett go from row 10. It's Maxwell and Clark on row 11. Thomas is the highest of the novices with Watson on row 12. Duncan and Wright on 13. McLaughlin and Lima Evans on 14. Midden and Bundock on 15. Brown and Lamb on 16. Lucy Lovell and Night Measures completes the 34 strong field. It's a capacity field for the X30 Juniors today. Who's going to take the first A final here at the Heatwave Cup? The heat is rising here in X30 Junior, and we are racing once again at Shenington. Good start for Sam Mott, who will lead off of the first couple of corners here on lap 1. Are they all going to make it through the first sector? Yes, they are. Good start from the X30 Juniors down towards the hairpin for the first time. This is the next pinch points for everybody. So far, looking good here in this final. Little bit of a rumble in the lower quarter of the field off of the Stratford hairpin, but apart from that, we're looking good still. All 34 drivers in the mix here. End of the first lap then. Sam Mott leads for Croc Promotion. Jack Baker, good start up to P2. This could be a big result. Remember, Finley Hines is further down the order.
having had problems in one of the heats. Baker is championship leader heading into today. There is a problem for Harry Watson. Harry Watson, second time today, off the back of the pack, having troubles there in the number 83 Croc promotion. Kart at the other end of the order, though, looking good for his teammate Sam Mott. However, Alfie Taylor, third place, looking good on this second lap, is closing in. And, well, Finley Hines back up to P4. What a start to the race this has been for Finley Hines. Sorry, P5. Either way, great start from 12th on the grid. Has put the disappointment of the second heat for these drivers behind him and is still in the mix for a podium here today. Taylor down the inside for second place, takes it away from Jack Baker. Jack Baker's got to stay calm at this stage of the day. These are the pressures of being a championship leader. You're not necessarily going to win every single race in a season. It's the days where everybody's bringing their own game. Oh, it's three wide, and Hines has got down the inside and taken the race to Jack Baker here. That was a great move from Hines, gets him up to third place and now ahead of his championship rival. Oh, Katie Donaldson having a rough moment there on the apex of Cafe Corner. Is there damage to the number 77 MDL Motorsport machine? Possibly so. One of the Norris Carey Motorsport machines. It's Ian Carey on the scene, driving up the order. Good stuff from the Irish lad. Theo Thomas has had a contact warning. Sam Mott gets his head down, looking to push away from the rest of the field. He may get a helping hand from Alfie Taylor. Finley Hines has joined them now. I tell you what, Finley Hines could win this race, you know. He's looking really, really good. Has had wins here at Shenington before. Had the win earlier on in the season at round 4. Was outside the top 5 1 month ago. This would be a great way to bounce back and really ignite this championship bid here at Shenington Kart Racing Club. In towards the Wilkins complex then. Oh, Hines has gone for it again, down the inside, great move. Up to P2 now. Could he go all the way? Has got a teammate in front of him. That could be an important factor for the remaining 7 minutes and 10 seconds of this race. Down towards Stratford once again. Taylor seeming quite happy at the moment to just sit there in third, as there's more bad news for Jack Baker. James Backworth was down the inside there, is up to P5. Katie Donaldson is in the mix as well. Katie Donaldson has got ahead of Jack Baker. Baker now down to P7. Is this going to be a bit of a difficult day for the standings leader? Took the first 2 finals of the year. Hasn't been on the podium since then. This is what we should remember, that the championship scores at the moment based off the best 2 scores. So that's best 2 scores out of 4 finals so far this year. Here's a move though from Hines for the race lead. Goes through past his teammate Mott. Mott fights back though off of the hairpin. Is not going to give this one up. That's a great response from Sam Mott. Back into the lead of this race. This is a good scrap. Really good race in X30 Junior. Alfie Taylor still there in third place. Brandon Edwards in fourth. That's getting close as they run through Wilkins. Katie Donaldson has got past James Backworth and is up to 5th place. Here goes Hines again for the race lead for the second time. Is he going to get it this time? Yes, he is. Great move from Finley Hines. Nothing Sam Mott could really do about that. In fact, Mott's now going to have to think carefully about holding on to second place, because Alfie Taylor is right there. Taylor has had a contact warning. Mott's gone in on his teammate, had taken the race lead back. Brilliant racing again here at Shenington. Brandon Edwards trying to get alongside Taylor for 3rd place. What a breathtaking final this is to get things going for the big races at the Heatwave Cup. Contact warning for William Haynes. That's a little bit further down the order. Change of lead. Again, Mott back ahead of Hines. Hines is going to attack once more. Same place as one lap before. Mott's trying to hold it around the outside. Has to pull out of that one. Two drivers off at the Wilkins complex. Ian Carey's one of them. Jack Baker was the other. Jack Baker's in trouble. Championship leader, well out of contention here today. Could this be the point where the X30 Junior Shenington Kart Racing Club Championship for 2026 really takes a pivotal turn? Championship leader Jack Baker is out. Second place in the championship heading into today. Finley Hines leads this race. Started 12th. Brandon Edwards now down the inside has got second place off of Mott. Over the line, end of lap 9. 4.5 minutes to go. Zoe Caddett's had a contact warning. Katie Donaldson's down the inside. That's a great move by Katie Donaldson past Alfie Taylor. 4P4. Here goes Brandon Edwards down the inside. Edwards to the lead of the race. How does Hines respond to this? Does he work with Brandon Edwards for the next couple of laps? Big step forward for Brandon Edwards. Was at the last round. Finished inside the top 15. Hines has got through again and back into the lead of this race. And that's how he's going to respond. He's going to go straight back into the lead of this race and try and control his own destiny. That's looking close. On the run through turn 1. Katie Donaldson trying to get third place off of Sam Mott. What a race this is for the X30 Juniors here at Shenington. Down towards Stratford once again. Hines defends. Mott gets back through into third place. Donaldson's still there. Backwith still there. Seth Angus has joined this out of nowhere. Where has Seth Angus come from in all of this? In 7th place now. In towards Wilkins once again. Edwards trying to make the opening work there. He's got through. Takes the race lead away from Finley Hines. Investigation underway for William Haynes. That was earlier on in the race. How important a final could this be for the X30 Juniors as Hines is looking around the outside. He's got no grip through there. This could lose him a podium. Mott's got through. Where is Backwith? Backwith's up to third. Hines fights back, immediately retakes third place away from the Jade Racing team number 24. But that's released Edwards. That's released Mott. Donaldson down the inside for 4th place. Seth Angus now up to 5th place. Do not go anywhere. Do not change your screens for the next 3 minutes, because any one of these 7 drivers could win this kart race here this afternoon at Shenington. Brandon Edwards still has the lead of this race, as that's a move for 3rd place by Donaldson. Katie Donaldson now on to the podium. Through the Bruno chicane. 1 minute 40 to go. Contact warning though for Katie Donaldson. They need to be careful, all of these drivers, as Mott's gone down the inside for the race lead. That's a spot on move. That's how to do it. Through Wilkins. The Croc promotion number 38 back to the front of the order. Donaldson has a look for 2nd place. Not able to get through. Contact warning for the number 88 of Katie Clark. Katie's a bit further down the order. Running in 9th right now. Mott defends into the hairpin. Block pass from Donaldson down the inside for 2nd place. They're still side by side though. Now they get themselves sorted out. Donaldson up to P2. In comes Hines again. That could be an important move for the potential championship leader leaving Shenington here today. And there's still time to play with in this one. Back is coming Brandon Edwards. Lost out a couple of positions, but just got down the inside. Got back into 5th place as Donaldson looks around the outside of Mott into turn 1. What a tense final this is. There's still a couple of laps of this one to go. Mott defends once again down into the hairpin. Donaldson trying to find a way open. Over the back there goes Seth Angus. Is Seth Angus okay? Is the kart okay? Is he out of this race? That was a clash, I think, with Brandon Edwards.
We'll wait and see whether this is going to be last lap this time around. There's not a lot of time left. Hines has got back down the inside of Edwards, back onto the podium. This will be the last lap. Sam Mott leads with 1 kilometre to go here in the X30 Junior final. Katie Donaldson trying to find the way through. Has got a really good exit off of Cafe Corner. Mott gets across, defends through Pitts Bend. Hines looking to the high side, round the outside. Oh, he's changed that before. He's tried that before. It's not worked again. Still Mott in the lead of this race. Edwards back up to P3. What a final. Hines will just not give in today. Has got back up to P3. The point's so important for his championship bid, but it's looking like it's going to be Sam Mott's final. What a way to start the A finals here today at Shenington. Off the final corner, Sam Mott wins at Shenington. A brilliant X30 Junior final. Katie Donaldson is on the podium. No, there's one more. No, we've got one more lap to go. Some of the drivers thought that was the race finish. Off of the road has gone Brandon Edwards. Off of the road has gone one of the Bills. No, we're still racing. The checkered flag was not shown. There's a bit of confusion at the moment, but the race is still going on. Mott, Donaldson, 1 and 2. That's unchanged. Where is Finley Hines in all of this? Still there in third. I do think there was a bit of confusion there for some of the drivers who lifted off out of Pitts Bend. Now over the line. Mott does take the win. Play it to the whistle. Mott takes it from Donaldson. Hines in third. Alfie Taylor fourth. But a number of drivers off at the end there. James Backworth was out. Brandon Edwards was out. Alfie Brown also retired there on the last lap. Mott wins from Donaldson. Hines, Taylor, Angus, Clark, G, Cattett, Tom Fox. And what a drive from Knight Measures as well. Knight Measures started at the very back of the field, comes home in the top 10. Louis Barker 11th, Charlie Blenkinsop 12th, Molly Mitten, Archie Lee Bullock and Alfie Fulton bring us in the top 15. Conrad Barton 16th, Henry Duncan 17th, Harrison Maxwell, Lucas Murray, Theo Thomas 20th. Theo Thomas, your top novice here today. Lydia McLaughlin 21st, Lucy Lovell 22nd, Theo Wright, Jack Baker and Jaden Lamb in the top 25. Ian Carey 26th, Harry Watson and Josh Bundock inside the top 28. And to say there were a number of drivers off on the last lap from high up the order as well. Brandon Edwards, James Backworth both crashed coming out of Cafe Corner and towards Pitts Bend. Jack Wish, Ayrton Limmer Evans, Alfie Brown and William Haynes also didn't see the finish of that race. What a way to start the A finals in X30 Junior. We'll see more of them next month. Now we get 2 finals at the same time. Cadets out next. Here we go then for the Cadet finals. Both Honda Cadet and Miami Water Swift Restricted will be out on track in a few moments' time. Here's your grid for the Hondas. Ben Boas and Phoebe Shelton on the front row. Ollie Knox and Louis Dawson row 2. Senna Kosrapana and Kian Doherty on row 3. Finley Thursfield and Nico Veslovsky on row 4. Oscar Watson and Fraser Messer row 5. Finn Hollis and Bonnie Shilcock go from row number 6. Last of the Hondas will be Oliver Godfrey. Into the Miami Water Swift Restricted drivers. Henry Hales has class pole position for them. Max St. Hilaire has done really, really well today, up to P2 in the heats. Logan Hodgetts will be next up before we find Charlie Kitchen. Freddie Purnell. Charlie Kitchen, I think, is one of the Hondas, in fact. Freddie Purnell completes the top 18 for the cadets here. Louis Wilson, Tommy Walton on row 10, Harley Bebb and Jennifer Banks, row 11, Helmsley Schultz and Archie Ashworth next up on row 12, Arlo Pultergoody and Kimberly Banks on row 13. Harry Murphy has not had a good day so far. Will start at the back of the field, but you never know in a final. Can really mix things up. No, I don't think that that second of the novices
is with the Hondas. I think that is a genuine, really good qualifying from one of our Miami novices. We're just having a slight pause here at the circuit, just whilst a couple of the karts from the incidents at the end of the X30 Junior final are cleared off the circuit. And once that situation is dealt with, we will get this formation lap underway. The ambulance had come out as a precaution, but isn't required. Oh, now there is a slight problem. The ambulance has just tried to cut through some of the tyres marking out the edge of the track and has caught some of the tyres in its rear right wheel arch. This may be a slight pause whilst this is resolved. That could be a question of sport. Answer what happened next for you, if question of sport was of course still a programme, because it's not anymore. Sad times. Keep your comments coming in. Plenty of racing still to go here today. Although there's a part of me that's hoping that the couple of the next finals are a little bit calmer than that X30 Junior final. So great work by the marshals. They have resolved the situation, and the ambulance will be able to return back to its race-ready position. So if you're just joining us, Honda Cadets and Miami Water Swift restricted drivers out in a moment's time. Hello to SD Media, who was, I wouldn't say cheering on Holly Garrett early on in one of the B finals. Hello to Henry Gould as well. Hello, Henry. And Lewis McLaughlin as well, cheering on Lydia McLaughlin here today. Well, we've just seen Lydia race in the X30 Junior final. Remember the championship situation heading into this one, because they don't get championship points for the heats. Those heats just set the grid for the final. So it's still as we were at the start of the day. In Hondas, 112 points for Boas, 4 points the advantage over Kean Doherty, Nico Veselovsky third, Phoebe Shelton fourth, and Ollie Knox fifth. Ollie Knox has been in very good form today, so could well move up the order with a good final here today. Miami Water Swift restricted top 5 heading into this race. Henry Hales, 112. Hodgetts and Wilson, 108. Murphy, 100. St. Hilaire, 98. It'll be an 11-minute final. And rolling starts for both. That's the difference for the Hondas. You often see the Hondas go from a standing start, but not the case with us running 2 grids, and the Miami Water Swift Restricteds have to have a rolling start. So keep that nice and safe for everybody by having both categories have a race start in a rolling disposition. So off the final corner, are we going to be racing at the first time? Lights are red. If they go out and start ticking down, we are racing for 11 minutes in the cadet finals. Ben Boas has got a good start, but a really good start for Ollie Knox. Ollie Knox takes the race lead then through turn number 2 in Honda Cadet. Looks like Phoebe Shelton has had a good start as well in the 84. The Miami Water Swift Restricted drivers get going as well. Henry Hales has got the lead for them. Change in the Hondas. The number 27 of Ben Boas has got back to the front of the order. Phoebe Shelton currently making it to Team 17-1-2. And look at who's flying through the order. Senna Kostrapana is up to 3rd place. What an impact this would be if we could have a novice win a final outright.
End of the first lap. Bowers, Shelton, Kosrapana, Thursfield, Doherty, Knox. Miami drivers over the line as well. Henry Hales has got the lead as Kosrapana's down the inside going for second place. Did Senna get it? I think Senna did. I think Senna's up to second place now and is not done. Not done at all. Is the James Small Racing Academy driver. Finley Thursfield's coming through as well. Finley Thursfield's got a really good run out of the Bruno chicane. This could be a tough moment for Kosrapana because Senna is on the outside now. Phoebe Shelton coming back through. Oh, it's getting a little bit rough in the middle there as number 28 of Ollie Knox is starting to regain positions. Thursfield through into second place. This is great for Ben Bowers. Ben Bowers can break away potentially from the rest of the field. It would be a rare thing for a Honda Cadet leader to break away here at Shenington with these long straights. But with the rest of them fighting so fiercely over second place, that could happen here today. Quick update of what's going on in the Miami running. Hales from Hodgetts. Louis Wilson's up onto the podium past Max St. Hilaire. Charlie Kitchen is your top novice in the Miamis. Charlie running really nicely here today. Apologies, I thought he was one of the Hondas. I was mistaken. He is one of the Miamis and is another novice right up there in with a chance of getting one of the best overall positions in a class for a novice here this year at Shenington. Hondas go over the line then. Fairly quiet amongst them at the moment. Thursfield, Shelton and Kosrapana have pulled Ben Bowers back in. Leaders, there's been a lead change in the Miamis. Logan Hodgetts has got through past Henry Hales, just going down towards the hairpin now. They'll come into shot in a moment's time off of the hairpin, and there you see it in the red and white cart. Logan Hodgetts now leads ahead of Henry Hales. Third place at the moment going to Louis Wilson. Louis, who's been getting stronger and stronger through the season. Had a good time of things last week up in Scotland as Hales goes down the inside, takes the race lead back from Logan Hodgetts. Hodgetts looking good down the straights though. Now it's going to get a little bit tricky for the Miami front runners because they've caught the rear of the Honda field. They will probably work their way through to win the race overall. As what was happening there for Senna Kosrapana down the straights, down the Stratford straights, was out on the edge of the track. Been there himself, Senna. That's not a comfortable piece of tarmac. 7 minutes of this race to go. Still Ben Bowers in the lead in Honda Cadet from Thursfield, from Shelton. Bright yellow number 48 machine there. One of the Hondas trying to fight with Ollie Knox. That's Louis Dawson in the number 48. Number 84, Phoebe Shelton, is having a tough race here. Phoebe's fallen down a couple of positions. It was Phoebe and Senna having a bit of a hold-up on the previous lap. We saw Senna nearly off the road at this point of the track about 50 seconds ago. Senna down the inside of Phoebe Shelton. Gets the move done. Good move from Nico Veslovsky there as well. Top two working brilliantly. Bowers and Thursfield have gone. Knox back up to third place, but look at the gap. It's nearly 2.5 seconds that Bowers and Thursfield have over the rest of the order. Keane Doherty's had a fairly quiet day, gets down the inside. Louis Dawson having a swabble there with Senna Kosrapana. Five minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. Quick updates of what's going on in the Miamis. Still Hales from Hodgetts. Louis Wilson third. It's really close though in the battle for third place today with Wilson, St. Hilaire. Fraser Messer is one of the Hondas who's just been overtaken by those two. Freddie Pennell has got through past Bonnie Shilcock for 17th place overall. These are some of the Miami runners moving through the rear of the Honda's field. There is Logan Hodgetts. Now, where is Henry Hales? Ah, Henry Hales is a bit further up the road. Henry Hales looking good here for race victory. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. I can hear some of the crowd getting very excited about things here this afternoon with the Cadets final. Louis Wilson gets down the inside there. Nice driving from Louis. Now, we had a chat with Louis on the very first British Kart Championships meeting of the year at Wilton Mill, and he was a little bit shy on the camera. He spoke to me at Larkhall and said, "I'm much more confident now. Give me more interviews." I think if he keeps driving like this, he's definitely going to be getting more interviews as the season goes on. There is the leader, though, in Miami Watersmith Restricted. I know I talked to you a little bit earlier about the physicality of a day like today, as Sedekos Partner loses out a little bit there to Cian Doherty. Oh, Cian Doherty absolutely scything his way through the order. That was brilliant. That was really good from Cian Doherty, flowing through the first couple of corners. Got two drivers there. Very top two of Bowers and Thursfield running away with this at the moment. This is really, really good to see for Finley Thursfield. It was a relatively late entry, I think, to the meeting here today. There's been really good value along the way. Is that a change for third place in Hondas? Yes, it is. Cian Doherty now looking at another podium. But Henry Hales, we need to keep an eye on this driver, Henry Hales, over the next year or so. Watched him race a little bit in his Bambino years, and he was pretty good there. But the way that he has taken to cadet racing, and on a day like today, we talked about it earlier, about the heat. The heat can be a real enemy for younger drivers who are smaller, not as physically strong. They haven't grown as much. Their lungs are literally not as big as some of their rivals because they're that first year into cadets. It would have been a perfectly valid excuse for someone like Henry Hales today to say, "I've not had a good day. It's too warm. It's really, really too warm." That has not been an excuse for Henry Hales at all today. And he's getting better and better and better. And I just have a feeling he is a name that we need to keep an eye on in British karting over the next 2, 3, 4 years as he goes up through the ranks. He's leading this race by a couple of seconds now over Logan Hodgetts, and Logan Hodgetts has driven very well today. He's dealing with this pressure very well indeed as Louis Dawson and Louis Wilson nearly get into one another there. Louis Wilson trying to get through past Hodgetts for second place in the IAMI category. And in fact did get through. Logan Hodgetts has fallen down the order, so this is all through with the Hondas that Louis Wilson has got ahead of Logan Hodgetts. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Wilson now clear. He's got through past Ollie Knox there. Ollie Knox currently running 4th in the Hondas. Down towards the... now, where has Thursfield gone? Thursfield just a little bit further back. Ah, okay, so the leading Hondas have now started to catch some of the back markers in IAMI Watersmith Restricted. Got to remember, if you're watching this race, we've got a really, really wide range of experience levels. Bambino is the youngest set of classes in British karting, but still cadets is where a lot of them enter for the first time. So we have got the fastest Hondas now catching the slowest today, IAMIs. They won't be the slowest down the line once they get fully up to speed. That's allowed Ben Bowers just to break away from Finley Thursfield here. Henry Hales is now, and that's really heads-up driving from Ben Bowers. Checks over his shoulder, sees that it's Henry Hales, points to the inside and goes, "Henry, I'm not racing you today." These two may well race each other later in their karting careers, but we'll look forward to that day in the future. Ben lost very little time there, if any time at all, letting Henry Hales through. Time is up. 0 minutes, 0 seconds, so it should be the last lap board this time around. Over the line, it is indeed the last lap here. And I think we know who our two winners of the day are going to be. And they're both going to extend their championship advantages with these results. Both went into today with 2 wins from the 2 counting scores. The counting scores will go to best 3 results at the end of today. These 2 will still be perfect on the season in that regard. Got to say, these 2 drivers deserve it. They've both been brilliant here today. They've not had it all their own way. For Henry Hales, this is going to be another final win. For Ben Bowers, it's actually the first time he's going to be able to, on the road, say, actually, no, he has had wins, before in Miami Water Swift Restricted. He's not taken one on the road, but that's often because it's been this same case as well of Henry Hales getting ahead of him on the road. It's the same result as we've had before. Henry Hales takes the win in Honda Cadet. Ben Bowers, second overall. But more importantly, is your winner in Miami Water Swift Restricted as a class. In Honda Cadet as a class. Hales, your winner in Miami. Bowers, your winner in Hondas. Louis Wilson in 3rd, Finley Thursfield 4th, Logan Hodgetts in 5th. How that works out in terms of the classes, it's Hales, Wilson, Hodgetts, your 1, 2, 3 in Miami's. Ben Bowers, your winner in Hondas. Finley Thursfield 2nd, and Kean Doherty 3rd in the Hondas today. Rest of the running order, we'll just go down this in overall order. Kean Doherty 6th, as we mentioned. Senna Cosapano, what a start today. 7th overall. That will be 4th in the Hondas. A brilliant run. And another driver that we look forward to seeing come off the novice plates in due course once Senna has got all those signatures for coming off of the novice plates. Ollie Knox 8th, Louis Dawson 9th, Max St. Hilaire 10th. We've got to move on though. Formula Libra final is up next. Here is a grid for the Formula Libra final. James Ogden and Liv Jenkins on the front row of the grid. Dean Hale and Pierce Armstrong on row 2. Dean Hale has been trying some different setup things out today. Lewis Payton and Matt Venn on row number 3. Paul Belton and Oliver Bourne row 4. Marcus Smith and Ashley White row 5. Luke Smith and Richard Mallinson on row 6. Edward Bellamy and Archie White go from 7. Andrew Silvers and Ben Stanford on 8. Ian Davies and the first of the novices, Joseph Emmett, go from row 9. Harple Baines and Luca Atwell, row 10. Thomas Pugh and Ollie Venn on row 11. Ollie Venn's had a really, really tough day so far. So this is one of the races we've been waiting for throughout the course of the day. 11 minutes ahead of us here for the Formula Libra final. And it is underway then. Good start for James Ogden, who will lead through the first couple of corners. Dean Hale immediately up to P2. Liv Jenkins down to 3rd. They're all away and running then in the early stages of this one. This is a duel I've been looking forward to. Ogden and Hale. Can Dean Hale continue the run of results so far this season? Well, on the basis of that move, yes, he very much definitely could. Dean Hale takes the race lead away from James Ogden. Liv Jenkins running in 3rd place. Bit of a wide moment for the number 14 of Richard Mallinson. End of the first lap then. Hale from Ogden from Jenkins. Lewis Payton's had a decent start, up 1 position to 4th. Pierce Armstrong is inside the top 5. If you could finish there, that would be a best result of the season so far for Pierce Armstrong. Here's one that you don't often see at this level of the sport. Visor warning for James Ogden. So I'm guessing he must have had it open on the first lap there. It's closed now. What has James Ogden got in response? James Ogden has had final wins so far this year. And a very, very good run at round number 3.
the second final of the year for the Formula Libra drivers. Dean Hale wasn't there that day, though. This is one of the reasons why I've been looking forward to this. That it's the first time in a final this year that we've had these two both on track at the same time. At the moment, it's 1-0 Hale. Who else has made good progress in the early stages of this race? Ashley White up 2 places to P8. Richard Mallington has gained a couple as well. Even though he had that wide moment earlier on lap number 1, it's back up into the top 10. Good work from Ollie Venn as well. Ollie, who's had such a tough day through the heats, has not given things up at all and has gained 8 places so far in this one, up to P14. 8.5 minutes to go then. Dean Hale looking pretty good at the moment. Has extended this lead to 0.6 of a second over James Ogden. Liv Jenkins still there in third. Liv was very quick in the second heat earlier on this afternoon. Here watching the battle for fourth. Lewis Payton, Matt Venn, Oliver Bourne, Pierce Armstrong in there as well. There is Lewis Payton. Payton's actually broken away from that group. So it's Matt Venn now up to 5th place. Bourne just behind in the Charles Leclerc liveried machine. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one. How's Ollie Venn getting on? Still in 14th at the moment. Not able so far to make up any more gains after that right first couple of laps. Oh, a bit of a squirrely moment there for Pierce Armstrong, mid-corner through the Bruno chicane. Is there going to be a move here from Ashley White? Oh, down the inside goes Armstrong. I don't think Armstrong was quite expecting that. I wasn't expecting it. Oliver Bourne loses out there. And Bourne is going to lose out to Ashley White. No, he's not. Holds it round the outside. Retains 7th place. Luke Smith having a great run in this race. One of the novices. And it's one of the great things about this Formula Libra category. It does offer opportunities on a budget for drivers to join the sport, no matter what their age within the senior bracket. At the moment, Luke Smith up into the top 10, only 5 seconds off the race leader. That was a very, very good effort. Talking to the race leader, Dean Hale continuing to look like he's got this one in his control. 8/10 clear as we continue to have a look here at Bourne and White. Is White close enough for a move? No, he's not. Marcus Smith is, though. Had a little think of it down the inside, but stays in P9 for now. 6 minutes to go. Ollie Venn just behind this group. Has gained some more positions, got past Paul Belton and Richard Mallington. Is up to 12th place now. Joseph Emmett has just gained a position as well. He's just got past Andrew Silvers for 17th place. Five minutes and 35 seconds of this race to go. Marcus Smith having another look. Well, he tried this one lap ago. That's a much more successful attempt. Through goes Marcus Smith into 8th place and ahead of Ashley White. Front end of that kart looking pretty useful. Tight line through the Bruno chicane that time around. Can Marcus Smith find a route down the inside? That's perfect. That's really nice stuff from Marcus Smith. That's what you get from a front end of a kart feeling good round this place. It's not just about the corners and keeping things in a nice, smooth arc through the corners, particularly when you're on the brakes. Down into Stratford here and down into Wilkins. If you've got a front end that's working well, that can really, really reward a driver in race trim. And well done to Marcus Smith. for piloting that kart up to 7th place. That was a good couple of moves, and I don't think Marcus Smith is done, you know, because if he can catch up to Pierce Armstrong, could latch on with Armstrong and potentially push forward and maybe even get a top 5. Here is, I wouldn't say the battle for 2nd place at the moment, because James Ogden and Liv Jenkins haven't been going back and forth, but it could be a battle in 3 or 4 minutes' time. Right now, I think they're just thinking of trying to drive as fast as possible to keep Dean Hale on his toes. The gap for Hale at the moment just under 1.2 seconds. Now the one problem with Dean Hale leading this race is I think it means we're not going to see the lasso today. No need for the lasso or the lasso, depending on which way you're inclined. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. How must the tyres be feeling in this one? Now this is a class where they're limited on the number of set of tyres that they can run across the course of the whole season. It's been a tough day for tyres today. Just over the course of the last, 20 odd races, you can see that the colour of the tarmac has changed. Just look at how much darker it's got, particularly through this part of the course, as everybody's been leaning on the brakes, leaning on the front tyres. I'll tell you what, Liv Jenkins' kart just looks like it's starting to pick up. Liv is a little bit smaller than James. That is a good thing to have on a day like today. Not necessarily punishing your tyres as much when it's gripping up and on a mid-20s, low 30s degrees Celsius day like it is here in June. When you're a taller driver like James, naturally there's a bit more of a, it's like a pendulum-like swing that pulls on the tyres and leans on the tyres. Just starts to cook them a little bit more, and Liv Jenkins is now right on the tail of James Ogden. Now it's starting to be a battle with 2 minutes to go. Ogden's good off of Cafe Corner though. That is a good bit of news, because it means that James isn't under attack into the Stratford hairpin. But it's through these next few corners, through the Bruno chicane, where you really lean on the kart through here. Trying to carry as much speed as possible through that 3-parter, then onto the back straight, onto the hanger straight. Hanger will be flat out today. And then hard on the brakes into Wilkins, the rear of the kart, constantly wanting to swap ends on you. That's the part of the course where Liv Jenkins is looking really good. Really, really good at this stage of the race. Can Liv get a better exit out of Cafe? Yes. I don't think he's going to be close enough to go for a move on James Ogden at the moment. Nope, thinks better of it. Dean Hale now 2 seconds in the lead. That was a good exit though for Jenkins, but no, not enough of an exit to draw alongside and get through by the time they get to the Bruno chicane. However, Jenkins is a lot closer this time around through Hanger. If a move's going to come in, I don't think it's going to be here. I think it's going to be into turn 1. 35 seconds remaining on the clock. 2 more laps then. This is a good fight between these two. James Ogden trying to use as much of the track as possible. It's a good scrap going on as well between Pierce Armstrong and Lewis Payton. Lewis Payton has fallen into the clutches of that second proper group. Matt Benton's got through into 4th place. Pierce Armstrong, in fact, has Pierce Armstrong got back ahead in all of that? Yes, I think Pierce has. Pierce still on for a best result of the season so far. Contact warning for Luca Atwell. Last lap then for Dean Hale. And, well, this has been quite a performance from Dean Hale. He is one of the most successful, most experienced drivers on this grid. And he's on his way to a third final win in a row. He's going to extend his championship lead as well. And he's done this having started both of the heats at the back of the field. Into the Wilkins complex for the last time. Dean Hale off of the final corner. Makes it a hat-trick of wins in Formula Libra here at Shenington. Celebrates over the line. There it is. We did see it one more time here today. Dean Hale has wound in the competition and beaten them all again. Second place has gone to James Ogden. Third place to Liv Jenkins. Gotta say, that is a thoroughly deserving 1, 2, 3. Pierce Armstrong, best result of the season so far with P4. For Matt Fenn, that is a good top 5 finish in the number 61. Lewis Payton, more good points in the championship with P6. Marcus Smith, Oliver Bourne, Ashley White, and your top novice in Formula Libra, Luke Smith, come home inside the top 10. Archie White, Ollie Venn, Joseph Emmett and Paul Belton, all in the top 15, completed by Ian Davis. Luca Atwell, 16th. Richard Mallinson, Andrew Silvers, Edward Bellamy, and Ben Stanford in the top 20. Harble Baines and Thomas Pugh completed the 22 runners to finish the Formula Libra final. Well done to all those drivers. We'll see them again next month. We've got to move on, though, to the next race. Into the Minimax final then. Minimax always a class that gives us entertainment, particularly here at Shenington. Let's very quickly try and run down the order. Alfie Phillipson and William Moore on the front row. Jay Birmingham and Thomas Ladle row 2. Charlie Heffer and Logan Stanley Jones go from 3. Dexter Petty and Ollie Blanford, the first final off the novice place on row 4. Jude Story and Alicia Waterhouse complete the top 10. It's a big grid once again in Minimax. 33 drivers ready to go for their final. We're racing for 11 minutes plus 1 lap here at Shenington. Straight into the race lead, Alfie Phillipson. Could this be one of the biggest races to date for Alfie Phillipson? Has been brilliant through the heats across the course of the morning and the earlier part of the afternoon. Down towards Stratford for the first time. Jay Birmingham's had a good start. He's up to P2. Oh no, in the middle of the pack, the number 33 of Adam Bart has gone round. Several of the drivers have had no option but to come to a stop. Charlie Gregg was one of them in the 51. This may be a race neutralisation straight away, because there's 5 of them stuck down there at Stratford. Currently being covered by local yellows. Over the line, Phillipson leads from Birmingham, from Moore, Heffer, Petty, Laidler, Story, Jones, Kirby, Blanford. That is your top 10 as they head down to the heavy braking zone of the Stratford hairpin for the second time. Great work by the marshals. They've cleared that incident. Those 5 drivers have all got going again. Unfortunately for Charlie Gregg, Mia Gualtieri, Mahi Maru, Adam Bart and Sandra Kemp, they are out of contention, but they're not stranded there as the leaders came to go through for lap number 2. So that is brilliant, brilliant work by the Orange Army. Over the line to complete another lap then. Alfie Phillipson leads from now the number 42 of William Moore. William Moore has got through past Jay Birmingham. Contact warning for the number 66 of Charlie Heffer. 8 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go then. Here's the battle for second place. Moore, Birmingham, Heffer in there, Thomas Laidler as well, and Dexter Petty just at the back of this group. He's had a good day today. He's just lost 6th place to Jude Story in the number 22. Good to see the talent coming through, particularly in this Minimax category. It's been a great servant for many drivers to develop their skills and catch the attention of
teams and supporters within the sport, and it also produces really entertaining racing whenever it comes out on circuits. Here's Jude Story down the inside of Charlie Heffer with a good move through Hanger Corner. Dexter Petty looking to go through as well. And look at that, Logan Stanley Jones throwing himself in there to gain a position. That was right on the edge for Jones in the 173, but it worked. And that is another driver of another position in this race. Under 8 minutes to go then in this one. Still plenty of time though for drivers to work their way up the order. Contact warning for the number 41 of Jay Birmingham. End of another lap then. Phillipson leads at the end of lap 5. Birmingham behind by 1.73 seconds. Thomas Laidler goes for the move for second place. That's great. That is really, really good from Thomas Laidler. Had just done the fastest lap of the final so far. Positive attitude, gets down the inside, gets second place. That's what you like to see from a driver in this category. Was second in the 4th round final of the year. So has experience being this high up the order. Can he though chase down a 1.95 second gap up to Alfie Phillipson? That's going to be tough. That is going to be a hard task, particularly if no one goes with him. If there's another driver who can set those 45.8s, then there's a chance. 2 engines better than 1. You can chip away at that advantage that Alfie Phillipson has at the moment, but that's tough to see where that's going to come from at the moment. Keep your comments coming in. Hope you're having a good day. If you've missed any of the action here today, don't worry. You can catch back up at your leisure here on the Alpha Live channel. As Jude Story goes through there, past Dexter Petty. That was for 5th place. Hello to some of the supporters of Jay Birmingham getting involved in the chat. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. There was Charlie Heffer going through, past Jones. That was for 7th place. Drivers who started a bit further down the order who are having good finals. Eli Owen for Coles Racing started P22, is now 14th. Joshua Kynaston Wade started 26th, is up into the top 20. And good to see Xavier Davidson after retirement earlier on in the day has gained a number of positions, just 1 place behind Kynaston Wade, 21st, gain of 7. Four and a half minutes remaining in this race then. Looking very much like Alfie Phillipson's to lose at the moment. Alfie is in such good rhythm here. Always a good sign when you've got a leader, clear by 2 seconds, when they keep putting the fastest lap in. Laser focused today is Alfie Phillipson. There's a move from Charlie Heffer down the inside. That was on Dexter Petty. And that takes Heffer up to 5th place now. Good scrap going on here for 5th place. Story involved once again, and Ollie Blanford there as well. Into the hairpin once again. This is another really good sight to see. Not just one case, but 2 as well, because Freya Lally's into the top 10 now. 2 drivers who were both on novice plates at the start of this season, being properly competitive. Oh, Ollie Blanford down the inside. Now that was a little bit too much. That was a good go,
Oh dear, two drivers off the road into the Wilkins complex. One of them is the number 64. The 84 is out as well. Oh, that's Jess Kirby. Jess Kirby was having such a good day. Jake Hansford was the other driver involved. But that is a real shame for Jess Kirby, who suffers more bad luck down at Wilkins Corner. We saw that in one of the previous race meetings here at Shenington. But another driver who's definitely taken a big step forward over the last month. Jess has been, particularly in that second heat, up near the front, competing with those who we know from previous races, have got good form, have got good results. But sadly, it's not going to be the final result that Jess would have wanted here today. 2 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go then. Phillipson leads by 2.6 seconds. Oh, now another bit of news. Not actually talked about this driver too much in the final. Ben Hunt mechanical flag. That's one of your championship contenders. Second in the points heading into today. In trouble. Now, I think Ben has come in. Oh, he's just going past our commentary box window now. What is the issue on that car? Can't quite see what the issue is on that car. The usual contenders of chain guard and rear bumper were all good. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's something a little bit different, but the mechanical flag has been shown to Ben Hunt. Finley Rhodes, by the way, the championship leader, only 14th today, so it's been a difficult day for some of the championship leaders. But we did mention it last time as well. Remember correctly when we're talking about drivers coming off novice plates. That this championship, I think, is going to change as the season goes on, because the likes of Lally, the likes of Blandford, these drivers who had to start the races in the first few rounds on those novice plates from the back of the grid, they're going to be picking up more points now in the second half of this season. It's going to be a very intriguing championship picture. And I think the paint pots are still being set out yet. We've not even started painting the picture yet as to who's going to be at the sharp end come October, come November. Do stick with us along the way to find out who is going to emerge as the club champion here this year. Charlie Heffer, we saw a few moments ago, going to move done on Jude Story for 5th place, pointing forward with good reason, because Jay Birmingham's only 1.4 seconds ahead. Not a lot of time left, but that is a gap that can disappear in 1 or 2 laps round Shenington. Now there is Birmingham running on the, well, I judge from the sticker kit, the Energy Course chassis. Not often a chassis that you see in Minimax. You see it a fair amount in X30 competition. You definitely see a good amount of it out in Europe. And good to see a little bit of chassis variety out there. Time is up. We're not quite on the final lap yet. Alfie Phillipson, 2.86 seconds. And I tell you, he's done it again. Another new fastest lap of the race from Phillipson. Last time around in 45.73. Jude Story has got back through into 5th place ahead of Charlie Heffer. That was a move into the Bruno chicane. Across the line then goes your race leader. Final lap board shown. And Alfie Phillipson can enjoy this one. This is going to be a big moment for this young driver, who is, like we've been talking about with the novices, Alfie's been off novice plates for a while, but looks to be kicking up into the next gear. Thomas Laidler's driven well today as well. He's going to pick up a podium. But here comes your leader through the final couple of corners to the line. Alfie Phillipson wins at Shenington. A brilliant display, not just in the final, but the whole day, gives Phillipson and Coles Racing the victory in the Rotax Inter category. Thomas Laidler P2. Brilliant drive in the number 97, and it's a podium for Jack Dex Racing as well, in the hands of William Moore.
Jay Birmingham, P4. Jude Story, P5. Dexter Petty, P6. Freya Lally and Ollie Blandford both impress with top 10s. Top 10s also for Alicia Waterhouse and for Eli Owen. Noah Hobson comes home in 11th. Finley Rhodes may not be in the lead of the championship after tonight. We'll have to do the maths. Leaving Shenington this evening. 12th place today in the final. Jamal Pomeram. That's our next driver in Minimax to look forward to coming off the novice plates, because a 13th in a grid of over 30. That is superb for Jamal Pomeram. Really good to see. Arthur Kaiser and Joshua Kinniston-Wade in the top 15. Unfortunately, we've got to move on, though. The next group are rolling out onto circuit. Next up, Miami Water Swift. Into the second of the inter-class level finals. This is the Miami Water Swift final. Margus Kvetskis will start from pole position. Cody Vertigan alongside on the front row. Theo Tyack and William Bennett form up an all Jade Racing Team row 2. It's Travis Giddings and Oliver Kleinfelter on row 3. Felix Booker is due to go from 7th on the grid. Joshua Knighton will start 8th on the grid. Sorry, we've got one missing, but is out there on the grid. It's Harley Bradbury Stretton as well, who will start towards the back of the field. Now, are we set to go here for the race start? No, I didn't think we were. So we'll go around again for another formation lap. Quick little reminder on the points. There won't be a change of championship leader today, despite the championship leader not being here. Rudra Gokulnath has already got 4 final wins, so when the score goes from best 2 to best 3 scores tonight, Rudra will just add another one of those wins that Rudra's already got this season to that tally. Second place could change though. Bennett on 104, Tyke on 102 heading into this race. Are we ready to go racing? Yes, we are. I don't think William Bennett was quite ready to go racing, but we are green side by side between Kvetskis and Vertigan. Out of turn number 2, Kvetskis gets the nose ahead. Theo Tyke's had a really good start. Theo Tyke on the outside, potentially going for the race lead, sweeping round the hairpin. Still side by side with Vertigan as, Theo Tyke finds himself out in the dirt there. That wasn't part of the plan for Theo. Down towards Wilkins for the first time then. Margus Kvetskis has had a very good day so far as Margus will be looking to finish the deal. Oh, Cody Vertigan wild through turn 2 there. Well, into turn 2, I should say. It's more out of turn 1. It's see it lay down an arc of rubber there on the road. Such was the level of slide. Cody Vertigan under investigation. Now, I wonder, is that for one of the moments with Theo Tyack? Cody Vertigan contact warning is the next message on the screen. Although actually that came after. Sorry, that was the first message on the screen, and then under investigation came up 3 seconds later. But right now, though, Cody Vertigan's not going to worry about that. He's going to take the lead, point forward, say to Margus Kvetskis, let's do the same thing that we did in heat number 2. And look to pull away from the rest of the order. Travis Giddings is running in 3rd place at the moment. Felix Booker up to 4th. That's a great recovery from Felix. Remember, Felix had a problem before the start of the 2nd heat, so didn't really have that much opportunity at all to get involved with scraps for positions and the like. Hasn't let that bother him. and is running just ahead of teammate William Bennett, who is back up to speed now. P5 at the moment for the Welsh driver. Oliver Kleinfelter just behind, Booker down the inside. That's for third place and has gone through. Bennett also takes advantage. Up to fourth place himself. Giddings now holding on to fifth place, just ahead of Kleinfelter. What's Theo Tyak's pace like at the moment? Pretty good, 48.67, so he could well close the gap over the next few tours of the circuit, particularly if this group keep fighting amongst each other. It's greatly entertaining, but yeah, might make their lives a little bit busier if Theo Tykes able to rejoin that group. There we top two. Vertgen and Kvetskis. Oh, Kvetskis pulling out, going for the move through Hanger. That's confident stuff. Vertgen gives a good amount of room. Maybe they'll just take turns here over the next few minutes. Almost like a mini cycling team time trial of cycling a new leader to the front, let them work for a bit, whilst the other sits in the slipstream, then swap them back round. Contact warning has been shown for William Bennett in the number 99. And they see that that second group with Booker at the front of it. Ooh, now, is Bennett still part of that group? Yes, he is. That's fine. I thought for a minute then that William Bennett had lost position, but that was just due to the nature of the camera angle and Travis Giddings being a bit of a bigger driver than William. William getting in a good aerodynamic position. Booker still there in third. How is this affecting Theo Tyak? Oh, good for Theo Tyak. He's coming back, you know. There's only 7/10 of a second off the back of this group. I'll tell you what, I think Theo Tyk's going to be a bit fired up in the second half of this race and determined to take his opponents on one by one and get back up to the podium. It's been a while since Theo Tyak has been on the Water Swift podium. A couple of rounds ago. Best result of the season still goes back to the first final of the year at round 2. Yes, if you've joined us mid-season, we didn't really have any racing for round 1. The conditions transpired against us on that particular day in history. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. And Tyak is now part of this group, and look at him, he's at the back of this group, starting to get himself in an aerodynamic position, whilst Travis Giddings goes for third place. Felix Booker isn't going to give that one up lightly, gets back down the inside, but Giddings gets his nose ahead. This is one of the things we love about this Shenington circuit. The corners going back and forth allow them to go side by side, turn after turn. Giddings has got third place, well assisted there by William Bennett. William Bennett gets back ahead of teammate Felix Booker. Kleinfelter is still there in sixth. Tyak hasn't made the move yet, but there's still 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Here comes Kleinfelter, or at least thought about it. Slots back into sixth place. Oh, that's getting a little bit close, and that's going to allow Theo Tyak a run back through. Tyak immediately goes on the attack on his teammate once more. Oh, as Booker's not having any of that again. Tyak, oh, really not happy as Theo Tyak. No love lost between the teammates there. That has splintered this group into 3 mini groups now. Essentially allowing Giddings and Bennett a bit of time, a bit of space to break away and fight for the third of the podium spots later on in the race. Kvetskis and Vertgen still out front. Kvetskis leading this one by 1/4 of a second. Kleinfelter looking quite good through the Wilkins complex, but just not quite able to find the space to use that pace to overtake Felix Booker at this stage of the race. Travis Giddings, in terms of race results, I think you've got to go back to 2025 and Travis's time in Micromax for the last time that we saw Travis on the podium in a final.
doing very nicely indeed at the moment in third place, ahead of William Bennett, who's been ever present
so far this season.
Another notification from the race officials. Felix Booker now under investigation. We have seen a bit of jostling in that mid-pack the last few laps. Contact warning for Oliver Kleinfelter as well, so I think everyone's just receiving the notices from the race officials to say, keep it calm, don't want this one to boil over in the latter stages.
Three minutes to go then. Another lap ticks on by. Margus Kvetskis set to 48.34. Vertigan 48.18. That's good pace. They are more than half a second quicker than Giddings, Bennett, Booker, Tyack. Tyack now up to 6th place. Has got past Oliver Kleinfelter. As here goes Bennett down the inside, looking to continue the run of podiums. Well, that move might mean that the run continues. Up to 3rd place now goes the driver of the number 99. Bennett could get home. It would be the 4th podium in a row. Oh, was, well, not quite on this occasion. Giddings got a really good run out of the Bruno chicane. Got down the inside. Oh dear, as Theo Tyack's off the road. Theo Tyack's final of trouble and strife hits again. Well, that's normally the kind of pose that he would like to pull over the line, having won a race, but both hands out to say to the race officials, can you have a look at that? I think that was a difficult one on first look. It's very close between all three. Oliver Kleinfelter is now under investigation, so yeah, I think the officials are going to have a look at that one as to whether there was a bit of pushing into the corner. I don't think there was anything that Felix Booker did wrong in that one. He was at the front of the pack. He was driving his corner and just suddenly received a bit of a bump in the back from his own teammate. But I don't think his own teammate was really at fault of that one, if there was any fault to be administered to anyone. The race officials will decide that one, looking back at the incident. 60 seconds of this race to go. Margus Kvetskis leads from Cody Vertigan. Those two will fight later on, but not quite yet. They're going to leave it to the last lap. These two are going to go wheel to wheel though for 3rd place. William Bennett back alongside Travis Giddings. Giddings gives room on the entry to the Bruno chicane. Good racing. Giddings holds on to 3rd. Also puts Bennett back into the clutches of Felix Booker. Maybe that was part of the tactics there from Travis Giddings to fight that one fairly hard. 2 laps to go. Okay, now we're starting to see the battle between Vertigan and Kvetskis. Vertigan actually had the lead over the start-finish line, over the timing loop a few seconds ago. So maybe went big into turn 1, got the advantage and then ran wide, allowing Kvetskis to go back into the lead of this race. I've been impressed with both of these drivers today. Not easy for Margus Kvetskis in terms of expectation. National level driver. Naturally, he's going to be expected to do pretty well at the club level. And the fact that he's on a machine that's been running very, very well in water swift based classes so far this year, whether that be at a club level, whether that be nationally and on the continent, particularly for Team BMR, as that is a move for 3rd place. Bennett trying to fend off Booker. Giddings is still there. Kleinfelter might pick up out of all of this. In fact, Kleinfelter's going to throw it down the inside. Oh, he's going to get one of them. That's good though for William Bennett. Now there's a bit of a gap. The Welsh driver doesn't need to defend too hard into the chicane. We're on the final lap. The leaders going round Wilkins now. It's going to be a win for Margaris Kvetskis over the line. Margaris Kvetskis wins today here at Shenington. Cody Vertigan takes a well-earned second place in his best display so far. William Bennett's podium streak continues. That's now 4 in a row for the Jade Racing team and the driver of the number 99. Felix Booker comes home P4. A good fight back after disappointment in the second heat. Kleinfelter 5th, Giddings 6th. Theo Tyke, I don't think he's going to be too pleased with that 7th place. That's not the result that Theo would have wanted or expected, particularly after the first heat. 8th place for Harley Bradbury Stretton, and our novice Joshua Knighton home as well in 9th place. There we go then. So more from the Miami Water Swifts later on in the season. Well done to all of them. We've got 3 more races to go here today at Shenington, and we're into the big boys now. X30 Senior Final is up next. Here is the grid then for the X30 Senior Final. Dom Parabox starts on pole. Finley Allen alongside on the front row. Joshua McLean and Petra Jurevich go from row number 2. It's Jack Monkhouse and George Hopcraft, who's nicely constructed a set of heats today, is starting on row number 3. Jacob Marples stepping up from the juniors. Starts on row 4 for this one alongside Ryan Gill. Alfie Gallagher and Laurenton Levy looking for good results again will start on row number 5. James Pashley is back here at Shenington and starts on row 6 alongside James Harris. Katie Ashman was leading the second heat and then had mechanical troubles. Starts this one from row 7 as the championship leader. Daniel Bridgen alongside her. Stefan Bostandjev and Dylan Masters up next. Running through the rest of the order, Jake Brook and John O'Donnell on row number 10, Charlie Philp and Max Cooper on row 11, Valentino Alessi and Josh Allen on row number 12. Reese Masters and Dylan Chadwick start on row 13. Apologies, it was row 9 that I missed out there, and it's Bailey Brooker and Alvin Chu starting on that one. So could this be another one where we see championship protagonists rise and fall? Ashman leads by 4 points going into this one over the pole sitter. Ryan Gill a further 6 points back. Alfie Gallagher 1 point back. Jack Monkhouse 1 point back. Are we racing at the first time of asking into those tram lines? We are racing for 11 minutes plus 1 lap here at Shenington for the X30 Senior Final. That's a good start. Oh, it's not a good start for the second half of the field. Numerous drivers out of contention. One of them is Finley Allen, the number 12, who starts on the second row of the grid. Petra Jurevich is involved. Full course yellow is out. The number 35 of Bridgen also involved. We've got a Birrell in there as well. It's the number 72 of George Hopcraft. Well, that all looked to be a case of those in the midfield maybe loading up, and sadly it was Finley Allen who started to spin, having started on the second row of the grid, and then everybody else just had nowhere to go. Great work again once from the marshals. They have got the incident clear. Fully understandable why the full course yellow was called, because we did have one kart up on top of another. No one hurt in all of that. Only the hopes of taking race wins for the drivers involved have been affected. And they'll get back into the race. Alvin Chu, I think, was also caught up in all of that. Alvin has fallen down the order. I think we'll go back to green on this occasion. The incident has been cleared. The track is fine apart from a couple of chassis scrapes on the surface. Don Parabok had taken the race lead from pole position. Josh McLean in second place. Jack Monkhouse up to third, who gained quite a lot in all of that. Well, John O'Donnell did. The novice from 20th on the grid is now running in 11th. Must have just been able to hold to the inside. The number 72 is in the pits in the repair area. George Hopcraft, George is out of the race. Damage to the radiator, that's going no further. We're going back to green though. Dominic Parabok has absolutely nailed that. That's a great restart for the VRE driver. Will not have to defend initially from Joshua McLean. McLean will look to draft back to Parabok. Has got a good gap himself over Jack Monkhouse in third. Jacob Marples fourth. Alfie Gallagher is up to the top 5. James Pashley knows how to win a race around this place. Is there in P6. Last month holding that E-plate until the 12 months expires. 8 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Mechanical flag out for Lauren Dunleavy. So Lauren in the number 22 is going to be coming into the pits and out of this race as one of the drivers involved in the first lap incident. End of lap number 3. Parabok leads for McLean, Monkhouse, Gallagher, Marples, Ashman, Katie Ashman up to P6. She is fighting back. There's a problem out of the commentary box window for the number 20 of John O'Donnell. Bailey Brooker was also involved. They will fall down the order at the next timing check. Into the pits has come Dunleavy. Dunleavy's got an askew rear bumper. That is the reason why the mechanical flag was shown. That could be repaired, but it needs to be repaired pretty quickly for Lauren not to lose a lap. And yeah, no, I think she's out of this race. Through has gone James Pashley, past Jacob Marples, Katie Ashman. Well, if she's still going to lead the championship at the end of today, she needs a big final, and she's having one. Already up to P4 on the road. There she is in the white helmet in the yellow and black VRE machine. Next up, Jack Monkhouse. Katie's had full 56 championship scores. That's what you normally get for a race win in normal convention, but the last 2 times there's been a non-championship runner ahead of her. So in terms of on the road, she hasn't had a final win so far this season, but she would love to get one here. What a story it would be after the dramas of earlier on in the day. First of all, though, she's got to find a way through it past these two. Jack Monkhouse and Joshua McLean fighting over second place. And tell you what, this is good for Dominic Parabok, because whilst these 3 squabble, Parabok is setting personal best after personal best and breaking away, and Monkhouse is down the inside and into second place. That's a good move from Jack Monkhouse. Nice and clean, didn't lose too much time with all of that. And moves on now to try and set about closing in on Parabok. The advantage is going to be about 0.8 of a second, I reckon, at the end of this lap. That was a little bit deep from Monkhouse through the second to last corner. Here comes Katie Ashman down the inside with Joshua McLean. This is for 4th place, and Katie's got it. Great move from Katie Ashman on to the podium. This is simmering away. This is, I can tell you what, this is going to be a calmer run than the X30 Juniors. This is going to have that sprinkling of senior sensibility, if that is a thing, over the top of it. Ryan Gill and James Pashley trying to find a way through past McLean. McLean now running in 4th place. Katie Ashman's found a way past Jack Monkhouse as well. To Ashman now up to P2. Katie Ashman driving the race of her season so far here today. Now sets about trying to close in on teammate Dominic Parabok. That's not going to be easy. That is really not going to be easy in a race like this, because Parabok, whilst being a teammate, wants to win another final. Hasn't won one since February. And in the context of the championship as well, this could be really, really big. Katie Ashman 3rd in the club championships last year. Wants to take 2 more steps up the order in 2026. As we mentioned earlier, championship isn't going to be decided today, but these
swings of points back and forth, particularly if it's a close battle. You can look back at a race in June and go, yeah, that was the one. That day in history is the one that made the difference come the end of the season. Could today be one of those days? Here's the fight for fourth place. Ryan Gill and James Pashley, the 43 and the E-plate. And they're not too far behind the top three. 2 seconds covering the top five right now. Just to note, Bailey Brooker earlier in the race got the notice of being under investigation. I imagine that is for the moment with John O'Donnell, which happened through Cafe Corner. Contact warnings as well for Alvin Chu, Jake Brook and Pietro Jurovic. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go in the round 6 X30 Senior final here for the Heatwave Cup at Shenington Kart Circuit. Katie Ashman last time around, 42.24, a new fastest lap of the race for Ashman. Ashman has picked up the pace, has closed the gap to Parabok, is going for the race lead down the inside and taken the race lead. Points forward to her teammate to say, don't fight, we've not got this race won yet. Jack Monkhouse is less than a second behind. Ryan Gill and James Pashley there as well. Oh, but Parabok's gone back in. Parabok retakes the race lead. That is a statement from Parabok to his teammate to say, no, I'm going to lead this race today. You need to work with me. Ashman pointing forward. I think that one was more to the mechanics gallery to say, come on, I've got more speed. I need to be the one who leads us out. Ashman down the inside again. Parabok not complying. The two of them, the teammates, not happy with one another here, and they're costing each other time. Ryan Gill has got through into third place, has got ahead of Jack Monkhouse. James Pashley is furiously trying to push himself forward as well from fifth place. This could be another grandstand finish here in X30 classes today. 1 minute and 40 to go. Ashman again, that's got to be the fifth time that she's pointed forward to Parabok to say, got to work together at this stage. They're side by side again as they run through Cafe. Parabok gets back ahead, but the chasing back and closing as Ashman's got down the inside. Was there a little touch there on the approach to the corner? Ashman takes the race lead again. How does Parabok respond to this? Ryan Gill is right there now in third place. James Pashley has got through past Jack Monkhouse for P4. You'd back James Pashley in a race like this with his extra experience. That could be the key today. Parabok back down the inside, retakes the lead away from Ashman. Pashley's now got a chance on Ryan Gill for third place. See how much he is pushing himself here. Has got third place now. James Pashley can smell victory once again here at Shenington. Down the Stratford straight into the hairpin. Ashman now looking to the outside. That's not going to go well. Pashley goes through. James Pashley takes the race lead with 30 seconds remaining. Monkhouse up to P2. Civil war in the ranks of VRE. Their two drivers have potentially taken themselves out of contention for the race win here today. 2 laps to go. What a final we're having here in X30 Senior. Can James Pashley, who last won here at the Super Prix 11 months ago to win that E-plate, can he win again 1 month ahead of trying to defend his Super Prix title into the Bruno chicane? You can see from the body language how hard these drivers are pushing. The number 81 of Jack Monkhouse is still a threat there in second place. The last lap board is there. James Pashley knows how to win here at Shenington, but he's going to have to drive an inch, a millimetre perfect lap here to hold on to this race win, because he's got contenders behind him. That's one overtaking area complete through the Bruno chicane. If he gets a good exit off of the Bruno chicane, he could have this race won.
Monkhouse is still there. Oh, that's better for Pashley, though. That was really good from James Pashley. Through Hanger, into Wilkins. The experience of the E-plate. Ashman's got down the inside for second place and he's going to lose out. Powerbox is going to get through. James Pashley wins at Shenington again. What a brilliant performance from the E-plate holder. Second place goes to Dominic Powerbox, but surely there's going to be words in the VRE team tonight. They should have won that race. They had the top two. They were clear. If they'd worked together, they could have got a 1-2. They come away with a provisional 2-3. Ryan Gill 4th, Jack Monkhouse 5th, Jacob Marples. Good race there from Jacob. Recently stepping up to the seniors, finishes P6 here today. Joshua McLean in 7th, Alfie Gallagher 8th, Valentino Alessi 9th. Dylan Masters completes the top 10 in another mega dramatic final in the X30 classes. The juniors was pretty good at the start of this part of the afternoon. That was just as good, if not better. Well done to the X30 seniors, and that whets the appetite ahead of the Super Prix later on in the summer. They enjoyed it as well. A few of our Inter drivers there. We've got to move on though. 2 more races to go. Next up, Junior Rotax. It's been the hardest grid to get on here today. It is the A final for the Junior Rotax category. Ewan House starts on pole position. Noah Moulton alongside on the front row. Jensen Hookey and Stanley Williams, the top 2 in the championship, start on row 2. It's Benjamin Lawn and Jensen Powers looking to move forward from row number 3. Rest of the order then, Adam Judaitis and Archie Ray Watson on row 4. Zach Turner and Lewis Gilbert on row 5. Louis Marshall and Cash Harris on row 6. Row number 7, Varian Burton, Bishop and Cahill on row 8. Hunt and Cometa on row 9. Row 10, Lane and Justin, Bell and Naylor on row 11. Hundle and Dooling on row 12. Wisniauskas, Bart, that's row 13. Waddle and Keane on row 14. Thom and Evans and Cooper on row 15. Then your qualifiers from the B final. There were changes. Rapini, Shaw, Braskov and Roderick were your top 4 in the final classification in the B final. Unpick that one. Into the tram lines then, waiting for those lights to go out. They do. We're underway for 11 minutes and a lap here at Shenington. Good start for Ewan House, who will lead in his number 90 Jack's Prepared Machine off of turn number 2, down towards Stratford for the first time. Noah Moulton holding in second place. Stanley Williams has got the early advantage over Jensen Hookey. We'll keep an eye on that battle, which has big ramifications in terms of championship standings and championship lead here today. All of them through the Bruno chicane for the first time, so a calm start for the juniors. Oh, as there goes Stanley Williams through past Noah Moulton. Noah's out wide there as Hookey's gone in on his title rival. Jensen Hookey isn't messing around. Takes second place away from Stanley Williams. Down towards the hairpin. Williams defends from Moulton. Jensen Powers is there in 5th place. Who's had a good start? Charlie Very has had a good start. Up 4 places to 9th. Ethan Hunt started 17th, now P12. That's a gain of 5. Oscar Keane into the top 20, started 28th in this one, so that is a good bit of progress from Oscar Keane, who did have problems earlier on in the day. That 28th on the grid is not indicative of the pace that Oscar Keane has here today. Hookey goes for the race lead on Ewan House, gets through. Stanley Williams has to go for that one, takes second place. That looked a bit desperate. It wasn't. That was Stanley Williams seeing Jensen Hookey get track position and knowing that he had to follow for the championship. Ewan House is not going to be a championship contender. Hasn't been at club rounds so far this season, but could still win this race. You know, he's got the speed, he's got the experience, he's got the machinery underneath him.
to fight back. He's running in 4th place at the moment. He's just behind Noah Moulton as Benjamin Lawn is down the inside of Gilbert. Gilbert loses out to Zach Turner as well. 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in this race. Hookie leads from Williams, Moulton, House, Watson, Powers, Lawn, Turner, Gilbert and Vary. All drivers still running in this one, all 33 who took the race start. I think we have had one driver pull out of this one. In fact, I think it might be Roderick. I'm not seeing Roderick on the timing at the moment. Was due to start 34th and last in this one. Change for 3rd place. Ewan House has got through past Noah Moulton. That's just about going to work. It was the 143 of Miles Burton down the inside there. Gets up to 11th place. Unfortunately, it's Lewis Gilbert who loses out in all of that. Was P9, now drops to 12th. Oscar Keane continuing progress, just to report on that, in the middle of the pack. He's up to 18th place and has just set the fastest lap of the race as Moulton goes down the inside of House for 3rd place. Oh, there's a touch. There's a big incident. House just about keeps control. Moulton's got damage to the front left. Looks to be out of this race. And has House got damage as well? How's the radiator? The side pod has got a great big dirty tyre mark on the side of it. Is that the only damage? Oh, there's more drivers tripping over one another. Adam Giuditis is out of this race. And the 151 KX machine looks to have damage on the front corner of the kart as well. It's okay, actually, as we look at... Oh, no, it's Harrison Bishop who's in trouble. Yeah, Harrison Bishop's going to be out of this race. I hope he hasn't just kicked the front bumper there. But he's definitely having a little bit of a poke and prod at it. The 111 is out of this race. That's Max Braskov. Noah Moulton is out of this race. That's a real shame for Noah. Deserved a lot more in this final. Well, it seems like the number 90 of Ewan House is okay. It's not slowing down. There's no powertrain parts making a break for freedom. Radiator flaps wide open today, understandably. Well, needing to warm the powertrain parts today with temperatures up in the high 20s, if not more. 6 minutes of this race to go then. Here are your 2 leaders. You know what I'm going to say. It's not going to be a decider for the title today, but could this be another race where you get a 4-point swing here or there as Stanley Williams has gone through? Jensen Hookie protests. Jensen Hookie does not feel like that was a fair move. It was a close run thing, at least, into the Wilkins corner. Hookie's going to try and fight back here, though. He's not the kind of driver who just rolls over for a competitor. Stanley Williams, though, this is where the pressure will now start to build on him. Can he take another round victory? It's going to be very, very tricky to break away. He is on a run of the last 2, of course, is Stanley Williams. He's not finished any lower than 2nd in an A final so far this season. Williams defends down into Stratford. Hookie not able to get through. Is this going to give an opening to Zach Turner? Zach Turner up to 3rd place now. I'll tell you what, Stanley and Jensen, Zach Turner is not a driver that you want to just leisurely let back into a race-winning battle. Zach is a very good driver. He's had an up and down season so far, but a day like today could just be the tonic for Zach Turner to get his season back onto a bit of a winning streak. Gap last time around 2.4 seconds. The saving grace for Williams and Hookie at the moment is Turner is similarly engaged in trying to keep Archie Ray Watson and Jensen Powers at bay.
So it's a group of 2, then a group of 3, another second or so back to find Charlie Vary in 6th place. He's just had a contact warning. Under investigation. Car number 84. Kart number 84, sorry. That's your race leader. So I reckon the race officials are having a look. They'll have a look at the moment between Williams and Hookie at Wilkins Corner. We will let you know if anything is made of that whilst the race is going on. Ewan House is also under investigation. He's had a contact warning. Three minutes of this race to go. Turner breaking away from Watson. What's the pace like at the moment for the top 3? We'll get an update in a moment as the leaders come over the line. 43.4s for all of the top, 43.7s, sorry, for all of the top 3. So it's pretty even. Look at this scrap. This is Benjamin Lawn trying to fend off Ewan House. Ewan House used to race for the Coles team. Running his privateer entry this weekend aboard the Jack's liveried carters. Oh, look at that round the outside. That's a go from Charlie Vary to try and take 6th place back. And unless my eyes deceive me, no, they're not. Oscar Keane. Oscar Keane well up the order again. What a drive. Having retired from one of the earlier heats, Ewan House trying to go round the outside. That's brave. Not quite going to work. Too much grip down that inside line for Benjamin Lawn. Miles Burton on the inside line, trying to hold on for a spot inside the top 10. As back into the lead, it's gone Hookie. Hookie through. So Hookie has retaken the lead of this race. Game on again in Junior Rotax. 1 minute 40 seconds remaining on the clock. In towards Wilkins. This is where the lead has already changed once in this race. Hookie gets it into the corner. He knows if he controls the apex there, that there's not really much that Stanley Williams can do. With the track conditions as they are, plenty of grip on the apex. If you park it there, the driver's going to go round the outside. Oh, as Williams nearly gets to the inside there. I thought Williams was going to go for it. Not quite on this occasion. But into Wilkins. If you park it through Wilkins, your opponent has to go round the outside. They have to go onto the part of the circuit where there isn't as much rubber laid down. They're not going to get the punch off the corner. They're not going to get the grip off of the rear axle. Just there. Just there. And Jensen Hookie is reading this race really, really well. Stanley Williams is going to have to pull off an absolute worldie here if he's going to win this race. Through turn 1, through turn 2. You can see through turn 1 just how much rubber has been laid down today. Down into this corner is probably Williams' best chance. If he can get Hookie off the main racing line and draft alongside him out of the corner, he could have the overlap into the Bruno chicane. Brilliant. Absolutely superb. That was the one place that Stanley Williams could make that move work. Hookie's going to try and get down the inside. Who's going to yield into Hanger? It's Hookie who yields. And now Jensen Hookie's got to do it all over again. We've got one more lap to go. Stanley Williams has the race lead. Hookie has a think about going down the inside into Cafe Corner, but that's well done by Williams, and he's got a good run out of Cafe Corner. He'll have to defend once again down in towards the hairpin. Not seen the final lap called yet. So that was another one close on time, so we might have 2 to go here. I think we're going to still have 2 to go. That's good news for Jensen Hookie. That's going to be more opportunities to overtake. Oh, Jensen Hookie's got down the inside, and they've collided. They've taken each other out of the race. The 2 championship leaders meet again at Wilkins. Zach Turner leads this race. Let's look at it again. This was down into Wilkins. Was there space there? There was a little bit. Oh, well.
They'll both blame each other on that one. There was a bit of a space down the inside. But what drama once again here in the juniors. A very different kind of drama that's going to give Zach Turner a thoroughly deserved race win. This has been a superb run from Zach Turner. He had to ride the rough waters, but he's won it here at Shenington. He takes it ahead of Archie Ray Watson by a second. Jensen Powers third. Jensen Powers is going to be very pleased with that result in terms of the championship. He's the one in the top three in the standings heading into this one who takes the biggest load of points. Charlie Berry fourth, Jensen Hookie fifth, Stanley Williams sixth, Ethan Hunt, Ewan House, Teddy Cooper and Benjamin Lawn inside the top 10. And this is going to be a very, very interesting scene down in Parc Ferme on a warm day in June here at Shenington. The championship fight for the first time this year boils over. Zach Turner takes the win, keeps his cool, and will be very pleased with that indeed. The rest of the order there in Junior Rotax, 11th for Burton, Keane 12th, Rapini 13th. What a drive from Ryan Rapini from the B final, up 16 positions in that one. Liam Dooling, Lewis Gilbert, Jackson Lane, Christian Kehoff, Harrison Bishop, Kartik Kometa and Archie Thomond Evans all in the top 20. Joshua Jestin, 21st. Daniel Wisnauskas, Layla Bell, Lily Shaw and Chloe Waddle all in the top 25. We've got to move on though. That was the Junior Rotax final. Next up, last race of the day, Senior Rotax. Here's a grid then for the last race of the day. Jack West on pole position, alongside on the front row William Webb. Griffiths and Henderson on row 2, Martin and Ballou on row 3. Thomas Van and Quick row 4, Nottingham and Gifford row 5, F. Grave and Gurney row 6, Alvarez and Davies row 7, Howes and Metters row 8, So and Kirkbride on row 9, Orton and Sanders row 10, Taylor and Preisner row 11, Lomax and Eastick row 12, Briley and Thacker row 13, Smith and Safa Levers row 14, Snelling and Teague row 15, and then your qualifiers from the B final, Sutton, Ivanov, Wellesley, Greenway. They're all here, they're all ready, and we are racing for the last time today here at the Heatwave Cup. 11 minutes underway for the Senior Rotax final, and it's a good start for Jack West, who will lead off at the first couple of corners down towards the Stratford hairpin for this first lap. Can they all make it through? Looking pretty sensible in the midfield and off the corner as well. That's a good start from the Senior Rotax drivers. A few drivers in this one out of position. The likes of Safa Levers, Joshua Smith, all names that you would expect a little bit further up the order, but they're not. They're going to have to work hard in the early stages of this race. Let's count them through the end of lap 1. It's West, from Griffiths, from Webb, Henson, Ballou, Gifford, Martin, Tarmasvan, Alvarez, Gurney, your top 10. Here's a move for second place, Webb down the inside. And a nice move as well. William Webb, who's been in good form so far this season. And we'd love to take the battle to one of the seeded drivers in the Senior Rotax category from 12 months ago, less than 12 months ago. William Webb, a seasoned winner around this circuit, knows it so well. Last took a final win back at round number 3, and he's all over the back of Jack West here. Jack West is going to have to defend as Webb looks to the outside. That's well defended by Webb. There could be a chance here for Griffiths to gain, and does so up to second place. Through the Bruno chicane, Jack West has the lead. Big point forward there from Ethan Griffiths. Is that a true point forward to say that I'm going to work with you? On the basis of that corner, yes. It was a nice calm run. Oh, but here comes William Webb. It was a good exit for William Webb, who strikes through into second place. Very good stuff again there from William Webb. Down towards the hairpin once again. Griffiths gets back down the inside, retakes that position. This is a good scrap between Griffiths and Webb. It is bringing Ben Ballou into play, and there is Ben Ballou right on the scene. Gets down the inside of Webb, takes third place. Darrell Henderson has had a good day, running in 5th place at the moment. West leads from Griffiths. West looking in a really, really good spot here in terms of just his body language. He's not looking tight, he's not looking panicked at the front of the field. Experienced driver in the senior Rotax category. Had a great season last year. Very, very competitive. Oh my goodness me! Off goes William Webb. That was with Darrell Henderson. William Webb very, very fortunate to still be on 4 wheels. That was a scary one. Webb out of contention then for the win here today. He's not going to be able to add to his tally from previous events. Oh, I'm just glad that he didn't fully catch the bank there. That could have been nasty. Contact warning for Ivo Ivanov in the number 79. What that has done, I'll tell you what, this could be quite consequential in the championship. Ethan Martin, who's had a very quiet day, is now up to 5th place. So far this season, it has been Webb and Martin, the 2 big hitters in terms of championship points. Has Ethan Martin just seen a door start to open to take charge of this championship battle? He'd like to get a little bit further up the order and get a few more points on the board, as there's some shenanigans in the midfield coming out of the Stratford hairpin. But with 6 minutes to go, this is a very intriguing situation. West, Griffiths and Ballou, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. None of these drivers really involved in terms of championship. Griffiths has only got 1 championship score so far this year, which was from the start of the season. So unless Griffiths ran then the rest of the campaign, he's not really in the mix with the likes of Ethan Martin and others. Kieran Gifford currently in 4th place. Oh, Ben Ballou has a little bite there at Ethan Griffiths. And that's good news for Jack West, because for the first time in a while, he's got a little bit of space between himself and the rest of the field. 5 minutes to go. Over the line once again. Need to keep an eye on that battle for 4th place, because Gifford's had a good day that could be under attack from Ethan Martin in the not too distant future. Down towards the hairpin once again. Just checking in with who's having good drives through the field. Joshua Smith, what a star. Up 14 places in this one, now running inside the top 15. Charles Sutton as well, one of our drivers in the B final, has broken into the top 20. It's a gain of 11. As, oh dear, one of the Craft Motorsport runners is out. Is the number 27 of Oliver Lomax. That's a shame for Oliver. He's running quite nicely. He was up in the top 20 for this final, but we'll run down the order. Thankfully, Oliver's okay. Have a little thumbs up there to communicate that he was okay. Maybe a bit upset, but it's not going to be a good result for him today. 4 minutes of this final to go then. Griffiths and Ballou have worked nicely over the last lap or so. They've reeled Jack West back in. Jack West, I think, is racing with the Racing Perfection crew this week based on that livery.
He's going to need a perfect run through the rest of this race if he's going to win this one, because Ethan Griffiths and Ben Ballou are going nowhere. Down towards the hairpin once again. Kieran Gifford would like to see a little bit more of that. There he is, in the number 97, running in 4th place right now. He's only 1.5 seconds behind Jack West. That's nothing. That's nothing around this circuit on a day like today, when there will be attempts to overtake between these 3 drivers. If they're fierce ones, that 1.5 seconds will disappear in a flash. Ethan Martin will be thinking along those lines as well. Been a bit of a tricky day for the championship leader. He's still on for some good points. He's outscoring William Webb. He's outscoring Mustafa Leffers as well, who is moving forward, but is only P21 at the moment. Harvey Quick looking to gain positions for the R1 Racing team in the bright red and the black livery there. Looking good for a top 10 as, Ben Ballou. Not quite sure what was happening there. That's not really a conventional place to try and do a 30% on overtake. Thankfully, got out of that one. There is Harvey Quick. Number 14, just tucked under the rear axle of Alfie Davies right now. Griffiths starting to get a bit defensive. Maybe he's not got enough left. And he's lost position. He's lost position to Ben Ballou. Now, that could be actually quite a good thing for Ben Ballou. Yes, there is now a gap to Jack West. But if Ethan Griffiths was not feeling it, if the performance for the 91 was starting to go off, 1 minute and 40 seconds is enough time now to try and work back towards Jack West. Ethan Griffiths has now got to turn into the shake and bake teammate and push the number 57 along, which he may be able to do. That may be what he needed. No, he's going to go for second place down the inside and retake that one. This is handing this race to Jack West. Ben Ballou gets down the inside, off of the corner, side by side. Oh, wow, that was brave from Ethan Griffiths. Griffiths into second place again, but this could bring Gifford into play. Oh, Ben Ballou has gone for it again. My, oh my. That is a high-speed attempt. Griffiths did very, very well there just to keep the door open enough to get both of those drivers around that corner. That could have been race over for both of them if he hadn't. 40 seconds to go. Jack West's got this race won. Jack West has showed his class here today. He had a bit of a rough ride recently at PF International in the last British Kart Championships round. But good to see him here today at Shenington. Maybe like we saw with Zach Turner in the previous race, maybe this is the kind of result that can just get his season going. 5 seconds to go. We'll be having 2 more laps for this one. Freddie Snelling is under investigation, as is Tobian Alvarez. Apart from that, Alvarez has had a really good race here. He's up to 7th place, having started 13th in the midfield. We've lost Jamie Kirkbridge from this race, as has Darrell Henderson's out of this one, and Bertie Wellesley also pulled in. In fact, it's Bertie Wellesley, the latest retirement, just in front of me here in the commentary box. So, not what the Racing Perfection team would have wanted on this occasion. Wellesley, understandably, very annoyed by that. But at the front of the order, Jack West is on the final lap. Final lap of the day. Once again, it's going to be Jack West taking the race victory in case of a national driver. We saw it last month in the X30 Seniors with Nat Johnston, with the challenge of could he take on the established club runners and win. It hasn't been straightforward for him today, but this final has always been under his spell and in his control. Jack West is your senior Rotax winner here today at Shenington. Finishes with a flourish. Ethan Griffiths
P2, strong run, great result. Ben Ballou home in 3rd place. 4th for Kieran Gifford. 5th for Parsa Thomas Svand. Tobin Alvarez 6th. Ethan Martin 7th. Not his strongest result of the season, but he has outscored his closest title rivals here today. That could be an important result as we go through the summer. 8th for Alfie Davies, 9th for Jarek Metters, 10th for Harvey Quick. Dan Gurney 11th, Joshua Smith, brilliant drive, up 15 places to P12. Drew Preisner, Tom Nottingham and Joseph Orton come home in the top 15. Matthew So 16th, Tom Taylor, Charlie F. William Webb. William Webb comes home 19th place after going and doing a little bit of skating over the tyres through the Bruno chicane. 20th for Charles Sutton from the B final, a gain of 11. Noosh Safa-Lever's difficult day for Safa-Lever's P21, but ahead of the likes of Abby Sanders, Arthur Thacker, Ivo Ivanov, the top novice here today. The only novice in Senior Rotax to get through to the A final. Good effort. Dylan Briley, 25th, ahead of Marissa Teague, Kian Eastick, Bradley House, Freddie Snelling, Ralphie Greenway, Oliver Lomax, and in the retirements, Bertie Wellesley, Darrell Henderson, and Jamie Kirkbride. And there we go. That is racing done for the day here at a sunny Shenington. I hope you've enjoyed coverage today of the Heatwave Cup. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at Andrew Mather Commentary and at _MM across all of your social media networks. Do value your support very much indeed. If you've enjoyed the broadcast today at Alpha Live Productions across your social media networks, do hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Thumbs up as well for all of the action. We've had some super racing here today at Shenington. Season is properly alive. Season is properly going now. The racing keeps on coming. The big one is next. Super Prix, the weekend of the 17th to the 19th of July. David Sullivan will be with you on commentary duties for the biggest race of the year for the Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships. We've got a number of drivers turning out for that one as a one-off as well, with a number of prizes on offer, and the historics are due to be here as well, so do look out for that. For myself, I'll be back in September after the summer break for the Autumn Challenge, but thank you very much for not just today, but all the previous rounds of the season so far. That is the first half of the season complete. We've still got another few rounds to decide who's going to be our champions here this year. Thank you very much for joining us here today from us all at Alpha Live and DDMM Sports Commentary and Shenington Kart Racing Club. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you in a month's time for Super Prix.